Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, small law firm. Actually, criminal law firm in central Minnesota. How we doing? We are here for the Karen Reed trial. We are here for you guys, for me, for everybody. I guess. I don't know. Whoever wants to be here, that's who we're here for. And I'm happy to be here this morning. I was planning to do something yesterday. Plan's a loose phrase. Plan means I would like to sometimes. And that's what yesterday was. I would like to have done some streaming yesterday, but life kind of threw a curveball at me, as it often does near the end of a school year with 5 children, and other plans were merited. Sorry about that. Like, legitimately wanted to do some streaming, even though the trial wasn't on, and catch up on some things that I would like to talk about. But we'll get around to those things. I'm not super worried about it. I didn't have like any major profound points off the top of my head. It was mostly going to be, chatting with you, thinking through things. And then there's some other topics out there as well that I would like to cover, because it's not going to just be the Karen Reed show here at Rekieta Law. Will be for now, primarily because it's just that busy. But, there's other life out there, I guess. I don't know what it is. Okay, hold on. I got to get back to getting everything set up on my side here. I'll get I got to prioritize getting the stream up because it is 8 o'clock. Let's get that. Okay, we've got I don't know which stream's the best one to watch. I'm using NBC 10 because I believe they have closed captioning. And that, that's a real winner. And they don't have a bunch of graphics all over it. I hate that when you're trying to watch a trial and they've got like CBS News. See us later for next episode of Dating on the Spectrum, Congress Edition. Love on the Spectrum is still funny. They released a new season of that. I've only watched the first episode. 4 people from LawTuber in it. That's not true. It's not true. Sorry. I couldn't help myself. Nick in his 1930s prison stripes. Yes, today is rock smashing day, so I'm wearing my work shirt. Here at the prison compound. Anybody got any spare cornbread? Allegedly, a juror had surgery yesterday. Probably could have done it during one of Bev's breaks. Caleb ACE says, I missed that intro. I've missed Rekieta. Love you, man. Glad you're back in the saddle. Caleb's over on Rumble. Thank you. All right. Almost got my windows organized, and I can tweet out that we're live. By the way, you guys can also tweet out that we're live over here. Bring some more degenerates and happy people into the chat. And people who are like, sign in. People who get annoyed at chat rules or overly aggressive pausing or whatever it is at other channels. I mean, look, I'm not casting stones because, I'm not here to criticize other streamers. Like, some people have expressed that they don't like those things. We don't do those things here. So just tell them, let them know. Friendly ways. No, Angela, I'm not going to show my DMs between me and Flash. I'm not going on a war against Yellow Flash. I don't know where this came up. Flash was a dick to me, right? Flash, who I've hung out with in person several times, and whatever. Went nutso on me in private, and then decided to stop being my friend, like I guess like a couple other people did in the same way. But I'm not going on like a war against these people. I'm gonna just make fun of them a little bit. Like it's over, it's done. There's not I'm not on a quest to ruin anybody. All people had to do was say, hey, I don't want to hang out with you anymore at any point, and I would have been like, all right, peace. Like it doesn't. There's not much you can do about it once someone doesn't want to hang out with you. So
for the record, for the court is Como versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. The jury is not present. The matter is on for trial.
So I was told that you wanted to see me, Miss Gianetti.
Yes, please.
Okay, come on up to.
The lady's eating her yogurt this morning. Imagine eating. Yikes. Oh, man. Whew. Vidal, I will. I played Whiskey Drinking Lawyer at the end of the stream on Wednesday. So for some good nostalgia. I don't know, maybe at some point we'll get an outro song that doesn't involve liquor again. But it's not high on my priority list because I don't know if people know this, but an outro song that has liquor in it and mentions like scotch and says that he drinks a fair bit, that doesn't mean I'm actually drinking. That's not how songs work. I don't get it. I don't get how some people get wrapped up in this stuff. That's not how songs work. Music can't make you into actually drinking. You have to do that on your own. So I did play the song, and thank God liquor did not leap into my mouth from somewhere else. I was in danger for a moment. No, I hadn't played it before because I was just like, do I play the outro after these trial streams and stuff like that? What are we doing? And so but yeah, I'll reincorporate it into the end again. In Atlanta, Fannie Willis would charge you with drinking based off the song. I'm not surprised. I will show Bob's and Vagine for $100 super tip. That is true. That's a real thing. Let's see. Here we go. Yeah, I don't care why Flash went off on me. It was highly personal. It was incorrect, and it was something he could have, if he had a concern about, he could have talked to me in private. He did not. Well, and it started in semi-private, then moved to private. He could have talked to me about it rather than being a spurg, but it's Yellow Flash. I mean, that's what he does. And I just don't have time for it. Being on Flashcast wasn't profitable for me in a direct way. I mean, it was nice to hang out with people, but it was hours and hours of time, mostly leading to Flash being too intoxicated to read chats at a third grade level. And like, it's like, dude, if you don't want me to be there, I won't be there. Like, it's me spending 3 to 5 hours of my time doing on a Saturday, usually doing Flashcasts. I had other things to do. Yellow Flash Super Tips voice win? Probably very soon. We'll get that one done. I mean, I'll let you guys make fun of him. I'm sorry. I'm going to Twitter to tweet out that we're live, and Camelot's got a tweet that just says, "Dudes who order boneless wings close the fridge door with their hips." I don't know. I legitimately don't get the joke as to why that's funny. I just know that it is. No, D Jones. Bronca did not leave. Bronca is covering the Christopher Schur trial. It's a use of force trial. It'll probably be shorter than Karen Reed. He's well invited to come back when his trial's over. But it's the trial of an officer who was wrestling with a suspect, and he ended up shooting the suspect in the back of the head. So it's a murder trial that involves use of force. It's a white officer and a black deceased, and so there's a whole lot of elements to it that are kind of right up the alley of Andrew's premier expertise and commentary. And so he's peeled away to cover that trial. He invited me to do that too, but that would have meant I wouldn't be able to cover the Karen Reed trial. And I had committed to doing this, and I've figured coming back after a really long break, that if I commit to doing something, I'm going to do it is a good idea. Even if that trial would probably be a lot of fun. But please, no, there's no negative blood between Bronca and I at all. Far from it. There's actually lots of probably HIV positive blood between us. And everything is just fine on that front. So, yeah.
All right, let's bring the jurors in. And actually, I'll see you about scheduling while we're here. I forgot something.
Up. Bring in the jurors. Wait, back to sidebar. Good morning. Here comes drama. Niels, what happened with yesterday is simple. I'm still getting used to having the streaming thing back in. I had some stuff come up with the family that I didn't know was happening. So we were I was pulled away for the day. That's like I said, still getting back into the flow of things. I wanted to get a stream out, but I wasn't able to do that.
I do.
Like I said, these are just you're trying to fit into old socks. Sometimes they don't stretch as far as before. Is that a proper analogy? I don't even know.
And then I'll take it back whenever.
Sherry Lawlessness, they had a pre-scheduled blackout day yesterday. I'm not sure what the purpose was. They weren't going to have court yesterday. Arclight, am I planning any late streams? Let me rephrase that. I am planning on having late streams again. I don't have a plan for when that will be exactly, or when they are. Again, for a while, I let work-life balance get away from me. That contributed to other stressors, and probably played some level of culpability in my ultimate downward spiral. And so I'm trying to just make sure I'm on top of those factors and prioritizing things where they belong in. Prioritizing time with wife and kids when I have the opportunity is,
Don't worry.
he said it wasn't planned that I wouldn't stream, but also, like I said, it's some level of growing pain, and things will smooth out as we get back into the flow of everything. And since I'm not going out to clubs or bars or anything and partying anymore, once I get in the flow of things, that won't be getting in the way of anything. So that's nice. Yeah.
Give your attendance and they shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
For the record, before the court is Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22 CR
Here we go.
117. The parties are present. Our 18 jurors are present. The matter is on for trial.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Good morning.
I have to ask you those 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left 2 days ago?
Yes.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left on?
No, ma'am.
Everyone said no.
No.
For the day, we will be recessing this afternoon around 3:40, 3:45. All right, Mr. Jackson, if you go to the podium as soon as Ms. McCabe comes in. May we have Ms. McCabe?
Let's see if Jackson's going to hammer McCabe like a fence post today. All right, we got links out on Twitter. We got everything pulled up. Oh, last thing we need is a super tip announcement. Come play with super tips. Come play with my super tip. That's a joke.
I solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes.
All right, good morning. Good morning. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
I'd like to draw your attention back to the time that you were watching the SUV out of the front door, through the front door at 34 Fairview. You have that time in mind?
I never watched it, but I went and looked at it.
Saw it.
Sorry, yes.
All right. I just want to clear up one of the time frames that you indicated you last saw that SUV. You saw that SUV for the final time at 12:45 a.m., correct? It was up past the flagpole at that point.
Can't be sure of a specific time.
You indicated at a prior hearing in June of 2023 that you, in fact, did see it for the last time at 12:45, and you know that because of a text message that you sent at 12:45. Is that right?
I did send a text message at 12:45. That is correct.
Did you say, quote, and by the way, for court and counsel, this is at 782 lines 24 through 25, going to 783 lines 1 through 13 or so.
It's happening with Harper
Actually,
says,
1 through 3.
brother butter and chicken tickling changed my life.
It's 782 going to 783.
Oh my
Mayor,
God.
Coach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Desert Pirate says, good morning, Rackets. Send out the refrigerator. Sent a coin. I think the fridge is going out today. I've got it.
Actually,
I've got
Mr.
it
McCabe,
all
and for court and counsel, I'm going to back up just
emptied
a little
out
bit
and
up to line 20.
ready to get to the post office. So
You stated, quote, so I think my husband and I were talking just like about what they were doing. And then I sat back down, and then at one point I think I said hello. And then I said at 12:42,
Mulgara,
where are you?
do I still want Kurt roast?
And then
Yes.
Cliff, I
What?
don't know if that's
Everyone
my
roasted.
last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there. And then question, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45. Do you remember that question and answer colloquy back in June of 2023?
I've been asked a number of questions, specifically those words, no. I do remember testifying. I believe I said, I think in there. I think that
I believe I said, I think.
And to be honest, I'm not sure of exactly the times. I didn't pay close attention
You
to
said you think. That's a lie.
when I was texting and when I was sitting. I was going back and forth to the door.
But in June of 2023, at a hearing under oath, you did say that it was at 12:45 that you last saw the vehicle.
I believe I said, I think.
Refresh your recollection, take a look at the transcript I just read from.
I believe the word I think is in there.
You believe, but you're not sure.
Okay, I'll look at it.
Would it refresh your recollection?
Sure.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's hard to assess these witnesses because, maybe they're just confused people who've lost a friend, or maybe they're the worst people in the world framing someone else for murder. He goes from 0 to 100 right out the gate. It's like,
Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. McCabe, what you said in June of 2023 about seeing the SUV at the location at 12:45?
I see what I read. Sorry. I saw what I just read. I don't remember my exact words of every testimony, but I did just read that. Yes.
And in fact, what you said back in June of 2023, quote, I don't know if it's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there, period, correct?
That's a part of what I said.
And then the question was, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45, answer at 12:45.
And then I said, I think, my husband and I. So there's more to that conversation.
Okay, what I read you is what the transcript indicates. You said on June 8th, 2023, correct?
that's the question.
Can you answer that? Is that correct?
That I saw it at that time.
Ask the question again.
Sure.
Did you say that's in the transcript of what you said?
23 was you saw the SUV for the last time at 12:45. That's what you said, at least back then.
That's part of what I said.
I'm not asking if it's whole or in part, just asking if that's what you said. That is what you said.
I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there. Question, so the dark SUV was still outside outside the house at 12:45, answer at 12:45. That's what you actually testified to in June 2023.
That's what that says, correct.
Thank you. You've been asked about with whom you communicated first thing in the morning when you received that 4:53 a.m. call. There at that call and thereafter, shortly thereafter, within those next few minutes, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked by Trooper Prince in a formal interview on February 1st, 2022. I know that was a while ago, but in that initial formal interview 3 days after the event, Trooper Prince, the female trooper, asked you who you called or who you communicated with during that important few minutes after you received the first phone call from Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm not sure of our exact conversation, but she did ask me a number of questions.
Do you remember telling her, I spoke with Karen Reed, obviously.
Again, I answered whatever question she asked me. So
Okay,
if she asked, I did speak with Karen Reed that morning, correct?
Okay, Ms. McCabe, my question is, did you tell Trooper Prince 3 days after the fact, I spoke with Karen Reed? Yes or no?
If you have a report, I don't remember the specifics. I met with many, many police officers.
Sure. Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at her report?
I'd like to take a look at it. Yes, thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, you can familiarize yourself with that report, and there's a tab if that helps you, because
Okay.
it's somewhat lengthy.
Okay.
See if that refreshes your recollection.
Thank you.
I love when we're watching someone just read. It's fantastic.
May I approach?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, did that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
I know what happened, so I just answered
Yes or
the
no?
questions.
Yes or no? Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
Yes.
Okay. You told Trooper Prince that you had a conversation on Kaylee's phone with Miss Reed, correct?
Yes.
That you also called Julie Albert after you got off the phone with Miss Reed the first time.
Yes.
And then thereafter, at some point, you talked to Tom Beatty, correct?
I never spoke with Tom.
I'm sorry, my mistake. I misspoke. You called Tom Beatty.
Yes, I called Tom Beatty.
Did not get through to Tom Beatty.
I didn't. No one answered. Yes.
Then you spoke at the grand jury about the same issue. Who did you talk to and who did you call in those minutes after the initial call on Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm going to object that I can be heard.
All right, come on up.
Oh boy. We're gonna get a lot of this objection play from Hank Brennan. He's into it. It's his fetish. Objection play is out there. Yeah, Ronover says she isn't reading. I think I agree. I don't think she's actually reading this document. I think she's sitting there staring at it, and she's going to stick with the script that she's kind of prepared for the whole thing. Speaking of scripts.
Where the hell is our 5K gift? We are still waiting to get paid like the rest of Law 2 for appearing on your show. No wonder Kurt's a fat piece of shit.
That's a good question. That's a good question. So just a brief update on the 5K gift. I have bought the laser engraver for it. I believe I got to see. I don't know if it's loud or not. If it's not loud, I may actually have the laser engraver set up right back here to work on the gifts as they get going. But otherwise, I also have to check on like if there's ventilation issues. I don't know if there is with laser engraving or not. But I do have it to start working on it. But it's a slow process. But I want to do it right. We will have it done as soon as we can. But these are super tips, just so you know. You can participate as well. You can use various voices to say various things and play around with them. Have some fun.
In hindsight, it probably wasn't smart to go on a YouTube media tour claiming I was only an observer and holier than thou, and slander the guy who had video of me sucking has come out of my ex-wife's puss. Well, as long as people will be talking about me, then I guess it's just another win for the toe.
I don't know if there's any video of that. Oh my God, that would be horrible. Who would want to watch that?
Then we get a third day with Skinwalker on the stand. Your Honor, my eyes are bleeding while Krusty is seething.
Someone take this witness to a buffet. I would gladly put her on my Golden Corral tab, although I am afraid the gravity I emit would hurt her bony body.
Your Honor, do not let that black hole for food get near the witness. I would be a felony for her to get crushed by his gravity.
Golden Corral tab has to be measured with calculus. Like, Jesus. It's not really like what he owes. It's the change in owing over time.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you were also asked the same series of questions about, or a series of questions about the same events concerning that 453 phone call and the calls that you made shortly thereafter, correct?
Yes.
And in that testimony, you also, consistent with what you said to Trooper Prince, said, I spoke with Karen Reed on Kaylee's phone. I then spoke with Julie Albert, or I called Julie Albert, and then I called Tom Beatty, correct?
I object.
That objection sustained.
What did you tell the grand jurors about who you called or who you attempted to communicate with in those first few minutes after that 4:53 a.m. call?
I don't know exactly what I said on that day, but I know who I spoke to.
You said on that day, you spoke to Karen Reed, correct?
On which day? What are we talking
The
about?
day of the grand jury.
Okay.
That would be April 26, 2022.
I don't have the paper in front of me, so I don't know my exact words.
Well, I'm not asking you for your exact words, but did you tell them, as you sit here, do you remember telling the grand jurors under questioning by the Commonwealth that you spoke with Karen Reed?
I spoke with Karen Reed that morning. Again, I've been at many grand juries and different things. So to remember specifically, I don't remember specific questions and specific answers. But yes, Karen Reed did call me that morning on Kaylee's phone.
My question is, what did you say to the grand jurors? And you're saying you don't remember?
What question are you asking me?
Whom did you attempt to communicate with in those first few minutes after you first received the phone call on Kaylee's phone?
If you're asking me now, I can answer you. I don't remember this. I'm sorry. I don't remember the specifics. If you want to show me and then I can review it. I know the answer to the question. I'm just not sure of my exact words on that day.
I didn't ask you what your exact words were. I'm asking you about your memory. You're testifying based on your memory, Ms. McCabe, are you not?
All right, go ahead and answer that question. Are you answering these questions based on your memory, Ms. McCabe?
So I'm answering questions based on my memory of what happened on the 28th and the 29th. I've testified multiple times. I've been interviewed by multiple police officers. So to pinpoint one conversation is a bit of a challenge for me. But what I can tell you is what I remember from that day, which was, I'm sure, very similar to however I answered, because it's the same.
Like it or not, I mean, that's a good answer.
Tell Mr. Brennan when page read.
Sure. 188, 189.
Thank you.
I didn't get an answer to that question, Ms. McCabe. Would it refresh? I just have to do this for the record. Would it refresh your recollection? Look at your transcript.
I'll look at it. Yes.
Will you look about it and think about what you did?
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Did that refresh your recollection about what you told the grand jurors in terms of whom you communicated with or attempted to communicate with that morning?
Yes.
What did you tell the grand jurors?
I told them that I communicated with Miss Reed and that I called Julie Albert.
And Tom Beatty.
Oh, and Tom Beatty. I'm sorry.
Right. So in both of those statements, to Trooper Prince when you were asked about your communications, and at the grand jury, by the way, at the grand jury, when you were asked who you communicated that morning, who you communicated with that morning, you didn't need to see a report, did you? You didn't ask to see a report like you're doing here.
Well, I'm asking because you're asking specific questions about what I said on a specific day. And depending on who's asking the question, they ask questions in a different manner. So the answer is always going to be the same. If you ask me who I spoke to, I'm always going to tell you I spoke to Miss Reed and Julie. I called Julie Albert and I called Tom Beatty. The answer is always the same, but the way the question asked and maybe some of the words that I use may be different. And I don't remember on specific days. I've been questioned many times, but the answers are always going to be the same. The wording may be different.
You done? Finished? Is that answer?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm going to allow that, but let's move on.
I'm trying, all right. When the Commonwealth asked questions about who you contacted that morning at the grand jury, you didn't need to have your recollection refreshed with anything. You said, I talked to Karen Reed, I called Julie Albert, I called Tom Beatty.
Correct.
And that's exactly what you told Trooper Prince as well. Karen Reed, Julie Albert, Tom Beatty. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
But you did make another phone call that morning that you left out of both of those statements, didn't you?
I'm not sure.
At 5:07 a.m., you called over to 34 Fairview, didn't you?
If it's in my phone record, then I must have.
It's in your phone records that you're aware of. Well, let me ask it a different way. You're aware that your phone records actually show that at 5:07, you called the 34 Fairview Nicole Albert's phone, correct?
Correct.
It shows also that that call lasted 38 seconds, correct?
I'm not sure what it shows.
You actually
don't know.
spoke to your sister, Nicole, that morning?
I did not speak to my sister, no.
So that 38-second call went to voicemail?
I'm not sure. All I can tell you is I never spoke to my sister Nicole that morning prior to waking her up.
But you do acknowledge that you made a phone call at 5:07 to Julie Albert. I'm sorry, to Nicole Albert, your sister, over at 34 Fairview in those early morning hours, correct?
Yes, I learned after. When I'm first being questioned, it's days after. It was a chaotic morning. I remembered the waterfall, Julie, then Tom Beatty. Calling to my sister wasn't as important ingrained in my mind at that point. No.
And then you testified at a grand jury, not hours or days later. You testified at a grand jury months later, correct?
Correct.
And at that grand jury, you also left out the fact that you contacted your sister, correct?
There's nothing nefarious. I remembered who I called. I didn't go back and look at phone records.
You don't want to be on the stand saying there's
Why would you use
nothing nefarious. I didn't say
Because
that.
there's nothing about
Why would you bring
calling
that
my
up?
sister that is nefarious, and I feel like you're
Oops.
insinuating it might be, and it's not.
Did you use that word because it sounds nefarious?
I just use the word because I think that's how you're trying to portray something that is nothing.
Or did you use that word because you think that's how it's coming across? That's nefarious.
No.
Without contacting 34 Fairview.
No, not at all.
That was really dumb of her to do.
Later that morning of January 29th. But by the way, you do acknowledge that your phone records show that you called at 5:07 a.m. to your sister's cell phone, correct?
I don't have them in front of me, but I believe that is correct. Yeah.
Okay. Were you calling your sister's phone to alert her of something? Is that why you called?
No.
Later that morning on January 29th, after those initial phone calls and after the scene had been cleared, at about 11:30 in the morning, you did have a formal interview with Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, did you not?
I did, yes.
Day before yesterday, you testified that Karen Reed, actually I think it may have been Tuesday, you testified on direct examination that Karen Reed just showed up at your house screaming, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you told Michael Proctor in that 11:30 a.m. or thereabouts, that interview that morning, that on January 29th, when Karen was on the phone with you, you told her to come to your house. Isn't that true?
No, I never told her to come to my house.
She told you she wanted to go search for John, and instead of saying, I'll come meet you or I'll go wherever you want to go, you told her, no, come to my house and pick me up and we'll go together. Correct?
No, that's incorrect.
Do you remember talking to Trooper Proctor on that day?
I do, yes.
Do you remember exactly what you told him concerning the plan to either come to your house or go search for John?
There was never a plan for Karen to come
Do
to my
you
house.
remember exactly what you told him with that regard on that issue?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a police report that he drafted on that issue?
Well, those are his words or summary.
That's not my question. I know these are his words. He wrote it.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, would it refresh your recollection about what you told him to take a look at his report?
I know what happened and I know what I told him. I don't know what's written in that report.
Yes or no?
I don't need to see the report now.
Because it would not refresh your recollection to see a report where he indicated that you told him that you directed Miss Reed to come to your house.
I object.
The objection is sustained. I'm going to strike that.
You also told,
Okay.
We're going to have this the whole time. This cross exam is expected to take an hour and a half to 2 hours. Jackson said that yesterday, that this would carry them into the morning break, or not yesterday, on Wednesday. So carry them into the morning break. So it'd be an hour and a half to 2 hours. And then Brennan says not more than 20 minutes, Your Honor. But basically, Jackson has, he hasn't actually, but effectively limited the amount of time that he's going to have to cross-examine this witness. And then the judge is going to get tired of it. Brennan is going to fill time with these sidebars. I want to be heard, Your Honor. I want to be heard.
May I?
Sure.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, during that same interview, you also told Trooper Proctor that while driving back to One Meadows after you had been picked up by Karen at your house, while driving back toward One Meadows, that's actually when Miss Reed told you she had broken her taillight, correct?
Miss Reed told me in the morning at my house.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to now.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm asking is, what did you tell Michael Proctor on January 29th? It's freshest in your mind.
That she had told me she had a cracked taillight when she called me.
You didn't tell him that she indicated she noticed her taillight had been damaged on the drive back to One Meadows after she got to your house?
She mentioned it then as well, but she also had told me when she was on the phone, that's why my husband yelled out that we shouldn't be driving with a cracked taillight.
But in fact, you did not tell Trooper Proctor that story. What you told him was she told you on the drive back to One Meadows after having picked you up, correct?
I told him she told me in the morning and on the drive back.
So if he didn't write that in his report, it's obviously incorrect. Objection.
Sustained.
Of course, that drive back to One Meadows would have been 5:30-ish or so, maybe even a little later, 5:35.
Approximately, yeah, I'm not sure.
Well after she backed out of the driveway and struck another vehicle at One Meadows, correct?
Do you know that?
No, I have no idea.
All right, next question.
Speaking of Trooper Proctor, when you first interviewed with him on that during that
Why
same
is the
interview
judge
on
helping
January
out with
29th,
these things?
you noticed that he was taking notes, obviously.
Yes, he was.
You told
Do
him
you
about
know
your
that?
observations of the taillight that day. Is that right?
I'd have to see the report, but I believe I told him about it, yes.
And that was literally the same day that you made the observations. Is that right?
Yes, it was.
He asked you to describe specifically what the taillight looked like.
Mm-hmm.
And you did so, correct?
Could I see the report?
All I'm asking right now, I've got the report.
Okay.
If you need it, I'll give it to you. I'm asking about your memory, Ms. McCabe. Did you tell him about what the taillight looked like?
If he asked me what the taillight looked like, then I would have told him what it looked like, yes.
And what you told Trooper Proctor on that day is that you, quote, saw a crack in it. Is that right?
I believe I said it was broken and cracked and it was missing pieces.
Isn't it true that what you actually said is we got out at John's house and looked at the taillight, back right taillight, saw a crack in it, correct?
I said that I saw it and it was cracked and it was missing pieces.
You noted that he was taking notes, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever seen those notes?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection as to what you actually told him in terms of that description to take a look at his notes?
So ask it differently. That's sustained.
Sure. Do you remember exactly the words you used in describing that taillight to Trooper Proctor as you sit here today?
Again, the taillight was cracked and missing pieces.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to today,
Mhm.
Ms. McCabe. We're all aware of that. You've said it 4 or 5 times now. What I'm asking you is, what did you tell Trooper Proctor on January 29th? That's my question. Do you remember the exact words you used to him on the 29th?
I believe I said it was cracked and missing pieces.
Do you know that, or are you guessing?
I'm not guessing.
Okay. Do you remember that specifically?
I remember describing it as cracked and missing pieces.
Do you remember saying it had a crack, or she saw a crack in it?
I do not remember saying that, no.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes?
Those are his notes.
Ms. McCabe, we can do this all day. Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes? If it wouldn't, just tell us.
No, it wouldn't.
Okay.
There you go. Vitamin D is my friend. Yeah. It's summer's
As
coming.
you sit here today, are you telling this jury that you deny saying to Trooper Proctor, you saw a crack in it? Are you denying that statement?
I'm not denying it.
So you could have told him that.
He asked me multiple times different questions. I spoke to him at my house, and then he had called me. So maybe one time I said it had a crack in it, and another time I said it was broken and missing pieces.
So it's very possible that that's how you described it on the 29th, Ms. McCabe. It had a crack in it, right?
And missing pieces.
I'm not asking you to finish my sentence. I'm asking you, is it possible that's what you told him that day? It had a crack in it. Yes or no?
Yes, that was
Okay,
one
thank
way.
you.
Mhm.
In the days following January 29th, in the events of January 29th, 2022, were you and your family coordinating your versions of the events that occurred on that morning?
No,
Were you and your family coordinating some sort of damage control in terms of the language that your family would use to the public, to the press, to law enforcement?
no,
Did you and your family use a group chat? You and part of your family use a group chat to text each other to coordinate your communications with either the press or the public or law enforcement or family or friends?
I have multiple group chats with family and friends.
You had a very specific group chat that included yourself, Nicole, your sister,
Mhm.
Brian Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, if I may.
Okay.
I have a 2-page document that I'd like to have marked right at the station. Asked to approach.
Thank you.
Did you show Mr. Brennan what it was?
Mr. Brennan, I failed to show you.
It's okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Can you tell me if you recognize what's depicted or what's contained on that 2-page document?
Yes.
Don't read it at this point. Just tell me, what is that? What are we looking at?
This is a, looks like a group chat with me and my sister, Nicole. Oh, no, just actually conversations with just myself and my sister, Nicole.
May I approach?
Yes.
Oh, sure.
The case for identification.
Oh boy. I don't. Stop
Did you
licking.
happen to catch the date?
When she
of the
licks the
discharge?
corners of her mouth, her
I-
tongue goes to a different zip
It's
code.
okay. I didn't know.
May I approach?
So she has one of you.
I'll just leave that one. I've got an extra copy for myself. I'll leave that one.
Thank you.
Do you note the date of that series of chats?
Yes, it says 12922.
Okay. Is that a chat just between yourself and yourself and Nicole, or is that include others as well?
I think it's just myself and Nicole.
There was another series of chats, we'll get to that in a second, that does include Nicole, Brian, Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
On this particular set of texts, do you see the first text starting in the green box? That is a text from you to, it says Coco, correct?
Yes, that's my sister Nicole.
Okay. And you recognize this text?
I do, yes.
And you recognize the texts following in the following bubbles?
Yes.
I would ask that this be marked moved into evidence.
Is there any objection?
I could review it briefly.
Sure. Why don't I see you at sidebar for a minute about this?
Back to the sidebar. Rock the sidebar.
Oink, oink, oink. I'm trying to call big old dorky porky Kurt. Oink, oink, oink. I want him to squeal for me.
Dorky Porky. Come on. You can't take a yelling black guy and add a rhyme and have it not be funny. It's God made it that way. There's no way around it. Yelling black guy and a rhyme and it's funny. It's racist. I don't care. Oh my gosh, Vanilla Isis, welcome to Paralegal Status. Blue Varo, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. I really appreciate that. Charles Vance sent in a super chat, says, I think what's landing with the jury, what do you think that based on, is how contrived and carefully clever she is at avoiding being pinned down by her previous testimony. Oh, careful what webs we weave. Right, Hank, I keep mixing up the names. Alan Jackson has a task, right? And it's to show that she has this previous testimony with inconsistent answers and she's being deceptive. But the jury doesn't know those answers. So he has to elicit the prior testimony from her. And she knows that a really good defense is, well, I don't remember. I don't remember, but I know what she said now. Now I remember, but I don't remember what I remembered before. And it's it's a hard defense to get around unless you just hammer them with the transcript, which is boring. It is obscenely boring. And the jury doesn't know what's in the transcript. They're just sitting there going, oh, she's reading from her own life story again. And that's a frustrating place to be, but it's got to be done. And he said it. Attorneys have these little cues and little clues that they'll give you into what's going on. It's like, I've got to have this for the record. I have to do it this way. I'm sorry. He knows, like, he cannot come across as bullying Jen McCabe. So he's got to let the jury know that the record requires me to ask questions in this way. I have to get this stuff in there. And I'm sorry that it's tedious. Like, that's his little nod to the jury. It's just not even to Jen McCabe. Like, this isn't personal. I mean, it might be personal, but this part isn't personal. So I do think, the more time that he spends just showing her being evasive, showing her say, I don't remember on these statements that are important, and then suddenly remembering with perfect clarity any other statement that's asked about. I do think that that's good for the jury to see, because they're not going to remember all of these questions. I don't remember most of the questions that have been asked. I'm not writing them down or anything like that. The jury may be taking notes. They may not, but they're not going to remember this when they go to deliberate in 4 or 5 weeks, when they go to determine whether she's guilty or not. They're not going to remember each of these questions and the content of them. What they are going to remember is their overall sense of whether or not that person can be trusted. And then they're going to get to the main things. He's covered a lot of the main things already. Did she say, I hit him, or I could have hit him? Maybe I hit him. Did I hit him? Those are different. Those are obviously different statements. So they're going to get back to that. And that's what the state's going to hone in on, is that phrase. They've already told us this in the opening. Oh my gosh. Stop yawning. Good Lord. They've already told us this in opening, that is a key part of their case. And so, take them at their word sometimes. We know that that's going to come back around. So what they want is the jury to have an impression when he goes, when Hank Brennan is up there delivering closing, he goes, you heard Jen McCabe say, the defendant said, I hit him. And we know that if she said that she did. Right? You're going to hear that type of argument come out at close. And so what they want is when he calls back to Jen McCabe, they remember that Skeletor is a liar and they can't trust what she says. That's the goal of the defense here. There's no umpire to call balls and strikes in a jury trial. There are rules as to how you do this, but there isn't a rule on how you score points. No one knows who's winning or losing throughout the game, so to speak. It's not a game, it's someone's life. It's a very, very important thing to them, right? I don't think Karen Reed thinks it's a game, but it gets kind of compared to a back and forth or a sporting thing with, he did this, she did that. Those points are never tallied. You only find out if you win or lose at the end. That's it. Some irrational group of people is keeping score in their individual heads and will argue about it later in private. And that's the weirdest way to score anything, but that's how we do it. I love it. Madison Weaver says, oh my, can't get a single straight answer. Why is she being so evasive? I think she knows a lot more. Yes and no, but just to run a little apologetics for the state here and the state witnesses. It's been a while, man. And they've been through a lot. They've been, they've talked to each other a ton, I think both nefariously and non-nefariously. They went through a trial. They may have reviewed that trial that was publicly broadcast. At the time, a witness can't hear the other witnesses testify, but they can go back and see the testimony from the prior trial. They could read transcripts. They've talked to all kinds of attorneys. They've been given a lot of opinions. And they've done, they've been interviewed by by all these different investigators. I'm not even talking about doing media interviews. I'm talking about, police, the defense attorneys, state attorneys. They've been asked these questions. They've gone before grand juries. They've gone before a real jury. They've done this stuff a bunch of times. They've been to motion hearings. They've been called in for. And they have to give these answers over and over and over. It does get overwhelming. It does get confusing. And they do aggregate knowledge that they weren't personally aware of at the time of the event. And how do you segregate that out in your brain? Like, don't get me wrong. I think the defense is doing a great job of showing that there's a level of collusion amongst the state witnesses that is suspicious and raises doubt. But at the same time, there is an explanation for how they act and how their memories are. And it'd be impossible if you or I were in the same situation to segregate out exactly where we heard something and said something at any given time when it's this much over 3 years now. They've been investigating and doing all this stuff. So, I don't know. That's my pontificating on it. Scott Christie Jones, do you know how jury selection went as such? No, I didn't watch jury selection at all. We coming back. And yes, we do have super tips queued up as well. They will be the super tips. I always want to make sure I can play them before the court audio comes
the
on.
objection is noted and overruled. So, Mr. Jackson, you can put that K for identification is now an
put that in your pee hole.
Yes.
Ow. So the objection, of course, came from Brennan, was overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before I proceed.
So, jurors, before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, and you heard Trooper Garino read a lot of text messages the other day. I didn't interrupt him. I probably should have. But
probably should have.
Before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who either authored or created or transmitted the communication was in fact the person alleged. So here we have communications between, allegedly between Ms. McCabe and her sister. Before you can consider them, you must find that it's more likely than not that they
were the people who sent and received those. If you do not find it's more likely true than not that the person alleged to have created or sent them, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding your case. Now, when you read or hear about these text messages, you may not consider the statements for their truth, but you may consider them solely for the limited purpose of understanding the state of mind of here, Ms. McCabe, when she
This is
sent
a
those messages.
hearsay objection
All
to
right.
all of
So
the
now
messages that are coming
That's
in.
what I needed to do. Mr. Jackson, your turn.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, I would ask that the January 29th text be published.
Yes.
This is why getting around hearsay is doable if you really want to.
Margaret, the witness might need that exhibit.
Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve the exhibit?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I was just going to say, could you please enlarge that?
Any way to make that bigger?
I'm emailing Bev
We'll
some
take one bubble
Adderall.
at a time.
Ms.
But she
McCabe, do
stays
you need
awake.
lights on or are you okay?
Oh, I'm okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Let me see. I'll move me.
Does this appear to be a representative copy of what you're looking at? It's just been marked for evidence.
Yes, it does.
Starting at that top text, which is the green bubble here. Can you see at the very top where it says from, there's a redaction?
Yes.
The last 4 digits of that phone number, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is
Do
that
you
your
see
phone
my
number?
redaction?
Do you see just beneath it, it says 2 and there's a line that says Coco?
Yes.
Is that your sister?
Yes, it
That's
is.
Nicole.
Yes.
And if you look down on the bottom right corner of this exhibit, do you see a time and date stamp?
Yes, I do.
What is that time and date?
It's 1:29:22 at 7:54.
Is that 7:54 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Can you read for the jurors what you texted to your sister at 7:54?
Sure. Carrie talked to the cops and kept it simple.
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
And this is a text that you sent about Miss Roberts's interview with the police.
Yes, it is.
If Mr. Woke, can we pull up the next text, please? Do you see the response in the blue bubble?
Yes, I do.
Who's responding to whom?
I'm responding to my sister, Nicole.
Can you please tell us the time? And we know it's the same date. What
Yes.
time is that?
That would be 7:50. I'm sorry, 7:56 or 58. Sorry, I'm not sure if that's an 8 or a 6.
I may have misheard you. The blue bubble is from whom?
It's from my sister, Nicole,
To whom?
to me.
Okay, I may have misheard you. I thought you said the reverse. I want to make sure we're very clear. The
I'm
blue
sorry.
bubble is from Nicole.
Sure.
The green bubbles are from you.
Yes, correct.
Got it. And this text says, I'm sorry, read that for me one more time.
Sure. Okay. Try and get some sleep. Talk tomorrow.
Next text, please. What's the time of this text?
7:57.
This is from you to Coco, to Nicole.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Any update?
What did you mean by any update?
I meant had she heard anything or learned anything new?
Next text, please. Do you see a response from your sister to you?
Yes.
What does that say?
We'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it.
Next text, please. Is this a text from you to your sister, Nicole?
Yes, it is.
What does that say?
Right.
Next text, please. What is the date and time of this text?
It is 1:29 and 2022 at 8:01 p.m.
And this is in response to the text that you just read from you to your sister. And this is now a text from your sister back to you, correct?
Correct.
What does this text say?
Okay, text me in AM, or if you hear anything later.
Thank you. We can bring the lights up for just a moment. One of the texts, the third from the bottom text on the second page, in other words, the top text on the page, was from your sister to you. We'll get more info, TOMM, correct?
Yes.
Don't want to text about it, correct?
Yes.
TOMM means tomorrow.
Yes.
This was January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Tomorrow would have been January 30th,
Yes.
2022. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm holding another document. This is a multi-page document.
He's very talented. He can hold
8
multi-page
pages
documents.
Total length. There's a base page on the bottom, 02148. Thank you. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you please take a look at that document, flip through it, and let me know when you're finished?
This is the document we discussed at sidebar.
It is, Your Honor.
Someone just tweeted out the link, says I sour it. Why does she add R's to all these words? They just have an overabundance of R's in the Massachusetts area. Got all these extra I's. Got all these extra I's lying around. We can spell. We can supplant AAH with the Oz. They got to put him somewhere else. Oh my goodness. Ugh. My back feels better by the end of the show than at the beginning. This is a nice thing about having a really nice chair, but gotta figure out like why I'm sleeping poorly. But where's my lumbar support? Give me the lumbar. She is a very red complexion. Like I'm confused by it. Now look, I look like a pale ass ghost right now, and that's just because I am. But she is.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. May I stand at the witness stand for just a second?
Okay, you don't have a separate copy for Ms.
I-
McCabe?
I do. I'm going to hand you this one and ask that this be marked. Just a couple of foundational questions. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what was depicted in these documents?
Yes.
Does this appear to be a group chat between and among yourself, Nicole Albert, Chris Albert, and Matt McCabe?
I don't believe Chris Albert's on that.
I'm sorry, my mistake. Brian Albert.
Yeah. Brian.
3 dots, I believe it.
Yes.
Okay.
I've slept on the floor before.
Chat that was engaged between and among y'all. on
Usually
February
voluntarily.
1st, starting, I'm going to try to bookend it, starting
Okay.
at about noon, ending at about 5 or 5:30 that evening.
I didn't look, but I'll take your word for it.
If you just look at the first one or two.
Oh, yeah.
Ignore
February
the top one.
1st,
The
yeah.
top one has
Mhm.
nothing to do with this.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the last one, same date, around 5:30.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be marked
Say, for identification or in evidence?
into evidence.
Same objection, Mr. Brown?
Please.
Yes, that can come in. 48.
Good night.
And jurors, the same instruction regarding the electronic communications and the same instruction regarding this is not to be used for the truth of what's in there, but simply as opposed to Ms. McCabe's statement.
With the court's permission to publish, please.
Yes.
If we start at the second text down. Ms. Wool, can you make that a little bigger? I apologize. Thank you. Do you recognize what's depicted both on the screen and in your hand?
Yes.
Does it appear to be the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. Taking a look at that first text, who is that from and who is it to?
Okay. All right. It's from Brian Albert, and it's to myself, my sister Nicole, and Matt McCabe, my husband.
If you can orient us, please, and I won't do this with every single text, but orient us for the first text. What date and time is this text?
This is February 1st at 12:50.
So this is about 3 days after the event in question.
Yes.
12:50 noon.
Noon, yes.
Just before 1 p.m.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Julie said Channel 4 is in D&E.
And that's from whom?
Brian.
So Brian Albert explain what that text means.
So Brian Albert is telling us that Julie told him Channel 4 is in D&E.
Who's Julie?
I'm sorry, Julie Albert.
Thank you. Let's go to the next text. Is this in response to the text that you just read?
Yes.
The prior text mentioned Channel 4 and D&E. What is D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that is owned by Chris Albert.
Is that in Canton?
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's in Canton.
On the main
D&E,
street of
isn't it an
Canton?
abortion
Yes.
procedure?
Directly next door to what?
Ooh.
Waterfall.
Across the street from
Oh,
Waterfall.
sorry. CF McCarthy's. Yeah.
Thank you. Across the street from
Not how I
Waterfall,
would
directly
name my
adjoining-
sandwich shop.
They have an adjoining wall to CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
And D, is it D and E or D in E?
D and E.
D and E. Okay,
Yeah.
that's just the name
Yeah.
of the pizza.
Oh, don't eat the
Thank you
pizza.
for that context. Ms. McCabe,
You don't want to know where
can you
the
read what this text says? Who
tomato
it's from?
sauce comes
and who
from.
it's to?
Ew.
This is from Matt McCabe to myself, my sister Nicole, and Brian.
Can you read it for us, please?
Sure. Eating, I assume. Ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went into the house.
What does tell them the guy never went into the house mean to you? How did you take
Toodly
that?
pip. It's dilation and evacuation at
I took
D&E.
that as John never came in the house.
Who's the guy?
John.
John O'Keefe.
Yes.
And the beginning of that sentence is tell them that the guy never came in the house, correct?
Yes.
And the sentence before that is ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yes.
So this is Matt McCabe directing that Chris ask questions of Channel 4, correct?
I wouldn't say directing.
Whatever word you want to use. He was
No, I'm
I
saying
mean-
that Matt.
suggesting.
He's helping you
I
out.
think we're all looking to find out what happened. So Matt was like, ask some questions. What do they know?
And also indicating that Chris should tell them the guy never came in the house, correct?
John never came in the house, correct?
Okay.
Why did he write
Next
the
text,
guy? Tell him that my guy didn't do it.
Can you orient us? Who is this text from and who is it to?
Okay. This text
Jenny LJ, good day to you.
is from
My pleasure to be
Brian
here.
to myself, to Nicole, and to Matt.
Brian who?
Sorry, Brian Albert.
And this is in response to the text above that you just read, correct?
Yes.
Where Matt McCabe said, tell Chris to find out, get an update or something, and tell him that the guy never came in the house. This is
Yes.
in response to that text.
Yes.
And what does Brian Albert respond?
Exactly.
One word, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. This is a green box, so I presume this is you.
Yes, it is.
And this is to whom?
To Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
And what does your text read?
It means, oh my God.
It's ONG, but it
Yeah.
meant to be OMG, correct?
Yes. Yeah. I do a lot of errors.
Which stands for oh my God.
Yes.
Next text, please.
Oh my God.
Who is this from and who's it to?
So this is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does that text read?
It says, I assume it's just to eat, but Brian, if she is there, ask her what the deal is.
Next text, please. Before I ask you about this text, the last text, that was from whom? One more time.
My sister Nicole.
It was from your sister Nicole,
Yes.
and she mentions a she, pronoun she.
Yes.
Is that referring to Julie Albert?
To be honest, I don't know who she's referring to.
Well, remember the first text started, or did the first text start with someone reporting that Julie said that Channel 4 was in D&E?
Yes, it did.
So would that prior text mean get Julie Albert to get some updates on what's going on? Let's go back to that last text one more time.
Yeah,
You see where it reads, if she's there? Does that mean if Julie is at D&E, hence she just reported that Channel 4 is there?
I'm truly not sure
Did you see her get ready
who
to
she's
answer?
referring to as the she.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to the next text, please. Mr. Wilk, I think you missed one. The one above it. Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from myself, and it is to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does this read?
This says to ask if we heard if she is in a mental hospital.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
What's the time on this text?
2:55.
And what does it read?
Carrie is here going over timeline.
Who's the Carrie referring to?
Carrie Roberts.
What is here?
I would assume here would mean my house.
Next text, please.
Just going over the timeline.
Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Brian to me, to Nicole, to Matt.
There's no way to
And
make
what
this
does this text read?
line of text look
I
good.
did hear that.
Next text, please. Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
And we handed the phone to Carrie,
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
What phone are you referring to?
Mine.
Who was
You
on
sure?
the other end of that phone?
On February 1st, I believe it could have been Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
She is telling him everything.
Everything is in all caps with an exclamation point, correct?
Yes, it is.
What's the timestamp on this, Ms. McCabe?
2:55.
Who's the him that you're referring to in this text?
I believe it was Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What's the timestamp on this text?
2:55.
Same minute that you sent the last text?
Yes.
She's telling him everything?
Yes.
And then you follow up with what?
All the stuff.
Next text, please. Who's this responsive text from?
This is from Matt to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
And what's the timestamp on this?
4:35.
What does this read?
Yep. If she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode.
An episode is something.
I'm assuming that would be Miss Reed.
Next text, please.
Just plea out.
Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Nicole to me, to Matt, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
She liked the text above.
The previous text?
Yes.
Meaning like a thumbs up or a like?
Yeah, it just says liked. So
The one that reads, yeah, if she pleads, it will end.
Mhm.
If she fights, it will be an episode.
Yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt. Oh, sorry. To me, to Nicole, and to Brian.
Benjamin
And what does
Lewis.
this read?
She's a witness for the state. She's
Brian,
never
sitting
committing perjury.
separate.
Is that a period or a comma? I honestly can't see. Is that a period or a comma between Brian and sitting? Or can you tell?
I can't tell if it is or it's just like the way it printed out. I'm not sure.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
Brian, to me, Nicole, and Matt.
What's the timestamp on this?
That is 4:55.
And what does that text read?
Okay.
And the next text. This is another green bubble. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is me, Matt, me, Nicole, Matt, and Brian.
And what did you say? What did you write in this text?
I wrote you listening.
And what's the timestamp on this?
That is 5:15.
I'm sorry, it would be what time?
Oh, I'm sorry, 5:15.
And in fact, at 5:15, Ms. Roberts was in your house being personally interviewed by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
They were there. I'm not sure if this is the exact time, but yes, they did come over.
Just to be clear and to orient us, there was a phone conversation that you were privy to between Carrie Roberts and Michael Proctor telephonically. Correct?
She was
Earlier in the day.
yeah, earlier in the day he had called me and then Carrie had asked to speak with him.
And that's the handed with the phone.
Yes.
And later, a couple of hours later, 5-ish or so, she was still at your house. Michael Proctor came over and interviewed her at your home.
No,
I'm sorry, not Michael
sorry.
Proctor, Massachusetts State Police.
Came over and spoke to myself, her, and Matt.
And you wrote you listening to the group, correct?
Yes.
Who was that specifically directed to?
I honestly don't know.
Was there anybody else in the house during her interview other than you and the troopers?
My husband, Matt, my daughter, her friend, my other daughter.
So of the people on this text chain, the only person that would have been in the house that could have conceivably, quote unquote, listened would be Matt. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
It's from me to Matt, Nicole, and Brian.
And what does it read?
Cops here again.
You were reporting to the others on this text stream that the police had arrived at your house. They were in your house with you and Carrie that you just described, correct?
Yes, I was just telling them that they were here again.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister, Nicole, to myself, Brian, and Matt. And Nicole says, call us after.
And what time was this?
This was
These are-
5:23.
Did you take this to mean that she wanted you to call the group after Carrie Roberts' interview and update them about that interview?
I
mean,
took it
yes.
as that she just wanted, to call and see what the cops said and if there was any update, any information.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt, and it's to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
What time is this?
This is at 5:31.
And at 5:31, what does Mr. McCabe write to the group?
This girl could write a book nonstop.
Was that in reference to Carrie Roberts having her interview with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, it was.
And this girl is Carrie, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, Brian, and Matt.
What time is this text?
5:32.
And what do you write to the group?
I love it.
And this is in direct response to Matt McCabe's, your husband's text about Carrie Roberts could write a book, correct?
Yes.
Suggesting that both you and Mr. McCabe were listening to her interview, correct?
We could hear different parts of it, correct?
Next text,
Oh,
please.
weird. B. Jefferson, I don't need to. I have a
And
weed
who is this from? And who's
card.
it
I
to?
don't.
This is from me
Use
to
it
Nicole,
much.
to Brian, to Matt.
What do you write?
I
in this
wrote,
text?
she is telling them everything.
Similar to the text that we earlier saw that was in all caps when you indicated she's telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
On the phone. That was in reference to what she was saying on the phone.
Yes.
This is in reference to the live interview, correct?
Yes.
Also indicating that you were listening to and were privy to the content of her conversation with the police.
I could hear bits and pieces of it, yes.
Enough to say that she's telling them everything.
Hey, I don't need a drug test today. It's nice.
When I used the word everything,
I
I meant
meant
it in the,
not everything.
not only was she telling them what had happened, but she was also telling them opinions and
Spilling the
different things.
beans.
Okay. So you could hear it that much.
I could hear her saying some opinions.
Okay. Next text, please.
She's telling them everything. I could hear some
Who's
opinions.
this from and who's
I
it
don't-
to?
This is
Are you
from
prone
my
to
sister Nicole,
hyperbole?
to myself, to Matt, to Brian.
And this is in response to she is telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
And the text reads what?
Good.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt to myself, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does it read?
He says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
You mean Matt says,
Oh, sorry. Matt says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
indicating that he was still in the house and still privy to the conversation between Carrie Roberts and the Massachusetts State Police.
He was waiting for them to talk, but Carrie kept was, as he said, she could write a book. So he felt he was going to miss the game because she just kept talking.
Next text, please.
Yeah, all the witnesses sitting
That
around
may be the end of it.
able to
Yeah, it
hear
is.
the other
That's
interviews.
the last text on the
Not
list.
great.
Yes, it is.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Not good investigation.
Do you want both of them? Okay.
Jenny LJ says, good day, everyone. Thanks for live streaming, Nick. Hey, thanks for being here.
Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
these text messages were on a private chat, both the one between you and your sister, as well as the group chat, correct? Those are private chats, not open to the public.
Correct.
You never intended, obviously, for any of those texts to become public, correct?
I handed my phone over, so I knew all my texts would be seen.
When you were writing the text, when the group was chatting back and forth or texting back and forth, those were intended to be private texts between and among just the people on the text string, correct?
I just was texting my family. I wasn't thinking any more of who was going to see it.
You certainly did not expect when you were writing those texts that the defense, Ms. Karen Reed's representatives would ever get a hold of those texts. That was not in your mind, correct?
Would never have been in my mind, no.
That is a textbook example, what we've just seen, of witnesses colluding with one another about a subject matter that's under investigation, correct?
All right, jurors, disregard that comment, completely disregard that question.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Uh-oh. All right, we got some of these chats here. These is the super tip system. You can check it out. You don't like, you can just go to it by clicking on the link and play around with some of the voices a little bit and hear what they sound like without having to pay anything. And then if you decide you want to send a chat, you certainly can.
Did that fat pudgy fucker really ask young girls in his state to come eat pizza casserole? Ain't no damn way a girl in any state would want Tubby Wumpkins on top her. Chubba lump, chubba lump.
Tubby Watkins. I'm telling you. Oh my gosh. The Ronnie O'Neill voice is going to get, like, it's got to be the winner.
Your Honor, I don't want no sidebar. I want to ask this dumb bitch why she be lying on my client. Now shut your bitch ass up. Also, Kurt has a micro penis.
it's I can't not laugh.
May I, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. In the text that we just saw, you were colluding with other witnesses, percipient witnesses in this case.
Yes.
Through those text messages, were you not?
I was not.
You weren't. I mean, you were.
Your statements to the police based on what you overheard and what you heard during Kerry Roberts' interview with the Massachusetts State Police, weren't you?
No, I was not.
You were reporting back to other percipient witnesses what you heard and saw during other witnesses' statements to the police, to wit, Kerry Roberts, correct?
I was telling them Kerry was speaking with the police.
And you told them she's telling them, quote, everything, correct?
Yes, I told them some of the opinions that she stated.
And when Mr. McCabe said she could write a book, she's going on, in other words, she's going on and on, your statement was, I love it, correct?
Yes.
And you reported that back to other witnesses who were not privy to Ms. Roberts's statements to the police, correct?
To my sister and to my brother-in-law, yes.
And then your sister asked for updates when Kerry Roberts was done, correct?
I don't know if it was in regard to updates when she was done or updates like, did they tell us anything? Is there anything new? We were still all trying to figure out what had happened.
The four of you were discussing the facts surrounding this case, not only with each other, but discussing interviews, formal police interviews that you heard or overheard with another witness, weren't you?
I told them some of the things that Kerry Roberts said, yes.
And you were happy about what she said after you had created this timeline with her, correct?
The timeline had nothing to do with it.
But it was certainly chronologically. Her interview with the police was after this timeline had already been created between you and Kerry Roberts.
Yes, we both put down what had happened so we would remember.
And then once she was interviewed, you were responding to the rest of the group. She's telling them everything, meaning everything we just crafted in this timeline.
No, I meant she was telling them everything. She was telling her personal opinions about Miss Reed.
I want to change gears for a second, Ms. McCabe, and ask you about that visit that you took to Michael Lank's house. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I just don't want to keep these at the podium. Thank you, Your Honor. Have you and Ms. Roberts discussed that visit to Michael Lank's house before your testimony, before you testified to it for the first time in May of 2024, about a year ago? Did y'all discuss that at all?
I don't recall.
You testified under oath in that proceeding that you went, and I want to be very clear about this, that you went from One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence, John O'Keefe's residence, directly to Michael Lank's residence. You which is in another neighborhood in the same town, correct?
Yes, we went. Correct.
And you indicated that you were there to drop off one of Carrie's daughters. Is that right?
Yes.
That's how you testified in May of 2024, about a year ago.
Yes.
Yeah, just a moment.
Yes.
May I have a moment?
You spoke to Lieutenant Tully about this very same visit on May 10th, 2024, before your actual testimony in that other proceeding a year ago, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what y'all talked about was your visit and your travels over to Sergeant Lank's, by the way, Sergeant Michael Lank of Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
The same Michael Lank that we've talked about.
Yes.
You talked to Lieutenant Tully about that trip over to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that in that interview with Lieutenant Tully that you went over to the Lank residence with Carrie Roberts to pick up her daughter at the residence, correct? Not to drop her off, but to pick her up.
She was with us at Meadows, so we dropped her off.
Right. I know that's what your testimony was a couple days ago.
Mhm.
I'm asking, when you talked to Lieutenant Tully on May 10th, 2024, before your testimony last year, did you tell Lieutenant Tully we were actually there to pick up her daughter? That's why we went to Michael Lank's house. That's why you went to Michael Lank's house.
I went to Michael Lank's to drop her daughter off.
What did you tell Lieutenant Tully?
That I went to drop her off.
So you didn't say pick her up to him.
I don't believe so, no.
So if he said that, that would be another example of an incorrect report.
Sustained.
Do you remember exactly what it was that you told him during that interview?
I know that Lexi was with us at Meadows Ave and we dropped her off at Mike Lank. So if he mixed up pick up and drop off, that could have happened. But we had Lexi with us and we dropped her off there.
Okay, so you believe that may have been his mix up, not yours. Okay.
Sustained.
Is that, I'm sorry. Do you remember exactly what it was that you told Lieutenant Tully during that interview?
I know I said that we dropped her off.
Okay. It was 11 days later that you actually testified, correct?
11 days later from
After the interview, about 10, 11 days after the interview with Lieutenant Tully, that you actually testified in court about in a proceeding about this issue.
Ben. I don't know the exact dates of when I testified.
If you testified, say, May 21st versus May 10th, it's about 11 days.
Yeah.
All right.
Mhm.
When you testified in that other proceeding, you did testify that you had dropped off Carrie Roberts' daughter, not picked her daughter up. Is that right?
I know I dropped her off, yes.
Did you also talk to Carrie Roberts about her testimony and what she was going to say about dropping off or picking up her daughter?
No.
Okay. You never talked to her about it before you testified or before she testified last year?
We both know what happened, so
I'm just asking if you had a discussion. That's all I'm asking.
I have no idea if we discussed that.
So you might have.
I have no idea.
And in the last year, let's clock it around all the way to now,
Mhm.
you've probably discussed it additionally with her, correct?
Probably not that detailed, no.
Now, you also indicated, by the way, the reason that this subject matter came up with Lieutenant Tully is you were confronted with certain location data records indicating that you were at Michael Lank's house for a period of time, correct?
I mean,
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Were you
confronted with those
provided
records.
any records and asked about records that showed that you were at Michael Lank's house on January 30th, 2022?
I was asked if I had gone to Michael Lank's house, and I had, to be honest, I had completely forgotten because those days were just a complete blur. But
Now
then I
those
remembered that after we left Meadows Ave, we did drop her daughter off at Michael Lank's.
All right. Do you recall ever seeing a document, seeing something that indicated that you were actually a piece of paper, a document, a record, anything indicating that you were seen at Michael Lank's house through GPS location data forms?
Did I ever see a record of that?
Correct. Did Lieutenant
Yeah.
show?
No, he didn't show me a record.
He
She
just
just
asked you.
He
yeah.
just asked me.
Did he tell you during that course of that interview that
Oh, okay.
he had been provided with GPS data records indicating that you went to Michael Lank's house?
I don't remember the specifics of what he asked, but I know that he did ask me if I had been there.
Did he tell you that he had received those GPS data records from the defense?
Assisting.
Did he tell you anything about receiving any documents from the defense that prompted the question where you were on January 3rd?
I don't recall.
Before that interview on May 10th with Lieutenant Tully,
Mhm.
this is preceding your testimony last year.
Okay.
Had you ever reported that you went to Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, on January 30th to anybody?
No, to be honest, I completely forgot about it.
Just forgot you went there.
You indicated that during that visit, you sat outside in a car, in Carrie's car, correct?
Yes.
Basically for the entire visit. Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that you did not go in the house except to use the restroom possibly, correct?
I have a faint memory that I ran in to use the bathroom.
You indicated that you did not see Sergeant Lank at his home, correct?
I don't believe I did, no.
What time of night was this?
I don't know. We had been at Meadows for a while, and then we left, dropped Lexi off, and then I went home. I don't know a time, maybe afternoon. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, I have a 10-page document that I'd like to have marked as identification with the court's permission.
Sure. Show Mr. Brennan on your way up.
Mm, 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 mm.
Take your time. Just going to review that document. I have no problem with that. Thank you. Good? Okay. May I approach?
Yes. Thank you.
Do you recognize the document there?
So has it been marked yet?
I'm sorry, I asked that it be marked for identification at this point, just only for identification. Sorry.
So Madam Court Reporter will mark it and give it back to me.
Mark it, you mark it.
For identification. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once you get the document back, I'll ask you a couple of quick questions about it.
Okay.
Someone on Twitter says the way she pronounced nefarious is sus AF. I don't know who else pronounced it
You
that
have the
way.
document in front of you?
Hank
Yes.
Brennan.
Let's take a look at the first page of that
We
document.
in
just to orient
Massachusetts
yourself.
do not.
Do you see that appears to be a map?
Ferraro
Generally.
Urias.
All right. So I'm just going to ask you to take a look at the document and don't describe it.
Sure. Take a look at the first page and tell me if you recognize anything on that page.
I do, yes.
What do you recognize
How is-
generally about that
how are they supposed to
document?
Communicate what's on there
I'll see counsel at side by
if they
side.
can't describe it. Maybe they can have a colloquy outside the presence of the jury where he describes it to her so that they know what they're talking about or some other thing. Here we go. While we wait.
Let this serve as my acknowledgement and approval of the use of my voice and image. Me, the great toe. If you will, as it were, this super tip is remarkable.
You see, people are mistaken. They think that the super tip system is an AI generated system where like samples of someone's voice was uploaded into an engine that would then make it say whatever you want it to say. That's not true. Actually, what happens is as the messages come in, the person whose voice it is held at gunpoint and forced to utter the comments, but they do it with their full consent when they read the terms of service.
I am not a Krusty Man fan. Should we know if he owns a van? Under eating pizza casserole on video. Cocktail drink, probably straight rohypnol. Beware minors, he has candy. Don't get in the van, K is handy.
Look, the straight rohypnol shot is not a cocktail. You need a chaser for that at least. Heavy recommend on the GHB chaser. Helena Handbasket says Kurt is live and about 370 viewers. I'm going to call 1-800-WINE-11 on his behalf. Oh, man. I'm proud of him. He's doing well.
Light has never seen the dark side of that goddamn moon, Kurt. That planet's gravitational waves put any tsunami to shame.
Oh, my gosh. I'd say he and Sean should open a traveling road show together, you know, like dueling boulders or something like that. But when two massive bodies get that close, they become inseparable and form into something new and horrifying. Emily Baker has 28K. Emily Baker crushes it. She's got the trial watching formula down to a science. She's really great at it. And if people are looking at the best way to do trial streaming, Emily is probably one of the best models to follow. I mean, I have my style. Like I can't do it the way she does it. I don't want to. I like too many shenanigans because I will go crazy if I'm not having some shenanigans to keep me, to keep me occupado during all these damn sidebars.
I swear to fuck, you better play the testimony and cross-examination of Trooper Paul. You'll laugh at the absurdity and cheer when Jackson tears him a new one faster than Kurt can creep women out.
Oh.
Thank you.
Feign it. Yeah, that's one way to say it. I mean, she definitely has her demographic down. She's really good at it. She appeals to them.
Yeah, continue, Your Honor.
I got no bad blood with Emily.
Taking a look
She's
at that
awesome.
First page. Do you recognize?
And again, people should follow her model. It's
location
fantastic.
That's pinpointed on that page.
I do.
Okay, without telling me the address, what do you
I
recognize?
tell you to follow mine, but it ends in cocaine and sadness.
Okay, and do you see in the call out box in the middle of the page?
Yes.
Do you see a date and time?
Yes.
What is the date and time?
It is January 30th at 12:13.
Take a look at page 2 on what's been marked for identification.
Okay.
Do you see a location pinpointed on that page?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that location as being?
John O'Keefe's home.
Is that what we've talked about on Meadows?
Yes, Meadows.
Do you see a time and date for that location?
Yes, 1/30/2022 at 12:19.
At 12:19 p.m.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If you could turn to page, pardon me, 4, skip over page 3 and just go straight to page 4.
Yeah, I know people don't like her moderation policy or team, but hey, I mean, I don't know.
Do you recognize something that's been pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes.
What is that? Again, don't give me the full address. What is that location that's pinpointed?
That is my house.
Okay, and do you see a date and time for that location?
Yes, that's 1:30 at 5:21.
I know a lot
When
of her
you say
chat doesn't
1:30,
like
January 30th.
Sorry, January
funny.
30th, 2022 at 5:21.
Okay. Looking at page 5, do you see?
Yeah, Jim,
the
all
location
these texts are super sus.
Yes.
pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes, I do.
And what's the date and time of that location?
That is also 1:30/2022, and that is at 5:28.
Got it. Taking a look at page 6, do you see a location pinpointed on that map?
Yes,
What is that again? What is that location?
that is 1/30/2022.
The location, the address?
Oh, I'm sorry. That is Fairview.
Appear to be 34 Fairview?
Yes,
And what's the date and time?
5:36.
Taking a look at page 7, do you see anything located on that, a pinpoint location on that page?
Yes,
What's the date? I'm sorry, what is that location?
that's Fairview again.
And what's the date and time?
That is 1/30/22 at 5:40.
So just to be clear, the page before was 536 and this page is 540.
Yes,
Okay, take a look at page 8. Do you see what's pinpointed on that page?
yes.
What is that location without giving me the address?
I believe that's Mike Lank's
What's the date and time?
1/30/2022.
January 30th, 2022. And
Yes.
the time, please?
5:43.
You're familiar with Canton, obviously,
Yes,
much more than we are. Is
Yes.
driving time from 34 Fairview to Michael Lank's house consistent with about 3-4 minutes?
it could be with they have multiple stop signs
Okay,
and due to the weather.
right. Taking a look at page 9,
Yes,
do you see another pinpointed address?
yes. I believe it's the same one
Okay, the same address on,
as Mike
Oakdale?
Lank. Is Mike Lank.
okay. And what's the time, what's the date of that?
1/30/2022, and that is 6:28.
And 6:28 is about 45 minutes after 5:43, give or take, correct?
Yeah,
Finally, the last page, page 10, do you see yet another pinpointed address?
I do. Yes,
Is that your address?
yes, it is.
Okay. And what's the date and time of that pinpoint?
That is 1/30/22 as well, and that is at 6:34.
And would it be safe to say that your address from Mike Lank's address, maybe 6 or 7 minute drive?
Yeah, depending. Mhm.
We were talking about what happened when you were at Mike Lank's that evening. By the way, does any of that refresh your recollection about the time that you went to Mike Lank's house?
Yes, I knew it was after Meadows and later in the day. Yes,
So closer to 5:45, 6:30, correct?
yes,
This is in January in Boston, is that right? The greater Boston area.
yes,
Gets dark really early.
yes.
It was a blizzard.
The night before. Yes.
Safe to say that it was dark out.
Yeah, I
Safe to
assume.
say it was cold out.
Yes,
The blizzard was still brewing, correct?
I think it had stopped snowing by then.
Still freezing cold.
Believe so.
And your testimony is that you sat outside in a car with Carrie Roberts and Michael Lank's wife for 45 minutes.
Yes,
You actually, and I'm assuming the car was running.
yes,
Heat had to be on full blast.
yes,
You're dressed in winter gear
yes.
because it's freezing out, correct?
Correct.
It's cold.
You actually got out of the car and went into the house with the rest of it at one point.
I have a faint memory. I think I did. Yes.
And the three of you didn't just decide, let's just go in the house.
No, we didn't.
You actually came out of the restroom, came out of the nice warm house, and fought the cold and got back in the car, according to you, correct?
Yes, I went back in the car because Carrie was going to bring me home.
You stated on direct examination that, and you stated again today, that you stopped by Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, directly from the O'Keefe residence as sort of my word, not yours, sort of a pit stop to drop off Carrie Roberts' daughter, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you actually drove from your personal residence to Michael Lank's house as a destination, didn't you?
I don't remember that.
I
This
don't
is
remember anything important.
what this piece of paper says. I remember just leaving Meadows and dropping off Lexi.
In point of fact, it wasn't an errand. It wasn't to drop anybody off. It was a destination that you went to from your house to Sergeant Lank's house on January 30th, 2022, wasn't it?
No, we went to drop off Lexi.
Was Lexi at your house?
She was with us at Meadows, and then we went to drop her off.
Right. She was never with you at your house, was she?
I don't remember going to my house.
So if she wasn't with you at your house, there would be no reason to drop the child off from your house to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Lexi was in the car with us, and we dropped her off at Michael Lank's. That's why we went to Officer Lank's house. Yes.
And in point of fact, you actually went from your house and did make a pit stop to 34th Fairview before you went to Michael Lank's house, didn't you?
We drove by and stopped. Yes. Slowly stopped. Yes.
You went in the house and spoke with someone.
No, I never went in the house.
Why did you come go by and just stop?
I think Carrie and I just went by to like take a look at it. We were still trying to figure everything out.
We were trying to figure everything out. mean,
I'd have to look at the report, but yeah, we were sitting in the car, kind of just like, oh my
Anyway,
God,
it's license.
looking.
Sounds like collusion.
Didn't go in the house.
We didn't go in the house, no.
Nobody came outside to talk to you.
No,
You didn't speak to Nicole.
I don't believe so.
Possible.
Like I said, Carrie and I just kind of drove by and were looking at the area.
And that's before you went to Michael Lank's house, correct?
That was on the way to Michael Lank's.
So in point of fact, you didn't go directly from One Meadows to Michael Lank's house.
I thought I had. I truly thought I had.
And now your memory is refreshed.
My memory is not, this isn't refreshing my memory. I do not remember going by my house before Michael Lank's.
Do you remember testifying a year ago that, well, let me ask it this way. Do you remember denying a year ago that you ever even stopped by 34 Fairview?
I don't remember that now.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your prior testimony?
Sure.
Oh, I hate the recollection game.
That page, the top highlighted.
Mhm.
Make sure you guys do your fat guy in a chair yoga. Stretch out your spines. Don't stand up, though. I'm not an advocate of standing up at your desk and stretching. That's a terrible choice. Sitting down is the most healthy thing you can do.
Of last year, you were asked about this very thing in a prior proceeding, correct?
Correct.
At that time, you denied altogether ever going by 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I believe the paper says I never stopped by, but we drove by.
And now you're saying that you did stop.
Stopping by and driving by meant something different to me. Stopping by, I look at as like, then you pop in the house. Driving by is you just drive by. So we just drove by slowly and kind of looked at the scene.
And Ms. McCabe, I think you just said that you may have even spoken with Nicole.
I didn't speak with Nicole, no. We were in the car, Carrie and I and Lexi.
You were denying that you ever spoke with Nicole or any other member of the Albert family or anybody at 34 Fairview as you sit here today.
As I sit here today, I'm telling you that we slowly drove by.
So again, last question on this point. You did not, you now admit, drive from One Meadows over to Michael Lank's house directly to drop off Carrie's daughter.
My memory is we did drive from One Meadows. I know what this piece of paper says. I'm telling you that just my memory is we left Meadows and went down Fairview and then went to Michael Lang's. But this paper is saying we stopped at my house first. I don't remember that. But
And all of
again,
you-
I was in shock.
Sorry.
So a
All of
lot
your-
of things from that day are foggy. Certain things, certain details I may have forgotten.
And all of your testimony over the last several days is based on that memory that you just described to these jurors, correct?
There are certain things I'll never forget, correct?
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. You may, depending upon your answer, depending upon what you just answered, you may or may not remember.
Take your answers
Let's
over
see.
dinner.
Isn't it true that at 12:13 p.m. you left 12 Country Lane on January 30th, 2022?
Yes, according to this, yes.
Isn't it true that at 12:19 you arrived at One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence?
According to this, yes.
Are you asking her regarding?
I'm asking her memory, not according to the document.
My
Your
memory.
Your
I don't
memory.
remember exact times.
Thank you. Isn't it true, Ms. McCabe, that at 5:12 p.m. you left One Meadows, which is the O'Keefe residence, 5:12 in the evening?
That I don't remember the times that I left.
Isn't it true that at 5:21 you arrived back at your address on Country Lane?
I do not remember that.
Isn't it true that at 5:28, 7 minutes later, you actually left your address on Country Lane?
Again, I don't remember going by my house.
Isn't it true that at 5:36 you arrived at 34 Fairview and stayed for at least 4 minutes?
I know we drove by.
Isn't it true that at 5:40, or there just thereafter, you left 34 Fairview?
I know we left and went to Mike Lang's.
And isn't it true at 5:43 you arrived on that Oakdale Road address at Sergeant Lang's house?
Not sure of the exact time, but yes, we did go to Sergeant Lang's house.
And isn't it true that at 6:28, almost 45 minutes later, actually a little better than 45 minutes later, you left that address at Michael Lang's house and drove back to your house directly?
After leaving Mike Lang's, I went home, correct?
And you arrived at your house at 6:34, correct?
According to the paper.
What about according to your memory?
I don't remember exact times.
Do you remember approximate times? Do you remember any times
Mr.
that are
Jackson,
useful?
Is this a good place to take a break?
is.
Do
I'm
you
about
have a
to shift
while
gears.
more? Okay.
We're gonna have to
All
shift
right,
gears.
jurors, we will take our morning recess.
But this is tedious, but this is important because Jackson needs to squeeze out as much time as he can out of this. He's on a clock, so he should take whatever the judge will give him. She'll eventually get tired of his questioning, say it's repetitive and cumulative, and cut him off. Also, that he represented he'd last 1.5 to 2 hours, and now she's mad because she's tired and wants to go to bed or whatever. But but just keeping her on the stand, not giving into the play of how long it takes to review these things. You notice, does this reflect your refresh your recollection? And she's reading a line. It's one line that he asks her a question about that follows, but it takes her 5 minutes to read the fucking paper. Like, come on, stop. This is an obvious play for time to drag it out. And also, I think that the prosecution has told her between the trials, look, you look like a fucking unhinged mad woman last time, and we can't have that on stand. You've got to come out looking calm, collected, and poised, and this guy's going to poke at you. He's trying to get her to pop. Because every time she pops, she looks unreliable. She looks defensive. She looks like maybe someone who's trying to cover up a murder. And that's what they want. They don't want to make the accusation. If they make the accusation outright, then they start to have to prove the conspiracy. If you make an accusation that you cannot support really, really well, then you look foolish. You look like you're throwing shit at the wall. But if the jury starts to come to the conclusion on their own, like, these guys were talking about their testimony, these guys were getting together and trying to figure this out, and they were getting their story straight, and that looks really shady. Again, you combine that with the solid case on the forensics, and maybe you overcome Karen's statements and sort of pseudo admissions. I call them pseudo admissions because she's not saying that she actually did the thing or that she murdered a guy, but she does have statements that make it look like maybe she thought she hit him or did something else. And that's the state's case. Here we go. We've got some of these super tips.
Oh, what ain't no country I ever heard of? They speak English in what? And another thing, stand-up desks are bullshit.
Man, that's the worst. I ever got burned on Kickstarter, by the way. I paid a whole shitload for this awesome stand-up desk. It was a motorized stand-up desk, and it had a whole bunch of stuff like built into the desk. And then COVID hit. And the company that was doing it was like they're in Hungary or something. And so they started manufacturing the desks and delivering them locally. And us Americans got just kind of fucked over on that. That was an expensive ass desk. It was really nice. And it would have been really good for my office because it was huge. I hate my desk has limitations on space. At the time, I didn't have as much shit clamped onto it. Now I've got a bunch of all my monitors are mounted. But that had a better system for mounting monitors. It had a power supply built into the desk itself. So you plug the desk in with a cord, and then the desk ran power up to everything. So you didn't have to have worry about things stretching across to fit down to wherever you got your power strip, and it had Bluetooth speakers in it and other weird shit. But yeah, it looks like I'll never get it, which is too bad. Here we go. What do we got?
Brother butter, brother butter, brother butter. That's what Kurt was screaming in ecstasy after I accepted his pizza invitation. He loves Nubian cock.
God.
Kurt is a bitch and you must convict.
Oh, no. Why would you do this? Please don't make fun of me in this way. Okay. How about a different way?
The best part of waking up in the morning is stuffing my gullet with more food than all of Africa has available. My piggy bank is full and the shitter is wrecked. Signed, Kurt.
Never tell the internet what bothers you. When you do, they're like, oh, does it? Let me see how much. I'm getting called a bully for what you guys sent in. That's too bad.
According to NASA, we have 3 engorged testicle-looking autistic pedophilic globes orbiting the sun. I'm surprised their combined mass didn't open a black hole that swallowed the galaxy.
Followed your backstretching advice, now paralyzed. Help. Look, I'm only here to help. I need you stuck in that chair for the rest of your life. Just keep my channel on. Oh my goodness. Asking not to be made fun of is an invitation to be made fun of. Rules of the internet. And again, sorry. I don't have sympathy for people getting made fun of when they, for no reason, decided to, say things about me that weren't true. You didn't need to. There's plenty of true stuff you could have said, plenty to criticize. Lots of bullshit. I don't mind that part of it.
Hello, Nicholas. We're all glad you're back streaming trials, and you avoided prison. That's amazing.
I did. I avoided prison, and prison came at me, and I dodged to the left. It thought I was going right. It's like, this guy is conservative. Ha ha! Little did he know he wasn't keeping up with the news.
I offer sandwiches to my under 18 women rather than pizza casserole. Up your game, Kurt.
Oh my goodness. Remember, these voices are definitely 100% the actual person. They're not an AI. A message comes in like an old, the old tickers from the World War Morse code comes in, and then they actually just read the text straight out. And they're doing it willingly and fully. They're also selling every product, all of them. They endorse Pepsi and Coca-Cola at the same time.
Straight out of Compton is a brother that'll smother your mother and make your sister think I love her. Dangerous motherfucker, raises hell. And if I ever get caught, I call Nick for bail. Kurt, you biatch.
I'm just mad that, like, so the AI the AI voices do have some censorship in them. Like, they won't let you type in certain words. And like Mark Richards, I mean, he has it from the stand. You can't use it though. Like, that one will not work. I want to say that there are, currently Super Tips doesn't give the creator any idea about like what the censorship is. There's no like list of banned words or anything like that presently that I have access to, but I believe that's a feature that's coming. So we do need this voice.
White bread ass niggas, man.
That's what I think about the Super Tip censorship board.
White bread ass niggas, man.
The micro penis envy here is too much. Kurt killed the bastard with a casserole dish he stole from an out-of-state teenager, now chained in his basement behind a false cabinet filled with ass cream.
Why would you put that on a video? Kurt, why would you do this? No! You were supposed to be the autistic one! I believed in you! You were supposed to bring balance to the funny, not kill it!
This is actually Sean, not an AI voice. I am a massive FAGGOT who needs to have his hard drives checked for potential crimes against children.
Oh my God.
This is why I project onto
No, he does
others.
not.
Also my shadow.
The shadow thing's real, but the rest of that is not true. Well, maybe the FAGGOT thing, I don't know about that one, but the shadow thing's true. But the crimes against children thing, I disavow. I don't think he needs to have his computer checked at all. Oh my gosh. If you're just joining us, welcome. We're at the break, the morning break. We're at the morning break for the Karen Reed trial. Day 8. Jen McCabe is still on the stand. She's been on the stand almost as long as I've been my chat GPT request to get this fucking thumbnail updated. But if you're just joining and you heard some specious allegations coming from definitely real voices, that is the Super Tip system. It is pinned at the top of the Rumble chat and the YouTube chat. It is also in the description. Look, it's just another fun way to interact with the show. Super Tips are super chats, of course, are great. And I always encourage people to contribute to the show through the platforms. That's the easiest way to do it. Super Tips is almost as easy. It's just a little bit more interactive. It's a different system that adds a little bit of value, and it's a fun thing to do. So I encourage people to do that. Plus, it has a better cut for creators, which look, at the end of the day, you guys watch us because whatever it is about us is entertaining. Whatever part of the show that we do is entertains you. And so, look, my theory is if you're going to spend $10 on something, you would want the person to get $9 instead of the $7. Like that's what you would rather have happen. So Super Chat takes a 30% cut. Rumble, I believe, has a 20% cut. And then Super Tips has a 10% cut. But however you guys like to participate or not participate in the show is fine by me. I'm just glad y'all are here. You know, I could have come back to like one guy with a hairy diaper watching, and I would have still live streamed. I would have still done it for you, guy, whatever your name is. Remember the diaper fetish thing? That was so weird. God, it was funny. I've had a lot of time to reflect on, like, you know, because when I wasn't streaming and kind of just thinking about life and how I ended up where I was. Man, I've had some wild and funny shit that I've gotten to do, discussions I've gotten to have, and I cannot think of a better job or career in the entire world than the one I've got. So, it has been it's like even these tips that are coming in today, like it's you can't predict this shit, and every day is something new and funny, and so that's great. It's also really encouraging because I really didn't know what I was going to come back to. I had tons of people sending me messages and thank you. I know there's some that I did not respond to or didn't get to. And someday I'll probably be scrolling through DMs and I'll see like one that's unread or like one that I meant to respond to. And I'll just go, holy shit. And I'll try and respond when I do. But so many people sent in messages that just said, hey, there's a bunch of us who are quiet out there, but we're rooting for you. We've got your back. You got this. Get your shit done and come back. Like, and those messages were really, really something helpful. And that's what it is, you know, like I've met a bunch of you at events and stuff like that. A bunch of you, I mean, not anywhere near even a plurality. We're talking a severe minority of you, but it's still a lot. Met a bunch of you at events and in person. Probation's going to make it a little bit difficult, but still going to try and get out to as many as I can. But you guys are, you guys all have been so gracious and just cool when you come up and see me and meet me. Like, I know I always knew that there were people out there that would have my back and would forgive some of the decisions I may have made. And then recognize that, some of those decisions didn't affect them at all, other than what the culmination of all of it did to me being away from streaming. I've got something in my throat, which is just great. Last time I had something in my throat. I won't finish that sentence. It was going to be a joke. But yeah, man, it's just it's really encouraging to be back with y'all. Streaming a trial, which much counter to the narrative out there. And I don't know how this narrative got out there because it's not something I ever specifically said. I don't hate streaming trials. I've been wanting to stream one for, about the past 2 years, and my schedule just got unmanageable and my life got unmanageable. So I couldn't commit to it. And I had recognized well before everything crumbled that I was engaged in something that I didn't want to do. And it's a bad habit of mine, but like I will say what I want to happen or what I think can happen. And then I won't be able to get it done. And it won't actually, like when I'm saying it early on, I'm not going through and like, I'm not checking a schedule. I'm not seeing if I can actually do the thing or not. I'm just saying, man, I want to do this or that. And so it got to a point where I stopped saying I would do trials. But that wasn't because I didn't want to do them. It's because I didn't want to keep saying that I wanted to do a trial and then not doing it. And, trials have always been, they're great for engagement. They're good for views and distribution and bringing in new people. Like my nighttime streams that I was doing are tons of fun. They're awesome for the core audience, but you gotta spread a net out in a bigger lake to bring people into those nighttime streams too. So anyway. I'm rooting for you, Nick. You lived like a rock star for a little while. I really did. It was fun. Now back to reality and family first. Well, one of the things gets missed in this because of people's perceptions about a particular situation that I'm not gonna I'm not going to get into on this stream. It's just not the place for it. But family was never not first for me. Family was always first. I know from the outside it may not look that way, and I'll probably never be able to let to explain that perspective. People can disagree with my choices and they can say that I did a bad job of putting family first. Absolutely open to criticism on it. But there are certain things that I held on to through kind of all of the mess. What I will also say is, in a completely similar vein, one of the bright things to come out of this is that though I valued my family above pretty much everything, I value my time with them a lot more now than I did, and in different ways. And it's brought, like, the whole thing sucks, but if you can extract a little gold from shit, then the little bits is that the relationships with each of my children has deepened in specific ways that are unpredictable. Their personalities and appreciation for our activities together has changed quite a bit too. They're much more willing to participate in family activities and events that I would go, man, if I was a kid, I never would have wanted to do that with my family or my parents. And kind of having that separation, it deepens the connection. Like, I don't recommend it as a way to get to that. Like, that's not a goal. Don't try this at home. There are other ways to do this, but you have to look for the good in the shit that you go through. Otherwise, you kind of drive yourself crazy. Moister Oyster says $1,000 if you tattoo Kurt's face and butter, brother. Where would I put that tattoo? Where would I do that? I don't know. Probably somewhere down near my penis, I would guess.
Now we wait for Vince McMahon to set up the pay-per-view of the century. Butthurt Kurt versus Gorlock, the World Destroyer, in a cage match. That would be some world-class entertainment right there.
No disagreement.
World Wrestling Entertainment presents Pizza Casserole, the Hut versus Gorlock, the World Destroyer. That would be some high-quality entertainment right there.
Right there, Ronnie. I'm with you. That's high-quality shit. Pizza Casserole, the Hut.
The Ballad of Kurt. Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy, but here's my number. I'm John Wayne Gacy.
Here's my basement. Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy. Have a cocktail. It's on me, baby. Nope. No cocktails for you. Scott Christy Jones, glad you're back. Wankhead. Baby is 4 months now. Has it been 4 months? Man, congrats. How's your sleep going? I hope it's going well. Babies do this thing where, like, you get into a pattern and then they're like, no, I don't sleep that way anymore. And you're like, you little shit. Go back to the 2-hour thing. Why is it 4 hours now? Now I'm waking up every 2 hours and you're still sleeping. Lazy. Stupid babies.
Nick's still seething. Things are not going well. I have more views per capita than Nick. Another win for the toe.
Per capita views are way down, guys. We're like a European crime stat. We need to fix that. Oh my gosh. How long does it take for this judge to change her diaper? I'm not sure, but I did see it wasn't really audible on the audio, but I did see 20 minutes on the whatchamacallit, the closed caption. So we will be back to this. Over on Rumble, we have a couple chats as well. Real Patriot Party says, Nick, this would be more fun if Gosney was here and had to slam a sidecar for every sidebar. He'd be dead in minutes. Why would you do that to him? No, Gosney's got some other stuff going on. He's not able to join in on the trial streams right now. I have spoken with him a couple times, and he was a good friend. He's one of those good friends that people don't understand we're out there. Gosney has given me a lot of advice that I didn't want to hear, a lot of tough love that I didn't want to hear as well. And but you know what? Like he did it in the way that you do it. You do it friend to friend, and you do it with trust and respect, and respect for the person, not even if you don't respect the situation. Gosney has always been a class act of a man. You know, he's his, how do I word this? His intelligence is great, but his wisdom is invaluable. And so, some of my best friends are the ones who are telling me all the stuff that some of my worst critics want me to hear. It's funny because I listened to the people who told it to me, you know, with decency. I had no problem listening to good advice. I mean, I said I didn't always like it, and I didn't always agree. And people who were giving me advice don't, you know, they didn't have a lot of details, and they sometimes got more details, and we talked about it. But that's how conversations go. A lot of people don't want to have a conversation with you. They want to lecture you because they believe that the choices you made merit lecturing. That may be true, but the choices you make don't merit you being the lecturer. And that's something that people may need to remember. Just because someone needs a lecture doesn't mean you're the person to deliver it. You might be, you might not. But if you just hammer on them over and over and over again about their bad decisions, like they're not going to listen to you. It's not going to work. They know they're fucked up. Look, when you narrowly avoid prison, you know you fucked up hard. I'll tell you from personal experience.
Who's that ninja that stole my oyster line? Bet you was squirting gravy laughing at that yesterday. I don't even have to ask. I know it.
Oh my gosh. Oh. But just know that plenty of people were giving me plenty of, you know, full-on advice and full-on teardowns in private. Those people are still my friends. People who lied about what I did or said publicly, those people are not my friends. That's really the delineation point for me. People can make fun of me. I don't care about that. You know, I would ask for a little bit of decency around other people in my life. But that being said, like making fun of me and my stupidity and my bad choices, I've made bad choices before. They haven't gone as bad, but, you know, like that's warranted and merited. But, taking the opportunity to go out and to actually lie in the middle of everything because you get to rely on the idea that, well, Nick did these bad things. I can say this lie about him and people will believe it. That's the stuff that ended friendships for me. It shouldn't be any mystery as to why that's different than having someone make fun of you or analyze your situation case and say you made a misstep here, a mistake there. That's never been a problem. In fact, some of the people that are, you know, involved in that are people that I started out by disagreeing with them on legal opinions, and disagreeing with things that I may have done. But people disagreeing with me is just part of it. It's like, I don't understand why people think that lawyers all have to agree. Lawyers, if there are two lawyers in a room, they're usually disagreeing.
Funny thing, I did coke when you got caught. When I heard it had something to do with substance, I got paranoid and got clean. And I don't even live in the US.
Yeah. So that's kind of that's what I've been thinking about a lot. Like, I don't I don't know. My experience has been a bunch of shit, but if other people can take something out of it, then I guess that's good. Again, not setting out to do it. The thing I want to caution myself away from is the temptation to do what I'm always wary of, right? Which is I'm an advocate now. Well, I'm not an advocate. I'm not. I would need a lot of personal growth before I could be an advocate in the first place. And my situation was me being a moron. Like, it's not the advocacy on like all of these topics isn't the thing I want to do, but there are things I want to say from time to time about it. So I don't know. Again, it's all about balance. It's why I didn't really want to talk about the Bible and faith and stuff like that for a long time, because when I did, it was taken out of context a lot. People would just remove the context from clips. They would remove the exploratory nature of discussion, the talk about removing theology from the discussion, where it was just a discussion about literature. And then they would say, these are what, when Nick is talking about the Bible as a piece of literature, this is what he believes and advocates for spiritually. And it's like, well, that's not true at all. So, hey, but in the same way, I don't, people have a tendency to sell their religion as part of their brand. I don't, I actually, as hard as this may be to believe, because it was put upon me many, many times, I tried to keep that away from my brand for that purpose. I don't stray away from the fact that I'm a Christian, but I'm not your pastor theologian. If what I say encourages people to pick up a Bible and read it for themselves, that's awesome. That's great, but I'm not an evangelist. Never was.
When you put the Coca-Cola down on the stand-up desk in the bathroom, suddenly backstabbing fat fucks are luring 12-year-olds from Vietnam to pizza casserole parties. It's a wake-up call.
I think 12 might be a little low. Will we be seeing Pope St. Nick again? Will you be running for official papal status? Yes, I officially cast my candidacy for the new real Pope of the Catholic Church. I have a mitre in case your budget's low. Like, I don't know if Francis sold that thing off and gave it to the poor or whatever, but I do have my own mitre. You don't have to make a new one. But I'm in there. But yeah, well, I mean, the trial streams are not the place for all of the gags that we had in the show lore. The show lore of the nighttime stuff. That will be, more prevalent there. Unbreaded will be a part of the show. Especially like I think we have to have like a Matthew Harris segment where people like we aggregate all the unbreaded Matthew Harris super tips or whatever, and we do all those at once, right before the reading, because it'll be like prayers to the saint, to the prophet.
Who among us hasn't invited a third into our marriage, luring her in with coca and brother butter? No excuse to be gay, Nick.
The story is really complicated, okay? It's not that simple. My God.
Kurt is a fucking Moab. Were you to drop him on a country, it would make Gaza look like El fucking Dorado.
So I don't know where people have missed this. You can make fun of me with super tips too. Like, they're really good at it.
Yo, little Nicky, my ninja, my big nose brutal. This AI shift's best thing since the Booger Sugar Shiznit started. Love your ninja.
I agree. It's a lot of fun. I agree. Tatsi Feyre says Kurt didn't specify a lower limit, just at under 18, not cross state lines. Yes, but I gotta give him the very uncomfortable caveat of I need to research the age of consent in my state. Was said. So the implication would be that that the age of consent in his state would be the low bar for in-state entrance, if that makes sense. So like I would not have worded it the way he did, and I personally don't believe that the age of consent itself should be your guideline. Like, I think you should have your own personal guideline, and it should be somewhere at 18 or north of there, preferably as you get older. Like, I'm not one of these people who says like, oh yeah, 50-year-old and a 22-year-old can't work out. Like, for me, it would, I don't know how they do it, because I don't know how to talk to that age of adult anymore. Like, I've aged out of it. I don't know what to do. And that's fine. Like, I don't want to. But I'm not saying it can't work for someone else. But I'm just saying, if you're setting your standard, my personal belief is like 18 is the age of consent that's kind of generally recognized as the age for everywhere. So you can start there. Just because your state may allow something lower, don't start lower. Start at 18. But I would personally recommend that as you age up a little bit, consider that your 18 limit should go up a little bit, somewhere in there. That's just a personal opinion. Like, a good one would be 21, because then you could share a glass of wine and not worry about catching a felony charge or something like that. So yeah, just think about it. Boosh McFadden says Leonardo DiCaprio, he's 50, she's 17, legal. Okay, look, Leo will Leo. I'm not giving advice to Leo. I'm just saying my personal general advice to people.
Listen here, you bitch. Stop lying about not remembering things you said or not. We have to hurry this cross because I have a scheduled appointment to give my nutter butter a white boy named Kurt.
So that was to Jen McCabe. I thought that one was to me. Like, listen here, you bitch. I thought that was directed right at me. And I was like, I'm ready for whatever's coming. And nope. Curveball every time. Netflutter says, yeah, if you have to say technically he is legal, you've already lost. Yeah, you don't want to be in the well actually on the age of consent thing. Well, actually, the age of consent is. Like, if you're defending someone accused of criminal sexual contact with a minor and they're actually above the age of consent, right? But below 18, you would certainly want to use that as a defense, a legal defense for your client. Like, because that's your job to do so. But on a personal level, like, if you're well actually, hey, bro, that's a little young. Well, actually, the age of consent in my state is 16. Please stop talking. Manda Faraday. Oh, wait, here we go.
There once was a fat fuck from Texas named Kurt. His balls were swallowed by his cellulitis chapped mass. At a Denny's in stormy weather, his ass cheeks clapped together and Nate slid out of his ass.
Oh my God, that's disgusting. Yeah, I thought it was going to rhyme too. The first couplet was not a rhyming couplet, and that's a limerick for those who need an English lesson. That limerick, it did not have an AA rhyme scheme. It was an ABCC rhyme scheme. That was disgusting. Kevin Nowski says it's not that she adds R's to some words. She just borrows them from others. Talking about Jen McCabe again. Yes. I saw it. You didn't saw it. That's not a thing that you can do. I don't know what that is, but I'm very convinced that you didn't do it because I've never heard of that. I've never been aware of how you could even make a sorring happen. Here we go.
We need to hook Kurt up with that act cunt on the stand. At least of age. Not sure if he realizes women are like elevators, though. They have a 2-ton weight limit.
You'll crush them. You'll crush them. They'll die. It's not good. You got to be good. That's why you got to be fit and trim like me, like like a superhero, massively masculine body like I have, where I have huge shoulders, a tiny waist, and every inch of me is muscle. There's no fat on it at all. That's how you got to do it. You cannot be a globe. Let's see. Oh, by the way, YouTube and Rumble, please click those likes if you're enjoying the stream. They really do help distribution. I don't talk about it enough. Thankfully, some of my mods do and remind people that like button is a way you can contribute to the show without having to spend any money. It just spends your dignity. But I won't tell anyone it was you who clicked it. I promise. But it does help YouTube realize that people are here. The show is back, and it is something that people are engaging with and enjoying. And that YouTube and Rumble, by the way, their distribution algorithms do look at that engagement. I know it seems silly, and I hate to mention it, but I can't do take a shot at 1,000 likes anymore. Although we are closing in on it, 834. If you guys want to come up with something for me to do at 1,000 likes on these streams, please don't hesitate to make suggestions. It just can't involve any alcohol or drugs, I guess, or other crimes. Like I can't just like murder my neighbors or anything on stream. So 1,000 likes, another neighbor gone. Can't have guns, but I got butter knives. A line of blow, a shot of cum. Both of those are hard to come by right now. Is a blowjob illegal for me? I mean, yes, but you're not here for me to give it to you, so I don't know how we would do that. Boosh, we gotta figure that one out. Maybe I'll buy you one of those machines and you could just call it Nick. Like, I don't care. Whatever you're into, brother.
Either way, he offered wine and a mixed drink to any 18-year-old that came to his house.
Yep.
Pretty sure age for drinking across the country is 21.
Yeah, that one was, there's some, maybe it's underside, if you will, on that one. Again, not a recommended video. I'm not sure why anyone would do it. There is, I do want to review him having a rage out at Chat GPT. Maybe we could do that on lunch break or something. Or was I able to sell my guns or were they taken from me? No, they were taken. Probably won't get them back, but hey, you know what? Prisoner guns. That's the guns were just, they're just guns. They're just objects. There are more guns in the future. I can get a gun again. But for now I can't have them. And we hadn't fired our guns in something like 6 or 7 years. I mean, since we moved to this house, we hadn't even fired them at all. So they were not a huge part of our lives. And they were mostly there for security, just in case. Boosh says, nope, age for purchase is 21. Minors in Texas over age 15 can drink at a restaurant. If the parent buys it, the restaurant can also refuse service. Yeah, well, I guess maybe the parent would be accompanying the person to Kurt's house. I don't know. This is starting to get really complicated.
This bitch looks like a transgender Red Skull. Like a he, she, MCU mix-up wannabe. Like a bright red gender dysphoric Skeletor with AIDS.
Don't make Ronnie say dysphoric.
She can't decide if she's from Boston, Wisconsin, or Arkansas.
That's true. Maybe she's from all three. Maybe during the birth, they put her on a private jet. Diddy trial starts May 5th. It does. The Diddy trial, unfortunately, is in New York. I originally, before deciding to go to Karen Reed and before I had resolved my case, I wanted to go to New York and actually cover the Diddy trial live. I don't think I can easily do that being away for multiple days to a week at a time. One gets really expensive and cumbersome, really tough on lady rackets. And also, with probation, I have a travel restriction, although my understanding of it is as long as I'm compliant, it's not that big of a deal. Just literally where you're going to be. They need to know if they need to get in contact with me, how they can do that, all of that stuff. And I would assume, though, that there would also be some sort of, depending on the length of the trip, testing requirements. I'm under random drug tests. So like if I would be in New York for a week or 5 days or whatever, it'd be hard to figure out how, like, I would assume I'd have to find a lab there in New York to do the test, but I don't know. I don't think it's something I can actually manage. I wanted to compare degeneracy with Diddy. I thought it would be fun to do live reports from the courtroom, but Karen Reed will still be going. And like I said, it's not going to be broadcast. So it would be like not wrap ups, but summaries of what happened in court based on my notes. So Jules says, why don't you play the exit song anymore? I just did on Wednesday, and we'll do it again tonight or today and get it back, reincorporate it. When I stream from Rumble Studio, I don't have that asset in there because Rumble Studio I have to move all my stuff from StreamYard to Rumble Studio, and it's kind of a pain because they don't have a way for me to add a team member to Rumble Studio. So I can't have Ryan, the editor, just go in and do it for me. I have to log him in. It's a pain in the ass. Lady 5261 says, what about a fat shame per 1,000 views? Welcome back. Glad you're healthy, Nick. Hey, thank you. How do I pick who to fat shame? I mean, it's not a bad choice. I'll ponder it. Spam Bot Fodder says, drinking age in Canada is set by each province. Ontario's drinking age is 19. Here in the future Republic of Alberta, it's 18. Yeah, and in the United States government threatened to withhold transportation dollars. I think back whenever the legal age of alcohol was raised from 18 to 21, which I believe was in the 80s. North Dakota was the last state to hold out, if I remember right. And there's a lawsuit about it because the U.S. government threatened to withhold the transportation dollars from the National Highway Project that was started by Eisenhower if states did not comply. And that came out to something like 5% of North Dakota's entire budget. And so North Dakota sued, saying that was a coercive amount of money to enforce federal law within a state's borders. And the Supreme Court disagreed with that. They said, no, that significant percentage of the budget of a state is not sufficiently coercive on the part of the U.S. government. So the U.S. government effectively forced North Dakota and every other state into having a 21 plus drinking age. And in doing so, they held over money that had been promised to states back in the 50s as part of the National Interstate Highway Project. So good on them. Shitty decision by the Supreme Court. It was definitely coercive. It was way too, 5% of a budget is huge.
When your lone sexual experience at age 50 is your bottom, most role reaching down to touch your taint,
ew,
you start to expand your options outside the realm of legal acceptability, Your Honor.
No, that is not a good legal argument. You cannot say my fat roll touched my butthole and that's all I got, so I need to get something else, and the older ones ain't biting. That is not, no. I disagree, Mr. Richards.
Your Honor, I submit the sagging floorboards and witness accounts of ground tremors in a 1 mile radius as evidence. This will surely show beyond a reasonable doubt that Kurt is in fact obese and a clear danger to society. To allow this massive lard to walk, nay waddle among us, we would not be doing the justice we have sworn to fight for.
If he had called me and asked if he should send a letter to Super Tips to take down his voice, Yeah, I would have told him it's not the best plan. He also could have, I mean, he could have messaged me and said, "Hey, stop making fun of me." I don't know how that would have worked out, honestly. I can't honestly say one way or another. I probably would have made fun of him, but I tend to actually keep private things private, unlike some people. And when people reached out to me in the past to say, "Hey, whatever," even if I have beef with them, I tend to just say, "Okay." But he didn't do that.
Please be seated.
He thought he'd be crafty and go over the head of comedy. But you can't. Comedy's too tall, Curtin. You can't jump. Look at you.
Then I told you it would be. We were waiting for some records to be printed, so it took a while. But we
You don't
appreciate your
print
patience.
records. You have to carve them into vinyl, you dumb woman.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, I want to shift gears to
Plow on, Jackson.
some
Plow
phone
on.
calls that you had with Trooper Michael Proctor back in January of 2022, moving forward to February and March. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Can you tell me, Ms. McCabe, if you recognize those documents that I just handed you?
Doug Tenapel stood by me on Kino Casino. Doug's
Yes, this first one looks like
always been a kind
a
bro.
Verizon record of my phone.
Okay, and what about the second document?
Phone bill. And yes, more records from my phone.
Okay. I want to ask you a couple of questions. Before I do, I'd like to have both of those documents respectively marked just for identification. I don't anticipate entering.
M and N for identification.
Thank you.
May I continue? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor on January 29th, moving into January 30th and on to 31st, correct?
Are you asking her to read the records or?
Not yet. I will in just a
All right,
second.
so turn the records over, see if you can answer the questions.
Without looking. Okay.
You had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor in the days and hours following the incident, correct?
Yes, I know I had some phone calls.
All right.
Yes.
I'm assuming you don't remember exactly the time and duration of those phone calls as you sit here?
Correct.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your phone records that you supplied for this time period?
Sure.
There's two different documents, Ms. McCabe. One of them starts with January 29th. Can you grab that document, please?
Sure.
I'm going to see if I can turn them up. I mean, I can turn them up a bit.
Okay.
You should see some highlights on that document.
I do.
Take me just.
Did you receive a phone call from Michael Proctor at about 10:54 a.m. on January 29th? A couple of minutes in length.
I object to the form.
Okay. So you asked her if this would refresh her recollection. You need to ask her if this refreshes her recollection.
Sure. Do you remember, as you sit here, a phone call at 10:54 a.m.?
I remember getting a call. I don't remember the exact time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the document that you're holding as to the time of that phone call, time and date?
I see what the document says, but I just, in my head, if you ask me what time did he call you, I don't remember.
Do you have any quarrel with the accuracy of that document?
No, it looks pretty accurate.
Okay.
It looks right. It looks possible. Yeah.
All right. Did you receive, as you sit here, do you recall, does that refresh your recollection that you received a phone call from Michael Proctor about 10:54 in the morning?
Does that refresh your memory now?
I know I did receive a phone call from him. Yes.
At that time?
I don't know the exact time.
Judge,
All right,
are
so
you
the
asking
answer
the
is
questions?
no.
Wait a minute.
Was it mid-morning?
Yes.
Did you receive another phone call on the 29th around.
Without looking. So this is again, you're
Right.
being asked questions.
I'm going to go through this with each one of these calls. There's not that many, but a few.
Okay.
She's not allowed to
On the
read the
29th, did you receive
document.
a phone call at around 12:49.
I know I
As she
received
answers.
a phone call.
That's normal.
I, again, don't remember the time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at that document, the next line down, or the next phone call from with that number?
Yes, I see that there's a call on this record.
Okay. Is your recollection refreshed that you did receive another phone call on the 29th from Michael Proctor?
Is your recollection reflect, do you now remember independently that?
I don't remember the specific times, no, but I do
Would it-
remember that he did call me. Yes.
Okay, so there's 2 phone calls.
Excuse me?
I only object to the form. I don't object to the record.
All right.
Why are you objecting to the, like it, sometimes you don't need to object to the form of the question if it's just functional.
But if you're asking it whether she remembers, you're not going to get anywhere. Mr. Jackson.
Well, then I'll just
I'm being told that there's no objection
fine.
to the record, just the question where you're incorporating several things from the record.
Fine, then that'll speed things along. I
Is that the
appreciate
nature of
that.
the objection, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, I have no objection to the data coming.
Thank you. I'm just going to speed things along, and I appreciate Mr. Brennan's
Okay, so this is
assistance with that.
you're only allowed to ask
January
a
29th,
question
you
at a
see
time.
the record
Compound question,
indicates
multiple
a phone call from Michael
the same
Proctor, 10:54
question.
a.m.
Yes.
You also see on that same record a phone call on January 29th coming in from Michael Proctor at 12:49 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Moving on down to January 30th, you see a record of a call at 9:51 a.m. from you to Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
January 30th, about a minute later, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor lasting about 22 minutes, correct?
Yes.
January 30th at approximately 4:45 p.m., you see a call from Michael Proctor to you, call lasting about 10 minutes.
Correct.
Going on to the next day, January 31st, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor at 11:51 a.m., just before noon, lasting about 4 minutes, correct?
Yes.
Take a look at the second document, if you will. That covers that document or that time frame.
Her
The second
face
document,
is
you should see
so
some highlights,
flat.
And I'm going to ask you to start where there's a tab at February 14, 2022.
I don't, am I looking at the second one or the,
May I approach you?
Yes.
this one? Yes.
She looks like Beaker from the Muppets.
You porky
Whoops.
This
pig!
one has.
Fucking
Hold on.
son of a bitch, looking like a garbage pail kid.
Thank
Sorry.
you, Mr. McCabe. Take a look at that
I didn't mean to
document.
click that. We'll get back to it
And by
later.
the way, for the record, which one is that, M or N?
This is M.
M as in Mary.
Mary, yes.
Thank you. Do you see a record of a phone call on February 14th at about 3:55 p.m., lasting about 17 minutes between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
February 17th at about 5:19 p.m., is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor at that time?
Yes.
February 28th at about 12:48 p.m., is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
On the same date, February 28th, do you see a call at 4:34 p.m. with you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
March 1st at 10:16 a.m. Do you see a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor lasting 10 minutes?
Yes.
March 1st, you should see 2 calls, one at 4:51 p.m. and one at 5:06 p.m. Do you see those 2 calls between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes. One was 1 minute and the other was 2.
Thank you.
Those.
And staying on that same date, at 5:50 p.m., do you see a call on March 1st between you and Michael Proctor lasting about 12 minutes?
Yes.
And then finally on March 29th, 2022, do you see a call at about 3:27 p.m. lasting about 4 minutes?
I'm sorry, what was the date?
March 29th?
Oh, okay. Yes.
Okay. And that's about a 4-minute call at 3:27 in the afternoon.
Yes.
Okay. And you had in fact, and that's all I have on those records. Thank you for
Okay.
that, Ms. McCabe. You had in fact met Michael Proctor in person on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
He was actually in your home and personally interviewed you, correct?
Yes.
Not only did you have him in your home, it was for the purpose of a formal interview between the two of you in person. Is that right?
Yes.
That was the time that Brian Albert was there
Yes.
in your home as well.
Yes.
And you had at least, I think we went through about 14 phone calls with Michael Proctor in just the next days and weeks, going all the way up through February and March. We've just gone over those, correct?
Yes, there are calls, but
Proctor was
you're
a
right about
fired
the number of
investigator.
calls, but some of them, I don't even know if they were answered.
And of course, that doesn't, and that may be true, but you were communicating back and forth, certainly,
Yes.
in the weeks and months following.
Yes.
And that doesn't include those records, just for brevity's sake, those records stop in March. But there were more communications in April, May, June, July, August, correct?
I'm not sure about that. I don't know. I think initially we communicated, but I'm not sure how long it went.
So,
and then I know we started communicating again in the summer of 23, I believe, or April of 23.
So you had spoken with Michael Proctor on the phone many times. We've just gone over those records, correct?
Yes.
You met him in person on the 29th.
Yes, when he came to interview me at my house, correct?
You just took the words out of my mouth. That was for a formal interview with you, correct?
Yes.
And it was in your house that you met him for that formal interview.
Yes.
And that was probably for some time. It wasn't a 2-minute conversation.
No.
Then in September or October of 2023, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I have been interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. I don't recall the date.
And you indicated just now that you began picking up conversations with Michael Proctor again in the summer of 2023, correct?
Yes.
So there were many more communications at that time, just before the September-October timeframe of 2023.
Yes, but that was in regards to something different than this case.
Not the subject matter. You had met him and talked to him more times in the summer of 2023, correct?
I never met with him. I just spoke with him.
Okay. In that interview with Trooper Tully, you were specifically asked about your relationship with Michael Proctor when Trooper Tully sat down with you in that, I think it was a September or maybe it was an October interview, correct?
I don't remember the specifics of the interview.
He asked you specifically whether or not you had met Michael Proctor, whether or not you had any sort of relationship with Michael Proctor. Is that right?
I'm not sure the specifics of the interview.
Isn't it true that you told Lieutenant Tully that you had, quote, never met Trooper Proctor prior to September of 2023?
No, because Michael Proctor was in my house in January of 2022.
Exactly. The interview with Trooper Tully I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
The interview with Trooper Tully in that fall of 2023, where did that take place?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Trooper Tully that you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of Lieutenant Tully's report?
I don't need to see the report because I know I told him that I met him on January 29th when he came to my house.
So again, Trooper Tully wrote that you never met Trooper Proctor before September 2023. That would be an error on him, correct?
You have to ask for an instruction.
So again, that is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, I instructed you on previous questions regarding the same type of thing, whether another witness is lying or not. Disregard the question and move on, Mr. Jackson.
If you had told Trooper Proctor, Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, would that have been a truthful or an untruthful statement?
I object. I'd like
Good question. No, that's a good question.
Come to sidebar, please.
So what you can't, the court is concerned that you're going, but you're lying, aren't you? You're a liar. You're lying. Look, they don't want that to happen. But is that a truthful or untruthful statement? What was it? Hold on. So I accidentally started this. No, not loop. Let me go back. Start it over. Here we go.
All grown up.
Hold
Chew
on.
with your mouth closed, you human pimple, you porky pig, fucking son of a bitch looking like a garbage pail kid. All grown up. Chew with your mouth closed, you human pimple. I'll be seeing you on Alex Rosen's channel.
Oh my God, I hope not. That'd be terrible. I saw a picture of Alex Rosen the other day. He was always a big guy. Did he get bigger? It looks like he found a couple of those pedophiles and ate them. I think I interviewed him a while back. Those those predator hunting channels are really interesting. They're really popular, but I'm really worried about them because just the nature of entertainment and the entertainment aspect of them, they escalate and escalate and escalate. I was watching one the other day where they were hitting the pedophile, right? And like the guy is a pedophile and was there to meet up with what he thought was like a 13-year-old boy or something like that. And like, I'd want to hit him too. But when you start hitting people out in public and you're not in fear for your safety, and there's not an actual child who's in danger, that the borders are, that's a crime. And you shouldn't film yourself doing crimes for one thing, but it could also compromise any investigation or evidence that you gathered from him, any admissions that he makes on camera if he's being hit. Like the entertainment value of it needs to just be, and I'm not saying there needs to be rules around it. I'm saying that the channels need to be cautious on how they're approaching these things so that they're actually effectuating the purpose of what they're doing. Because I have no problem with them removing awful people by, presenting this bit of evidence to the cops. Say, here's our communications. We're willing to make police reports about it. Here you go. I don't have any problem with that. But if you compromise what you've got by your subsequent actions for entertainment value, then what are you doing? So you just need to be careful with that.
Next question.
May I? Did you tell Trooper Tully, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, end quote?
I had never met Elizabeth
That's not my
Proctor
question.
prior. Well, there was a,
Did you tell Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that quote?
if I can break that quote up because it's two thick parts.
No, you can't.
So
this has been
asked and answered. Move on, Mr. Jackson.
Do you deny, as you sit here, telling Lieutenant Tully that quote that I just read? Do you deny it?
Sustained. Move along. The question's been answered.
Let's talk for a second about your phone calls to John O'Keefe on January 29th, 2022. I'd like to go through those calls with you briefly, if I could. Your Honor, this has previously been marked Exhibit 26.
Okay.
Mr. Brennan has a copy, if I may.
Yes. Thank you. Do you want this one? Thanks.
I'm going to say, I like her shirt. I like not her shirt on her. I just like her shirt. I think it's a good shirt. It's good for the trial. She looks professional.
You indicated on direct examination and earlier on cross-examination that you had multiple phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Those phone calls ranged from about 12:14 a.m. until about 12:50 a.m., correct?
There was a call at 12:14 and then at 12:18.
I'm sorry, I'm bracketing it. The
Oh,
calls
I
were between.
apologize.
That's okay. 12:14 all the way to about 12:50. Correct?
Are you saying 15?
50.
Oh, 50. Oh, sorry. I apologize. Yes.
You called John O'Keefe at 12:14 and 31 seconds, lasting about 49 seconds, and that call was answered, correct?
Yes.
And you see that reflected in Exhibit 26. Is that right?
Yes.
Going in reverse chronological order on this exhibit, you also see a call at 12:18 and 47 seconds, wherein John O'Keefe calls your phone lasting about 36 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
You know that call was answered, even though it says it says unknown in the document, correct?
It does say unknown. Yes.
That 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth column over. That's where it says unknown.
Yes.
But it also indicates that call lasted 36 seconds, so you know it was answered.
I don't know from this record it was answered, but I know from my memory that I spoke to him a second time. Yes.
You also made a call, moving out to the page before this, starting at the bottom of the page, at 12:29 and 44 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone lasting 7 seconds, correct?
That's what it says.
And the record indicates that it was an answered phone call, correct?
According to the record, it was answered, but I never spoke to him.
You deny speaking to John O'Keefe at 12:29 and 44 seconds.
Yes, I never spoke to him after 12:18.
Okay. Moving up, 12:41 and 10 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone indicating that was missed. You see where it says missed?
I do.
12:41 and 59 seconds. There was another call from your phone to John's phone, and that was also indicated as missed. Correct?
Correct.
12:43, 19 seconds. You called John O'Keefe. That was a missed call.
Correct.
12:46 and 16 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
Correct.
12:47 and 52 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
I'm sorry, which one was that?
12:47 and 52 seconds.
Yes.
At 12:50 and 37 seconds, you called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call as well.
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, there's 7 calls. That you indicate you made to John O'Keefe's phone and that were missed. Is that right?
According to this record, yes, they were
And
calls
that
missed.
comports with your memory, correct? You indicated that you had called him multiple times that morning and there were missed calls, right?
I called him, but I also think that some of the calls I might have done inadvertently.
Well, we're going to get to that.
Oh, just
My question is,
accidental,
that comports
just
with your
butt
memory
dials?
That there were several calls, according to the records, there were several calls made to John O'Keefe's phone,
Is the infamous
including 2
butt
calls that you
dials?
say you spoke to him, 12:14 and 12:18.
I spoke to him at 12:14 and 12:18, yes.
But you indicate every single call after that was missed, and you deny making those calls.
I'm not denying it, I just don't remember.
You've previously given explanation for what those calls were, these 7 calls that were missed between about 12:29 and about 12:50. That's 19 minutes. You'll agree, correct?
Yes.
If you divide 19 by 7, that's about every 2.5 minutes or 2.7 minutes, your phone is calling John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
You previously explained what you attribute to those phone calls. Is that right?
Yes.
What's your explanation?
I think I was going back and forth to the door. I was texting him. I think I put my phone in my pocket. I think I inadvertently maybe have called him.
What did you call it at the last hearing?
I believe I called it a butt dial.
And it's not just
Lamau.
one butt dial, correct?
There could be multiple, yes.
7 butt dials in the course of 19 minutes, less than 20 minutes, correct?
Huge butt.
That evening, I wasn't paying attention to butt dials or calls. I was going back and forth, listening to music, being with family. So if I inadvertently called his phone, I did.
Not inadvertently called him once, 7 times, correct?
Just
According to you.
7.
According to the record.
And we only know about these calls because you're looking at an extraction of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct. But I also turned over my phone, so you could have gotten all of that off of my phone as well.
And you're well aware that an extraction was done on your phone and not one of those butt dials appears on your phone extraction, correct? Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I am not aware of that.
Next question.
Weren't you confronted with that at the last hearing a year ago? Whether or not those phone calls actually exist on your phone logs?
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I remember you asking previously, yes.
Why wouldn't they be there? That would be a local deletion of the call
When you
that she wasn't paying attention to.
dial somebody by
It was a
mistake,
front butt dial.
it requires several steps, doesn't it?
I'm not sure. A lot of times I just put my phone down, and the next thing I know, I think it's very common to do butt dials.
It's not.
So you have an iPhone, is that right? Or had an iPhone.
It is
I
not
do,
common
yes.
to
And
butt dial with an
that
iPhone.
required a biometric or a passcode to get into the open phone. Mine's not open right now, right?
It's not open, correct?
And it requires, your phone required some sort of biometric interaction with the phone, otherwise known as Face ID, or you put in a code, correct?
Yes, or I could have been texting, and then after I texted, the phone was open, and I could have accidentally called John. That happens to me all the time.
It also requires you to open the phone app, correct? For instance, if you're texting, you're in the text app. Is that right?
Actually, I'm not. I'd have to sit and look at it
Well, no.
I'm just glad I don't butt send nudes to people.
every day. Every day.
Every day.
Yeah.
Hundreds of times a day, right?
Not hundreds.
Dozens of times a day.
Yeah.
You have to open the phone app to make a phone call. You can't call somebody from the texting app, right?
You can actually call someone from the texting app. Wrong, Alan
I'm
Jackson.
not sure. I don't know what to tell you.
There's a list of apps at the bottom of the phone.
Yes.
Messages.
At least on Android, you can.
Is that yes?
Yes, and maybe I
that's
accidentally hit the last thing, the last call. Like since I had talked to John,
Your Honor, at this point, I would ask the court to instruct the witness to answer my question.
I believe she is. Go ahead and finish.
Your Honor, approach.
Okay.
I mean, again, this is all just going to her deceptiveness and evasiveness on these things. They get to attack her credibility, but they have to do it craftily. You can't just attack someone's credit. You can't just come out and be like, they're a liar. You have to impeach their credibility, and they're doing it over and over and over again. It's a process, though.
Has anyone noticed I am not gay anymore? Coke is the magical dust that made me late all the time, I guess.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. My homosexuality is the stuff of legends.
Hibbity jibbity, jibbity hibbity ribbit ribbit. To be honest, I don't know how people don't pull a Chris Benoit listening to women with Boston accents in that goddamn city.
It would drive me crazy. I cannot, like, I'm not a fan. I'm sorry. I'm sure they're very nice people with that accent. I just think they should be genocided for the good of humanity.
Jennifer, old skeleton with a thin piece of red polished leather pulled over it looking ass. Old adding R's unnecessarily to words looking ass. Old Kurt micro penis looking ass. Tiny dick boy looking ass.
Damn it. Adam K says, wait, can't your wife own guns? She can. However, if she possesses a gun in the same house as me, you run into potential constructive possession issues. What you would have to do is segregate my ability to access them from hers. Alienability is one of the critical property rights that show ownership and possession. And I can't have possession of a firearm. Interestingly, well, it says I can't own and possess firearms, I guess. So I can't have an ownership interest or a possessory interest. There are ways to segregate that out. For example, if her gun was kept in a locked safe that was only like biometrically accessible by her, not by me, maybe. But I don't want to argue that in court. If you're there, you're already fucked. Like,
Jumping
the state will just say, no. This is constructive possession. He knows it's there. He has access to it. It's his, as effectively as hers. And then you go to prison
Ms.
forever.
McCabe,
You just
answer
don't risk
only the
it.
question that's being asked of you, okay?
Ms. McCabe, you're aware that when you're in the messaging app, you have to do something else volitionally to open the phone app, correct?
Correct.
You have to touch the phone, is that right?
Yes.
That would open a separate app, correct?
Correct.
Then, once that phone app is open, then you have to choose a person to call, correct?
Yes. Sometimes the last dialed.
Right.
Yeah.
And if that happens to be the last dial, scroll through, pick a person, make one tap, and that calls the person and initiates the call, correct?
That is one way. Yes.
But if you get out of the app, I'm sorry, if you close your phone, hit the lock button after a text message, none of that can happen without you having to open the phone and engage the phone additionally, correct?
If you hit the button to lock it. Yes.
Right. So you indicated that these are all missed calls. Is that right?
That's what the records show. Yes.
In addition to a missed call, you've had missed calls before. You both received a missed call and you've made calls that were missed. Is that right?
Yes.
When you make a call that's missed, generally goes to voicemail, does it not?
It does. Yes.
So then you have to do something additional with that call. Push the end button, correct?
Correct.
Otherwise, voicemails just go on forever. And actually, they go on for 4 minutes, right?
I don't know how long voicemails go for.
So if you had missed calls, 7 missed calls, that's at least 14 interactions, double it, because you got to make the call, then you got to end the call. 14 interactions with your phone for a single missed call.
The other person could end the
I'm sorry,
call.
for 7 missed calls.
It could be. Yes.
And your testimony is you don't remember making a single one of those calls to John O'Keefe between 12:29 and 12:50, correct?
I do not remember making those calls. No.
As you sit here, do you deny making those calls between 12:29 and 12:50 to John?
I was going to say yes.
Oh, I'm not denying that. No.
Wait, what? I mean, she should say her ass made the calls, but
I'd like to ask you a few questions about January 29th, a little further on in the morning after you got home from 34 Fairview. Approximately what time did you get home?
I'm not sure. Maybe around 11:30, 12. I'm not sure.
11:30 or 12?
It could be 11. Are you talking about? I'm confused. Are you talking about?
Let me rephrase the question.
Okay. Sorry.
On the night of the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, when you left Fairview.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What
Okay.
time did you get home today?
It was after 2, I believe. I'm not positive.
You went upstairs, is that right?
Yes.
You began to engage with your phone at
Yes.
that time. What application did you open up on your phone once you got upstairs?
It could have been Hockomock Sports.
I'm sorry, I'm backing up foundationally. What
Okay.
application on the phone? Was it Safari?
Oh, okay. Yes. I think. Yes.
You use Safari as your browser?
I'm not sure what I used.
You opened up a search engine.
Booty calls.
Within that browser, did you not?
I'm not. I just know I Googled Hockomock Sports, I believe. I'm not sure what app I opened or how I went about it.
So Google is a search engine. You use
Okay.
Google.
Possibly. I mean, that's just an expression, but I'm not, if you could show my record, I'm not sure what app I opened
Well,
or
Ms.
what.
McCabe, you've seen this record many, many times about that search early in the morning hours, correct? You know that it was a Google search.
It was Google. Okay, it was a Google search.
Okay, so it was a Google search using the Safari app.
Okay.
You were Google searching Hockomock Sports and something about Ozone?
Yes.
Ozone Sports or
It
Ozone
was
Basketball?
Yes.
What time was it that you did that Google search?
It was when I was home up in bed. I don't have any.
About 2:27 a.m., correct?
I'd have to look at a record. I don't recall off the top of my
recall
head.
that time frame, don't you?
I know I was home and I Googled that, but I don't remember the exact time.
You do recognize 2:27 a.m.
I do recognize it, but it's not from me remembering it from that night specifically. It's from me learning afterwards.
And what you learned afterwards was there was a Google search at 2:27 a.m., right? I mean, that's a layup, to use a basketball term, right?
There's a record, I think, of one.
Right. The record is of a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone. Is that right?
I'm not a phone expert, so I don't know. I can't read.
You're well aware. You don't have to be a phone expert to know that there was a Google search on your phone recovered at 2:27 in the morning. You know that. You've been told that. You've seen it. You've been asked about it dozens of times, haven't you?
I have been asked about it dozens of times, yes.
So let's set the foundation. There was a Google search on your phone at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Which Google search are you referring to?
It doesn't matter, Ms. McCabe.
Well, I know I did Ozone and I did Hockomock Sports.
And I didn't ask
and
you
those
that.
were the only two things that I Googled.
I didn't ask you what you Googled. I haven't gotten there yet. We're going to get there.
We're going to get there. Buckle up, bitch.
2:27 a.m. on your phone.
If you want to show me a report.
Sure.
Okay.
You don't remember, as you sit here, you don't remember that.
I don't.
You have no record. You have nothing in your mind about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's what you're testifying to in front of this jury right now.
Are you
I don't know what
asking
time.
me if I made a Google search at 2:27? I don't know what time I was searching for Hockomock Sports and Ozone. I have no idea what time
No one
that
asked
was.
about those.
You're well aware that your records have been told, correct?
Yes, they have.
You've been confronted with those records many times, haven't you?
I've been asked by you, yes.
And by others, right?
Yes.
I mean, the police have asked you about it. You've been interviewed about it.
I've been asked by you.
And the police.
Lally,
Yeah, Mr. Lally asked about it, yes.
Yeah.
every time you're asked, it's about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's all I'm asking.
It is, but it's not one that I remember doing or making or
Didn't
did.
ask.
It's not one I did. It's just one that is in a record that was misread.
Are you denying that you made a Google search at 2:27 a.m.?
If you could show me this Google search, I'd appreciate it.
I have a moment.
Yes.
Oh, who farted? That's how they fart in Massachusetts. That's what I've heard. It's because you have ass hands, apparently. That's a squeaker right there.
Your Honor, we need a quick minute.
That was Kurt farting in Texas. Yesterday, though,
If Ms. Little wants to keep looking on.
took a while for the sound to get there. Actually, that's rude. That was Kurt's never farted in his life. I don't want to defame him. That was actually the sound of him standing up as his two ass cheeks rubbed together like a balloon, like two balloons. Oh, excuse me. All right, here we go. We've got some more of these super tips. Guys, I love it that you're killing it on super tips here. I hope you're having fun with them. I am.
My daughter said she wanted pizza casserole for dinner last night. I grounded her and checked her phone record.
No. I mean, that's a good thing to do. She deserved it. You should ground her harder next time.
Brokeback. Bitch boy don't need no damn girlfriend. He already has C cups
We're trying
and a
not to have you
sweaty
take a
wet
recess
pussy
so
in the
that
damn
lawyers
mirror.
are just going to get something done fairly quickly so that we can continue up into the luncheon recess.
You interrupted my
May I?
super tip.
Yes.
Thank
Just
you.
the tip. We'll
Ms.
get-
McCabe, I don't have a paper copy, but I'm going to ask you to take a look at something that we display on the screen and ask you a couple of questions about that.
Oh man, having the stream kick y'all out is really nice.
Zoom in.
Yeah, you can always go to Rumble. We have 1,000 people over there. Seems stable. Not sure what's going on with the YouTube stream kicking y'all
take it
out for a
down.
minute.
That's not how it appears. You need to get rid of a column. Right?
That's exactly how it appears, Your Honor. That's the
House of
record.
Counsel at sidebar.
Back to sidebar here. I don't know what happened with the stream kicking y'all out. Very frustrating. Let me replay this. We'd started this super tip and then the judge interrupted us. Oh wait.
Brokeback. Bitch boy don't need no damn girlfriend. He already has C cups and a sweaty wet pussy in the damn mirror. Throw some flour on it, find a damn spot, and fuck yourself Death Star looking mofo.
Jesus. Where do you come up with this stuff? Well, that was wild. I just heard something in my house, but there shouldn't be anything in the house. It's coming from inside the house.
This face made for radio, bitch, is lying so bad. Two skeletons banging in a metal dumpster is more covert.
Hey, look. Don't talk to me about what I do in dumpsters. Good Lord. My house butt dialed me. Oh my gosh. It's the feds. They're shutting us down. Oh no, I hacked my own stream.
Objection, Your Honor. The defense is making our witness look like a liar.
She's doing well on her own. Let's see. Heather Whitaker. I should have read this one earlier. Corey Rikens or Brian Kohlberger would be good trials to do next. Rikens was a Utah mom who killed her husband with a Moscow mule and wrote a children's book about grief to help her kids. Holy shit. Wait, when you say she killed her husband with a Moscow mule, I assume you mean she poisoned his drink and not beat him to death with a copper mug, because the second one is way cooler and I might be on her side. Ken P says, keep it going, man. Nice to have you back. You know, it's good mom work, though, to write the book. I appreciate that. Like, those kids are going through it.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Found the paper.
Okay.
Thank you for your patience, Your Honor, and Ms. McCabe. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
Hey, is there any...
You wanted to see a record, Ms. McCabe. Did you see a record that indicated a Google search? Not what the contents of the Google search is, but there was a Google search.
I just saw a Celebrate record, yes.
And did you see the time of the Google search?
On that record, yes.
Is it 2:27 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, you will agree that there was a Google search done, and now I'm going to ask about the content of Hoslong to Die in Cold, correct?
Hoslong!
That was done in the morning at the request of Miss Reed.
Ms. McCabe, I didn't ask you that. I asked you a yes or no question.
You just said you
understand my question?
didn't make
Could
that,
you repeat it,
that
please?
search.
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Did that record indicate that there was a search at some point done, at some point, for Hoslong to Die in Cold?
I object to her reading the record.
So was there a search on that at some point?
On that paper, was there a search that said that? Is that the question?
Let's start with that.
This is judge just asked you.
Yes. Yeah, there was.
Okay. Now let me ask you a different question. You Google searched the phrase "Hostlong to die in cold." Yes or no?
Yes.
On January 29th, correct?
Yes.
So you agree that you were on Google, correct?
Yes.
You agree that there was a search done at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I don't recall doing a search at 2:27. The paper says it. I don't.
Okay. And you also agree that at some point that morning, you plugged into that phone, Hostlong to die in cold. Is that right?
Yes. After we found John O'Keefe.
Now you claim that that was at 6:23 and at 6:24 in the morning. Two iterations of how long to die in the cold. Hostlong to die in cold. How long TI die in CIKD, correct?
I'm not claiming it. It's the truth. It's what happened.
You're testifying to that.
Yes, I am.
You also testified that at the time you Google searched those phrases, it was Karen Reed screaming and yelling at you, shaking you to Google hypothermia, correct?
She was pulling on my sleeve.
Is that
Yes.
yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You have discussed this Google search and the issue of the hypothermia with Carrie Roberts, correct?
I told her in the days following.
You discussed it? or not?
Yes.
Rogue Jen, if the
You discussed
VOD
it
doesn't fix, I'll
in the days
re-upload it.
following January 29th, correct?
Yes.
You discussed it before her testimony at the grand jury, correct?
We discussed it after. We don't talk about what we're going to say before testifying or
So
anything like
in
that.
the 3 months between this incident and the testimony by both you and Ms. Roberts, you two did not discuss this hypothermia issue?
It wasn't an issue. It was just something she said, but we don't discuss it every day. There's no need to.
I didn't ask you to discuss it every day. I asked you if you ever discussed it.
Originally, yes, we did discuss it in the first days following all of
And
this.
that would have been before either one of you testified at the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
And we know that you were with her during her, just before her testimony at the grand jury. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're certainly aware that at the grand jury, that in prior testimony, Carrie Roberts corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded to Google hypothermia.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Are you aware that Carrie Roberts, well, let me ask it a different way. Have you and Carrie Roberts ever discussed the fact that she corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded that you Google hypothermia?
No.
She never told you that.
No.
Did you ever ask her that?
No.
Did you discuss your statement that Karen Reed was the one that demanded that search?
Karen Reed did ask me to do the search. Yes.
Okay, that's not what I asked you. Did you and Carrie Roberts discuss that?
Yes, we've talked about that.
Are you aware that last week Carrie Roberts denied hearing that statement?
Sustained.
Have you been told, have you been updated that last week Carrie Roberts denied ever having heard that statement?
Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes. All right, jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Yay. Excuse me. Had a burp or something in there. It was hiding. Oh my gosh. Ann B says, how did Matt, Jen, Brian, and Nicole know about the arrest or a plea of Karen when Matt sent his group text message on 2/1/22? Karen wasn't arrested yet. Josh Pacole, any mom I have butt dialed someone, or I assume it means anytime I've butt dialed someone, I end up leaving a very long voicemail just saying, yeah, you usually don't butt dial and then hang up. Do I have a song in my head today? Always curious. Not yet. Something will kick in a little bit. Yeah, I mean, the problem is it's when you combine all this stuff. Individually, a butt dial is no big deal. 7 butt dials is weird. 7 butt dials that disappear from the phone record is really weird, right? Like that looks like those were deleted for whatever reason. If they're just butt dials, like an accidental, who cares? Maybe she has a good reason though. Like, and honestly, maybe there's a good reason. 7 butt dials to another guy, right? Maybe her husband. She's worried about what her husband thinks if he looks at her phone or something like that. Who knows? She may have that explanation. At this point, you should just say it if there is one. But even if it's inconsistent, I guess, but your statements aren't consistent as from before anyway. But trying to deny the butt dials happened or trying to explain them when they're just butt dials, like, were you thirst calling someone? But it really looks like collusion. That's the problem here, is that it really looks like collusion. It's the thing you run into from time to time is like, sometimes it looks like what it might be.
So just one question on this. Just one question on this, please, Mr. Jones.
Have you become aware from any source that last week Carrie Roberts denied having heard the statement that was attributable to my client?
No.
You aware of that?
No.
You've reviewed the video from the dash
butt
cam
nefarious?
out of the scene, correct?
I've seen it, yes.
You're aware that there is no video showing my client demanding a Google search anywhere in this case, correct?
I'm not sure what cameras were where.
You're aware that there's no audio of my client demanding a Google search, correct?
Correct.
You're unaware of any witness who can corroborate your statement that my client demanded a Google search. Any witness at all.
It was just the two of us. She had sent Carrie off.
Hey, we did pass 1,000
So of
likes.
course, Carrie Roberts is not such corroborating witness.
Figure out
Right?
something to do.
At least you understand that.
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Carrie Roberts is not a corroborating witness for you. You understand that? You just said that.
Yes, Carrie, I don't believe heard it. She
So
was
it's-
sent off.
So it's your word and your word only, Ms. McCabe, that my client demanded a Google search. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Ms. McCabe, you were with Carrie Roberts just before her grand jury testimony. Is that right?
Yes.
You had been with her to create a timeline of a version of events that occurred, correct?
I wouldn't say a version of events. We each put down what we remembered.
She saw what you put down. You saw what she put down.
Yes.
And you compared and contrasted those with each other to create that timeline, correct?
No, we didn't compare and contrast. I said she called me. She said this. Then Carrie and someone was writing it down for us.
That would be your sister. Who?
It was my sister, yes.
Which sister?
My sister, Denise
What's your last name?
Galvin.
She here?
She is here, yes.
Where is she?
She's sitting over there.
Can you point to her and describe what she's wearing?
Sure, she's over there in the back with the striped shirt on.
The gentleman in the purple and the gentleman in the black?
Yes.
So she witnessed this timeline being prepared, correct?
She wrote the timeline, yes.
And then you've spoken to Miss Roberts several times.
You wrote the timeline.
Yes.
And about your
Timeline that you
perceptions of this
use.
case, correct?
You didn't coordinate
We
on.
talk about what happened and the aftermath of this case. We don't talk about the specific details as much as we talk about the aftermath of everything.
Ms. McCabe, the fact is you instructed Carrie Roberts to say that she heard that Google hypothermia statement from my client before she testified at the grand jury, didn't you?
No, absolutely not. I never instructed her to do anything.
You wanted some witness to back up your story about this Google search, correct?
No, absolutely not. I don't
Ms.
need.
McCabe,
It was said. Karen said it. It's that simple.
so you're the only person saying that, though.
Yes, and I stand by that 110%.
And the reason that you wanted another witness to back up that statement is because you knew that that Google search for Hosselong to die in cold points a very uncomfortable finger right toward you, correct?
I never did that search at 227. I never needed to instruct somebody. No, I'm
Hey,
sorry.
Trevor,
There's an
show me on
apology
the
again.
doll
Has
where I
someone
touched
told
your
you
wife.
You need to apologize when you say, when there's an uncomfortable question that you don't want to answer.
No,
Have you discussed this with anybody?
no, and that's not an uncomfortable question. I'm fine to answer it.
How many times did you say, I apologize yesterday in cross-examination?
I didn't count.
Probably more than 15, right?
I have no idea. I'm just trying to answer the questions and be truthful as I can.
And you're aware that the Celebrite extraction that was done on your phone determined that of the three searches, 2:27 a.m., 6:23 a.m., 6:24 a.m., only one of them was recorded as deleted, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever been confronted with having deleted a Google search off your phone? You ever
Yeah.
been asked that?
Yes, by you.
Do you deny that you deleted a Google search off your phone?
I never deleted a Google search off my phone.
So you
I
deny
never did that. I deny it, yes.
that you ever deleted a Google search?
Yes. I never made the search.
I'd like to move back to the time of about 6:03 in the morning.
Did someone else make the search
Okay,
on your phone?
when you, along
Or you
with
looked away?
Jerry Roberts and Ms. Reed, approached 34 Fairview. This is Exhibit 4. It's been previously entered into evidence. I think you've seen part of this exhibit. Do you recall, before we get to the exhibit, do you recall my client when the first officer on scene, do you know his name, by the way?
I believe it was Officer Seraph.
When Officer Seraph approached, he asked the question, what happened? Something like that. Open-ended question. Do you remember that?
I don't remember what he specifically said.
Do you remember my client a few seconds later saying, my boyfriend, I left him. He never came home.
I don't remember the specifics of what was said.
Your Honor, if we could, I would ask that we queue up Exhibit 4 for the jurors at runtime 4:20.
Light him up. Hey.
Before we play this, I'm going to play just like a second of it and ask if you can hear the volume.
Okay.
We could, Mr. Wolf?
I heard
Did you
it.
hear anything?
Oh, I can hear. Yes. Sorry.
Okay. I don't know how loud it's going to be, quite frankly.
Okay.
Ms. McCabe, will you please pay attention to the audio portion of this video as this is played? Could you hear that?
I heard something.
Could you hear my client? Does it sound like Ms. Reed?
It sounded like a female.
Did it sound like Ms. Reed, female?
I'm not sure I could, could I listen to it again?
Sure.
Permission one more time?
One more time.
Oh, I'll play it for you again.
Could you hear it?
I could hear it, yes.
What did she say?
I have
I
no
don't know.
idea.
No
Did
idea.
she say, my
Couldn't-
boyfriend, I left him, and he never came home.
I could not make that out.
You testified on direct examination that you were basically a passenger along in this ride on the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, that you were not the person in charge, correct?
I was in the passenger seat and Miss Roberts was driving.
It's a bad question on my part. Let me see if I can reframe that. You testified that it was Carrie Roberts who was basically the take charge person in the scenario between and among the three of you, Ms. Reed and Ms. Roberts.
Yes. Yes.
Not you, correct?
No.
You were
Should
just
be
sort
hitting
of along
lunch
for the
soon.
ride, assisting how you could, correct?
I was trying to help Miss Reed and find John O'Keefe.
If we could play a clip starting at, and I'm going to ask you, Ms. McCabe, to take a look at several clips. The first one starting at 6:21 runtime to 7:41. It's just over a minute.
Hey, if anybody out there wants to edit together 10 minutes of audio for me and you're bored like during this and could do it, please DM me on Twitter or something. It'll have good value in the end. I promise. Ryan's busy today. He can't do
Pause
it.
this. Do you recognize the three individuals in the foreground of this video?
I do, yes.
Can you start from left to right and describe for the jurors who we're looking at?
I believe that's me in the black coat. To the right of me is Miss Roberts, and on the other side of the car is Miss Reed.
Miss Roberts has, just to distinguish, Miss Roberts seemed to have fur on her hood where you did not.
Yes.
If you could go ahead and play that, please.
Mr. Bubbles, you can only have a mustache right if you pull my hair while you do it.
You pause it, please. Can you see who it appears you're talking to at that point?
I don't know who that is, no.
Go ahead and play it. Pause it. Does it appear that you're engaged in conversation with that person while Miss Roberts is attending to something in the truck and Miss Reed is running back and forth?
Yes, I was speaking to whoever that was.
Do you believe that was a police officer?
I believe, yes.
Go ahead and play it.
Oh, I can move me. Sorry.
Mr. Wolk, if you'll stop it at 7:41, please. Could you see what was depicted in the video for about that minute and 10-second runtime?
Yes.
Did it appear that you were engaged in conversation with that other person?
Yes.
When that other person walked away, could you see his jacket?
I couldn't make it out now.
Did it appear to be he was a police officer?
I'm going to assume it was a police officer, yes.
Okay. In that video, who looks most like she is taking charge, you or Carrie Roberts?
Objection.
Assisting.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one controlling the narrative, at least with law enforcement at that point?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one engaging in conversation with law enforcement while Carrie Roberts and Ms.
Objection.
Reed are otherwise occupied?
Sustained.
I am speaking with law enforcement, yes.
Okay. Let that one go.
Can we move to runtime 8:56? Pause it. Can you see yourself in that video?
I can, yes.
Which person are you?
I'm in the far right.
Speaking to someone?
Yes.
Who's that you're speaking to?
I can't make it out, but it looks like a police officer possibly.
And Miss Roberts is directly in the middle of the screen, is that right?
I thought that was Miss Reed, but I could be wrong.
Let's go ahead and play it. And at 9:26, you'll stop, please.
Why is there no body cam footage and only camera footage from a toaster in the cop car's trunk?
In that video clip.
Good question.
who
I wonder
among
if
the
it's with
three
all
of
the
you
cold gear
appear to
they're
be
wearing.
most engaged with law enforcement at that time?
Can you tell? Can you answer that, Ms. Reed? I mean, can you answer that, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, I can. I was speaking to police officers. Yes, I was trying to help them.
Okay. Can we go to runtime 1049? This will be from 1049 to 1155, Mr. Wolk. You pause it. Who is it that's just gesticulating in the video?
That is me.
I'm
Go and play it.
gesticulating. I get it, woman. I'm gesticulating too. God. How long did it take for the cops to get bored of you talking to them and say, seriously, stop? We know.
Did you see yourself in that video, that clip, about a minute-long clip?
Yes, I did.
Who among the three of you appeared to be most engaged with law enforcement in that clip?
I was.
Runtime 2022, Mr. Wolk. Stop it. Do you see yourself in that video?
I do, yes.
You just walked in from frame right?
Yes.
From frame right going left?
Yes, behind Miss Roberts.
Okay,
Yes.
and that's you right in the middle of the screen?
Yes, it is.
And Miss Roberts had already run through, went to her SUV, correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and play. This is about a 2-minute clip for the court's edification.
All right.
And this is the last of them.
We may have the Kurt dating video. We'll see. We'll see on the break. Right now, obviously, we're watching windshield wipers.
Mr. Wolk, can you pause it? Can you tell who you're speaking to there?
I think it's Mike Blank.
Go ahead and play it.
God, I'm having trauma from the fucking windshield wiper missing the spot. Because if you live in a state with all this snow, you know that it builds up on each side of the wiper, and you'll get just a gap where it will not wipe anything. and you're just, there's nothing you can do. You have to throw the whole car away. Why are you crying?
Ms. McCabe, who was most engaged in that clip with law enforcement between
was.
among you and Carrie Roberts and Miss Reed?
I was.
You noticed when Mr. O'Keefe was placed on the gurney in a prior clip and moved past you, correct?
Yes,
Did you notice what your reaction was when that gurney passed you?
I didn't know.
Did you see you turned your back completely to Mr. O'Keefe as he passed by?
If that happened, it wasn't on purpose.
Ms. McCabe, when you got to the scene, we can take that down. When you got to the scene at 6:03 in the morning, you immediately recognized, did you not, that this was an emergency situation? High intensity emergency situation, correct?
I knew it was an emergency situation. Yes.
As a matter of fact, a man's life was in grave danger. You knew that.
Yes, I did.
And this is someone that was a friend of yours, correct?
Yes, he was a dear friend.
Not just a friend, but a police officer who was laying,
dear friend.
as far as you knew, dying in the snow. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that you needed to get immediate medical attention, emergency medical attention to him as quickly as
Hey,
you
whoa, did we
possibly
get
could.
raided?
Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that minutes counted, right?
Yes.
You knew that seconds counted, correct?
We're almost up to
This man
3,000
was
viewers.
grasping,
Welcome,
as far as
everybody.
you knew, grasping and clinging to life at that moment. Is that right?
Yes.
That's why you called 911, to get emergency personnel who are trained in CPR and life-saving measures to the scene, to the gentleman, to Mr. O'Keefe, as quickly as you possibly could, correct?
Yes.
You called 911 at about 6:03 and 35 seconds. Is that right? I don't expect you to know down to the second, but it was about a couple of minutes after 6.
Right after, yeah, we found him. Yes.
And you're aware from the dash cam that Officer Seraph got there about 6:10, almost on the nose, right?
I didn't pay attention to the time.
You'll agree with me that there was about 6.5 minutes or so between the time you called 911 and the time Officer Seraph got there. Is that right?
If that's what the dash cam says, yes.
On that 911 call, you referred to John O'Keefe as a man passed out in the snow.
Yes.
You didn't say, "This is my friend."
I needed to get, like you said, emergency there. So
Did
I
you
wasn't
say,
going to
"This is
give
my
a I wasn't going to give a description and say my friend is in the snow. I was going to give them the information that I thought was the most important at the time.
Did
And
you say his name?
I just said a man because that was the most important identifying.
You didn't say John.
Eventually in the 911, I do say his name.
You didn't initially say O'Keefe, correct?
No, none of that matters. It was a man in the snow and
And
I
you
wanted
didn't say-
help there.
And you didn't say he's a Boston police officer or an off-duty police officer.
Again, a man needed help.
Yes or no? Did you
No,
say that?
I didn't.
Do you think that might, yes or no? Do you think that might have sped things up if they knew, if the 911 operator knew that this was a fallen officer,
Ooh.
a fellow officer?
I think 911 comes to everyone equally. I don't think they would have.
Do you think that might have
no.
been something important to relay to
It's
the
also, do you think
911
that?
officials?
I don't know.
You were even asked by the 911 operator, does anybody know CPR? And your answer was no, correct?
I'd have to listen to it to remember my exact answers.
But it was basically in the negative. No, we're not professionals. We're just out here doing the best we can, correct?
I wouldn't say that, no.
You didn't believe Karen Reed knew CPR?
I didn't know. I don't think I answered that question. I don't think it
You
was
didn't-
asked.
You didn't know if Carrie Roberts knew CPR, correct?
I didn't know if they knew CPR, correct?
And none of you were paramedics?
No,
None of you were first responders?
no,
None of you were trained in emergency life-saving techniques in any way, correct?
correct.
I have a question, Ms. McCabe.
Mhm.
On all of Fairview, the entire road between Chapman and Cedar Crest, can you think of any person on that road who might have had life-saving techniques trained into them? First responder, someone who knew how to deal with someone in distress, someone with high skill level training. Do you think of anyone on Fairview who had that kind of training?
Can I now or did I then? Which are you asking?
Did you then?
No, then my focus was on John O'Keefe.
Okay, let me narrow the focus. How about on the property? How about at 34 Fairview? Could you think of anyone that was a first responder who would have life-saving training, life-saving technique training under his belt?
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian Albert.
And you didn't go in the house, did you?
No, I did not.
When you arrived at the scene, you didn't go in? Not until much later, correct?
Our focus was John.
You knew that Brian Albert was inside the house. You'd just been with him hours earlier, correct?
Calls were
You knew that
coming
his
from
window was
inside
30
the
feet
house.
away. You're staring at it. You could look at it if you wanted to, correct?
It's off to an angle.
And you didn't go in the house then either.
I did not know.
You knew that John O'Keefe was clinging to life during those precious minutes and seconds. Is that right?
I did, yes.
And you also knew that Brian Albert, your brother-in-law, was a first responder trained to deal with people in that kind of distress, correct?
Why might he
In
not
that
want
moment,
to?
my only thoughts were John and everything we could do
No, they
for
weren't.
John.
They weren't
And you
for
knew that
John
there
at
were
all.
blankets inside the house. Is that right?
I did, yes. There were warm blankets in the house.
And you
Those
still
weren't-
never went in, did you?
No, I went and attended to John because once I finished calling 911, I went over to John and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over compressions. So I
And-
felt like that was more important and 911 was on the way. I never thought about going in the house. I just thought, how can I help John?
You never thought about going in the house, but you did pull out your cell phone and make 2 phone calls, didn't you?
After I
Yeah.
called 911, I tried calling my sister, yes.
While John was out in the cold, clinging to life, you weren't doing chest compressions at 6:07 and 6:08, were you?
I was walking over when I was calling.
You were calling your sister on the phone, weren't you?
I was calling them to see if they would come out, but I was going right over to work on him.
And you could have walked 25 feet to the front door, walked in the house, and screamed for Brian Albert to come out and help you in those precious seconds and minutes, couldn't you?
That would have taken me away from helping John, getting Kerry blankets, giving him compressions.
And making those 2 very important phone calls at 6:07 and 6:08 that you say were not answered.
They
correct?
were not important phone calls. I tried to call my sister and then I focused on John.
They were not important phone calls, but they were important enough for you to make while John is clinging to life right there in front of you, right?
As I was walking over, I called to see if she would answer.
And she didn't answer. Let's talk about that. She didn't
No.
answer according to you.
So if we're going to talk about it, we're beyond the luncheon break.
Your Honor, I have 2 more questions,
Okay.
and I'll wrap it.
Okay.
Let's talk about that real quick.
Sure.
She didn't answer the phone, did she?
No, she didn't.
So you have a situation where a man is laying dead or dying in the front yard of your sister's house. You see nothing in terms of life inside the house. Lights aren't coming on. They're not getting up. They're certainly not coming outside, right?
They were sound asleep
They weren't coming outside, were they?
because they were asleep.
You didn't know if they were asleep. All you knew was there was a severely injured man on the front lawn of their house, and your sister didn't answer the phone, not once, but twice, correct?
Correct. She didn't answer the phone.
Did you think your sister might have been in peril? Did you think to go inside the house and check that they're okay?
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
You had no reason to believe they weren't okay. A man was dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister's not answering the phone. And nobody is coming out to the chaos of Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight. She was crying she hit him. I didn't, but my focus. Can I finish, please?
You had solved the crime right then and there. You solved the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better. You knew better. You knew she wasn't in peril. You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
You weren't worried about them at all because you knew what really happened, didn't you?
At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was taillight found next to him.
You still don't know that.
All right, jurors, luncheon break. Let's take
There we go. Welcome. I guess YouTube decided to finally give us a little promotion here. We've got a bunch of people who have joined. Thank you. Finding a nice place to park for break. Look, I know some of the other streamers shut down for the lunch break. We do not, although not everything we talk about will be Karen Reed related. But yeah, welcome to everybody. It's nice to see y'all. If you didn't know, if you've never watched a trial with me, it's understandable. It's been a while since I've done it, but I have a pretty laid back approach. I let the talking happen mostly. I do tell jokes from time to time or talk over some things. I'm sorry, I'm not perfect. I mean, I am, but like for me, it's kind of how I keep myself from, dating Karen Reed and getting killed. It's a joke. That wasn't funny. No, it's how I keep myself kind of entertained, but I try not to do it too much because I know people are listening to the testimony, and I'm here watching along, and I will throw in my opinions as they are merited, and then we can talk about stuff at breaks and not interrupt the action. But I also don't like pausing and playing at 2x speed. I want to experience what the jury is experiencing, and for me, that also means I don't know a ton about the first trial. I've got some background stuff. I had interviewed Turtle Boy before the first trial had occurred. That was a long time and a lot of drugs ago. We can talk about that at some other point. Like, don't worry about it. That's all. That's deep lore. But so I don't remember the specifics of what was said in that conversation. Sometimes my brain will go back to stuff, but taking a pretty fresh look at this, and the reason that I like that for me, and maybe some of you will agree, is that I don't have a preconceived notion of what is supposed to be said. I don't know all of the stuff they could be relying on from the first trial, and neither does a jury. So you're getting my perspective of a juror who has enough of a legal background to translate some of this stuff and maybe understand what's going on a little differently than someone else. But that's about it. I'm with you guys who don't know about the first trial. And I'm with you guys who, maybe know a lot about the first trial, but want a fresh perspective. So welcome to the show. So we had today the cross-examination of Jen McCabe has continued, and we have Attorney Jackson's methodically kind of taking her apart, as he has with all of the other cross-examination he's done. He's very, very good at it. And I want to point that out. He's methodical. He is not overly expressive, but he is not dull and monotone. He is confident. His questions are direct. He does sometimes get into compound questions. It's really difficult to go through with someone who's being evasive. If we're being charitable, you could say, with someone who's having memory issues with all the stuff they've said over the past couple of years in relation to this murder. But he is being very patient and methodical with them. It has to be done by the book because this stuff has to get into the record for their closing argument. But also, he does want to laboriously, if necessary, put Jen McCabe on display as someone who cannot be trusted. And that's critical. And to consistently show her inability to recognize what she said closer in proximity to the date of this occurring, as well as what she has said in the interim at previous hearings and previous trials. Those inconsistencies stack up. And if the jury just keeps hearing, you said this before, and that's not true. You said this before, and it's different now. Are you trying to say that you didn't do this? Making her look ridiculous by claiming that her phone called and hung up on 7 different people in the course of, in the span of, a short amount of time. All of these things just go to the credibility of the witness. And this is a person who's there. She's one of the people who's there. She's one of the people who finds the body. And she's one of the people who seems to be most deeply involved in any sort of, conspiracy or collusion that may be going on with these witnesses. And there does seem to be at least a hint that there might be some of that. And Jackson is peeling back the banana peel, I guess. I didn't like to say peel twice. That was very, very ungentlemanly of me, and I apologize. I apologize for that. But Allison Diane says, my cell locks, how are butt dials possible? Look, it has to do with the nature of capacitive touch screens and a couple other factors. Some phones, I don't know about on iPhones, but some phones do have a way to actually access the keypad without unlocking the phone entirely. One, for emergency calls, you can do that. And two, some of them, like I believe my phone, I can just get to the phone aspect of it and dial a number if I don't want to unlock the phone. But it takes as much time as unlocking the phone. So it's kind of a silly feature, but it is like a holdout. It is a holdout from, I guess, the olden days. But there is a way to get there. I don't know about on an iPhone, though. I don't use an iPhone. So what I do know is that my mother on occasion butt dials me, but her butt doesn't hang up on me. Her butt likes to sit there and talk to my voicemail for a long time. So I'll know when it happens because it'll just keep going and going and going. And then there's nothing going on other than some background noise that you can hear, maybe some muffled communication. Or sometimes I'll pick up the phone if I happen to be there and I'll hear her talking and again, muffled. She has a watch too, so she can like yell into that thing like it's like a spy. But you can tell the difference between hearing that and hearing the the phone that's stuck in a pocket. So just getting basic things in front of the jury that you roll the dice on jurors' understanding is ridiculous. Because one of the things I keep seeing on Twitter is people saying, oh, you don't trust juries or whatever. It's like, I mean, no, but I do trust juries to be people. And I've met a lot of people and a lot of people are dumb. And it's not like supposed to mean anything, but a jury is just a collection of 12 people who have managed to not murder anyone that day, right? Like the jury pool is the district and they bring in these people. And then you try and narrow that down into 12 specific people through voir dire where you go, okay, these people are acceptable. But you're not getting like a group of principled scholars. Like you're getting just 12 people. They could come from all walks of life and have any sort of job. So it's not like you have this vaunted group of high morality, high intelligence, high wisdom people. That's not a thing that a jury is. A jury is the same people you would run into if you went to like like a Target. In Massachusetts, maybe more like a Walmart, but like it could be anybody at all coming home from work. They're going to grab a couple groceries or whatever, and they show up at the store. That's your jury pool. People forget that. They think like, oh, juries think this and juries do that. No, well-trained juries that are trained by the attorneys who are arguing might have might be paying attention to certain things that the attorneys have taught them. I'd say taught in a very loose sense, but taught them to pay attention to. These are important. You need to get to proof beyond a reasonable doubt. You need to get beyond just the mere thought that this probably happened to this almost definitely happened, and we can show it. Not just that this almost definitely happened, but that it's provable to that level that it almost definitely happened, that there's no reasonable alternative explanation for this occurrence. So you're training your jury to look for that. And you say, look, we're going to tell you about this. And how we're going to do it is we're going to bring in an expert. And that expert is going to tell you why there's no possible way that car got up to 27 miles an hour as the state is claiming, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So you train your jury that way. You tell them what they're supposed to be looking for. You give them the principles behind the reason they should be listening to you. Again, the principles of justice, the principles of a robust and fair defense of yourself when you've been accused by the state of a crime. And of course, the standard of beyond a reasonable doubt. And the reason that we have that is so that the state cannot just put anyone they want in jail at any time, but you are able to exercise your rights and you are able to mount a competent defense if you so choose. That's the training I'm talking about. But you can only go so far. You don't have a bunch of time to like exposit to these jurors and expound on the principles of freedom and liberty and the right to a fair trial. You don't have time to do that. So you have to do it within the bounds of the law, within your practical time constraints. But in general, you're just getting a dice roll of people on jurors. So don't think that the jurors are in some special task that they're holding in high regard. I mean, they're getting bored and tired just like anybody else would do so in these situations. But they are there and they are listening. For me, especially in a trial that's this long, my opinion of what you want to be doing as an attorney is to focus on getting those jurors to the point where they have associations with the state witnesses that are negative, where the association is more important than the detail. The association is that there is some attempt to change or control the narrative of facts that's gone on outside of the bounds of normalcy. And that attempt to change the facts means that whether it's intentional or not, in regards to Karen Reed, directly impacts the rights of Karen Reed and shows that there is reasonable doubt there, because the evidence can't show something if the evidence has been manipulated. And so to, again, show over and over, methodically and consistently, that all of these jurors have spoken to each other, even though there's reasonable explanations for it. Just because there are reasonable explanations doesn't mean that they are the explanations of why it actually happened. So they've spoken to each other at length about this case, about the facts of the case. They've admitted on the stand, because of the excellent questioning by the defense attorneys, they have admitted on the stand that they have learned facts from other witnesses that they did not know, do not have personal knowledge of, and that they have then relayed those facts in various places. They're also going to the inconsistencies between their prior testimonies, which were made under oath and were recorded in transcript, to things that they are saying today. And what they want to do is very carefully, without making direct accusations, draw the specter of a conspiracy between this group of individuals, along with the district attorney's office, in sculpting a narrative and curating testimony to be more effective in the prosecution of Karen Reed, rather than to be more effective in the pursuit of justice. And those are two different things. They may come to the same conclusion, but they're two different things. One pursues facts and justice. The other one is out to get a woman. The defense needs the jurors to believe that there's enough people involved in trying to get Karen Reed that there's sufficient doubt about any of the evidence collected in this case. And I think they're doing a really good job of that. But there is a differing opinion. I can't believe someone would disagree with me ever. But there is a differing opinion that I just wanted to read from Twitter here. Once I find it, just a second. This is okay. Some guy said, thanks for confirming how awful of an attorney you are. He has no idea. I haven't even come close to confirming how bad I am at this. Good Lord. Don't get me started. This guy thinks I'm even trying to be bad at being an attorney. I have rolled up my sleeves. Shit. Okay, well, I haven't rolled down my pants yet. But now that y'all are here, I probably will. Holy cats, we have 20 memberships gifted by Jenny LJ. Thank you for bringing some members to the channel. Cherry Reed says, I didn't realize that I only find watching trials if I can laugh at it until Jeff was gone. Thank you so much for bringing laughter to difficult topics and at times boring moments. Also, love the law explaining. Thank you. Hey, thanks. Very much appreciate that. Okay, so we've got this, and I'll just read it. So I found this interesting. This is on Danny on Direct's post. Danny is a friend of mine. She's an awesome attorney, awesome YouTuber. Check her out, Danny on Direct on YouTube. You can find her on Twitter as well. So this guy's responding to me. He says, Jackson is spinning in circles and making no progress. The witness is holding her ground. He is desperate, frustrated, and condescending, failing miserably. I thoroughly disagree with this assessment. Thoroughly disagree with this assessment. However, excuse me. I wanted to put it out there because it's tempting to get wrapped into sort of a, you know, myopic sort of approach to a subject, especially when entertainment gets involved, because entertainment and analysis can overlap, but they can also have influence on each other. Too much analysis, you know, and someone winces when they sit for a while. Too much entertainment and the, you know, you might lose the plot, and you might start giving the audience what you want in your analysis. And no one should ever want analysis. It should always be forced on them. I'm just kidding. I was just running with the joke. Sorry, old habits. But yeah, so I wanted to bring this out and realize that there is another opinion out there, because most of what I see is pro Karen Reed. And but I disagree with this. So I said, I don't see it that way, but a juror might. Jurors may not perceive bias where learned observers do. By learned observers, I'm not really talking about lawyers in this case. I'm talking about the audience, you guys who have watched the first trial, you've watched pretrial motions, you've seen Bev act in a way that consistently favors the state. At least in my opinion, it didn't take that long for me to kind of pick up that perspective. But so if you see her, we see her consistently acting in this way. The jurors, one, don't encounter the judge as much as any other observers do. Jurors also likely have not seen anything from the first trial, or any substantial amount from the first trial. And further, you know, they're not learned on any of the other goings on in regards to the case and the drama around it, or they're not supposed to be. So, you know, for them, the jurors just in there, and this is how it goes. You know, they don't have necessarily the same perspective when an objection is sustained or overruled, and we might think it's unfair, or I might think it's unfair, or explain why I think the judge got it wrong, or say the judge got it right. The juror just goes, okay, well, like that's what happens. And they're not thinking in the same way. So it's important to keep that perspective that other people, you know, may see things differently. Brennan, so this guy responds, jurors are so done with Alan. He's doing too much condescending to the witnesses. Not a great idea. Now this is where I go, okay, how do you know this? Like, where is this coming from? How are you assessing what jurors are and aren't doing? Like, are you in the courtroom? Are you doing body language analysis? Because, oh my gosh, don't really want to see that too much. The jury analysis stuff, I'm not a huge fan of, but you know, other people can like it. It just drives me crazy because I always want to scream. Oh boy. Oh my gosh. We're about to do something that's maybe really funny. It might be horrible. So a couple things, again, to you new people. There are pinned comments in the chat, both the YouTube and the Rumble chat, and they link to a system called Super Tip. Super Tip is like a super chat on YouTube, but funnier, because there's a list of AI voices, and those AI, well, I call them AI voices. What it actually is, people who are chained to chairs with microphones in front of them and electrical leads attached to various parts of their bodies. And if they don't read what is sent to them and say that they endorse it and believe it, then of course we zap them. Eventually they have to be taken off of the list because they get killed from this. It's not an efficient system, but it's the one we have. But anyway, the AI system is like a super chat, but it's a voice reads out your comment. And we have a whole bunch of them from different characters from past trials, or there's some from this trial. You can have me say stuff like this one. Here we go.
How soon before we have Monster Energy drink toasts again? My youngest turns 1 next week.
I will have Monster Energy drink supply on hand for next week. I'm not sure what I'm going to do for toasts as a beverage for me, but we will get there. Oh, and by the way, to all you, all of the new people who are joining and have joined, hey, hit the like button if you actually enjoy the stream. Also, when you hit the like button on enjoying my stream, a call to your therapist goes out automatically and help is on the way. So don't worry, you'll be safe.
Your Honor, Let the record show the only reason this white devil-eyed bitch look miserable is from taking a train from behind.
Oh my
from
God.
Shriveled dick pigs on the regular. If bitch talk shit, you must slap it.
See, I do not endorse that. That is very, very rude commentary from that gentleman, which is maybe why he axe murdered some people to death. But, you know, I don't judge.
This throwback looks like a mummy and speaks like the chick from Dances with Wolves.
Okay, why is the Dances with Wolves thing funnier than the mummy thing? The voice is being used right now, if you don't know, is a guy named Ronnie O'Neill. Ronnie O'Neill was accused of murdering his girlfriend and his disabled daughter, and attempting to murder his son with an axe in Florida a couple years back. He decided to represent himself at trial, and he yelled at the jury in magnificent fashion. The turning point of the trial for me was when they were when he was cross-examining his own son, and he was asking him, you know, about like being his dad and stuff like that. And he's like, "So what happened?" And he's like, "You stabbed me." I was like, "Well, shit, Ronnie. That wasn't a good approach to testimony at all, was it? Like, that was not a good way to do that." But we found out Ronnie O'Neill was found guilty. He was convicted, which was a surprising thing for all observers. Like I said, the curveball from the sun really threw off the whole case. But he was convicted. We found out later, though, that upon review, you know, the conviction should be overturned because he was attempting to exorcise demons out of his girlfriend and a disabled child. And look, sometimes you just got to take an axe and you got to clean house. And so that's what Ronnie was doing. But that's the voice that you're hearing here if you're not familiar with Ronnie O'Neill. But
Hickory dickory dock. Kurt's breath smells like crotch rot. When the clock struck 2, Kurt snorted mangoo while picking crust off of his cock.
oh my gosh, no. Adam says, did the beginning of the stream get cut? YouTube, something happened on YouTube. First of all, thanks YouTube for whatever happened, because I think they took me off of Dunce suspension and finally started distributing my stream out, which is awesome, because we went from 2,200 viewers to 5,800 viewers, and it's nice to have people back into the show, because a lot of people have said, like, we didn't know you were back, and I'm glad that maybe that's getting out to people that they're here, or that they can be here for this. So welcome to everybody who's here. But yeah, we're very happy to have you. But there's something that people said, that the beginning of the show is not available after this weird glitching of the stream that happened. Look, I do have the stream is up and running on Rumble as well, and I'll be able to re-upload the recording if necessary, if it's not there when we're all done. So I don't know. Like, I can't check right now. But let's see. We got this one here.
This bitch is so ugly, even the damn tide wouldn't take her. Her butt dial is rolling that face over her screen.
There's a specific perspective that people have on Jen McCabe, and it seems highly focused on physical appearance. I don't know that I don't endorse it, but I'm not allowed to. What is this? So, I don't know if this is the video, but we do have a video of Uncivil Law doing some dating stuff. We'll take a look at in just a minute. And again, if you're new to the channel, please click subscribe. Please clap. Please clap. But if you're new here, look, law is a complex and very real topic for a lot of people, self included, with my recent struggles and all of that. But that's not the important part. Like, it's very serious and involves very dark things. I mean, if nothing else, this case at its most basic level would involve a girlfriend killing a boyfriend over, some sort of like all day fight that we get access to. And that's pretty fucking dark. And maybe it was an accident. Maybe it was on purpose. Maybe it was because she was too drunk. Who knows? But the death of this person in the relationship is a tragedy that happened. And so, I don't like to make light of any of that, but also levity helps us process through dark subjects. Levity helps us, kind of approach the world with the appropriate balance. If you focus on that darkness, and if you focus on everything, if all you're watching is true crime and murder stuff, you're going to think you're going to get clocked every time you go out, but you're not. Like, most of the time you're going to be okay. Unless you go out and you're like crossing state lines for some piece of casserole. I don't know. That might be dangerous. So I don't recommend it. But some people don't like my approach in that way. I'm just warning y'all ahead of time. Like, there's a lot of jokes that happen on this channel. And that's just part of it. And enjoy it. Laugh a little bit. If you don't like a joke, I'm sorry. There's another one coming, though. Usually it's me. So this is a video labeled Kurt's 80s Datamax Cringe. Kurt is a YouTuber named Uncivil Law. He used to be a friend of mine, and then some shit happened, which was silly. And I had his voice in the AI system, and he apparently didn't like that. So, I'm taking the appropriate time to review some of his work. I didn't used to watch his show ever because he never did the show the way I thought he should. So I didn't think it was any value in entertainment value in it at all. And it wasn't personal. I don't watch most people's shows. But now I decided to go back and review some of his stuff. So I wanted to see what this one is. Come on.
Well, hello, girl. How you doing? My name is Kurt, and a hot young lawyer.
Wait a minute. Okay. I want to say this straight out the gate. I have no idea. I've not watched this video. That looked like it was edited a little bit. That looked like that was edited. I do not believe that that's how that sentence went. It felt like an unnatural pause happened in there. So I'm not sure. Okay. So let me see.
I have a nice little wine collection actually here. I've got a wine rack and I drink quite a bit of wine. I'm very good with wine, not white, red Zinfandel.
Yeah.
Very good with all the liquors.
I'm good with all the liquors too. Well, I'm not now. I got to get out of this habit. I'm not good with the liquors anymore. The smoochers maybe, but the liquors have to go. So, good with wine. Very good with it. Buckle up, guys. Let's see what happens.
I'm very familiar with beer, very familiar with wine.
No, not at all. You couldn't possibly be very
Capricorn.
He's very familiar with beer and wine. Me too. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm not very familiar with beer. I don't like it. I can't figure out if I should be below this or on the side of it. Which one the video is more into is hard to tell. But because I'm a giver. I couldn't say I'm very into beer. Like, I like wine and I liked whiskey. So those would be my two answers. What is the most important thing in a woman? I mean, I think the wine and the whiskey that you put in them, probably.
What's the most important thing in a woman? There's really only one answer. My dick.
No. There's a lot of other answers. Okay. All right. Holy shit. No. Even no.
I'm as much bull as you can ever handle.
Guys, you don't need to go to rehab if they just make you watch this video. That was as much bullshit you can ever handle. All of it. What do you look for in a woman?
I prefer
Same answer. My dick is if it's not that, like then he's missed it.
someone who's younger. Hopefully they
If you combine that with the last video, I'm not so sure.
also be willing to move to me. You might be the love of my life.
Maybe you are. Do you
I'd
want
like to have children. If she's completely uninterested in having kids, that might be a problem. Be on birth control.
Oh, we need to go back. Turning the clock back. Be on birth control.
If she's completely uninterested in having kids, that might be a problem. Be on birth control. I'd love to find a woman with no kids who wants some kids. That'd be awesome.
Oh,
just put on a spring dress, something that makes.
Just put on a spring dress. Yeah, I mean, he would need a whole season to encompass whoever's going to be with him. I think that's what it's going to do.
Makes your ass look good is always the right answer. And now when it comes to your butt, tone is much more important than size.
It's true, I suppose. Wait, no, we're down 1,000 people. Oh no, that means I'll stop doing this, I think. I'm kidding, obviously. Oh, don't come to a Ricada stream unless you're prepared for what other people say and look like.
Flab is not desired in the booty. Does it look like you do squats? That'd be great. Yeah, I could bounce a quarter off your butt for the rest of your life.
Oh my
And you're a woman
God.
that's worthy of my respect. So if you're out on a date with me, we're going to go to a really nice restaurant.
It's really a high roller. Like, I would only bounce like nickels or dimes, probably. Quarters it gets expensive. Unbreton says it's nice to see you back. I missed the court streams. Oh, don't worry. Court's coming right back. Like, I'm just waiting for court to actually come back in session. We're on lunch right now.
Yeah, purposefully misinterpreting someone's comments is an outstanding way, I find, for dating. If you take them in a sexualized way, if you take someone's comments and you misinterpret them sexually, that helps to plant the idea and drive romantic intrigue.
Well, I think I have him too large. Like, no. Bad Kurt. That is not okay. Not good. Now, it's not like illegal or whatever. This is like the pickup artist shit. You're not a pickup artist. It's not a thing that you are. But like going, yes, I would like my fried rice sticky. Nope. Not it. Not having it.
Hey, baby, want to try some tea? You can try some of my special blend. The ladies like to take my.
Kurt's the funniest person on the fucking planet. Where is this guy? Where's this guy? Because like this can't be serious, so he has to be joking about himself, right? Like that's the assumption I have to go with. So what happened to the guy who could make jokes about himself like this? Is that was the funniest thing he could have said. You want to try some tea? I'll give you my special blend.
My milk and their tea.
What do you say to a woman you just met? You want to try my specialty? I want to put my milk in your tea. Yep. Ladies. Look, a 1 for if you're turned on and 2 for if you're really turned on.
My tea lasts all night long.
I don't like stopping videos every 10 seconds, but what everything he says is funny. Oh,
T brings all the girls to the yard and they're like,
it's better than yours.
Damn right.
It's better than yours.
I could teach you, but have to charge. You're looking really nice tonight. Couldn't help.
He was going to say delicious. You cannot fucking convince me that he was not going to say delicious. You're looking very nice tonight. Nice is the follow-up to delicious in the brain of a large.
Better than yours, I could teach you, but have to charge. You're looking really nice tonight.
I am an expert. I'm a world-renowned expert on fats and how they think, and that was gonna be delicious. That was a food call.
Couldn't help notice your wiggle as you walked by.
Oh my God.
If you're a woman, it'll just find you is viable because if you're an attractive woman, no matter what you do, people will be trying to hook up with you. The love will find you no matter if you want it or not. Man, that's a lot less true.
Kind of true. I don't know if love will find you, but attraction will find you a little bit easier. For an attractive woman, sure, yeah, of course. Attractive women have that part of life locked down. That's their superpower. They don't have other parts of their lives locked down. It's just that in this particular field, it's very advantageous to be, beautiful. But also you can overcome all of that with saying, I like the way you wiggle, or whatever he just said a second ago.
Not a lot of people approaching me and being like, hey, babe, want to have a party, who don't want money from me or something else, you know?
Again, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that attractive women automatically have the easiest time in love and relationships. It's just that the initial catch the eye type thing. That step is there. Obviously, attractive people are attractive. It doesn't really get you much farther than that. There's a little bit of probably an overemphasis on that. And the reason it does get some women much farther than that is because there are some guys who believe that they can just, that the purchase is happening, that it's transactional, right? Like, I will do these things, you will then be my lover. Like, okay. I mean, I guess that you can break down relationships that way. I don't necessarily agree that that's the truth behind them, though. But if you look at relationships that way, it makes sense.
What are my deal breakers?
Yes. Gotta know.
I don't like women who are like Kathy Newman. Don't be Kathy Newman.
Yep, I agree. I'm with that one. I don't know who that
Here's
is.
what I want in a woman. Someone who listens to me. How about that? Because I went to some effort to specifically not conflate them.
What are you conflating? Now I want to know the deeper context of that. I tried really hard to not conflate them. I don't want to conflate those with that woman.
But you should listen to the words I'm saying. It's not to say the words I'm saying are perfect and I can't make a mistake. But like,
Saran says, I thought you weren't going to indulge in internet drama. Who the fuck gave you that impression? I said I'm not going to spend all day talking about my drama because my drama has a time and a place for it, and it's not on my show, which isn't about that. Am I going to indulge in some internet drama from time to time? Yes, especially when it involves Kurt, whose legal analysis and life decisions. The door was opened, we'll say. The door was opened. Sorry. Now we're doing the Kurt review. He had his 11 months to do the Nick review.
just listen to the words I'm using, please. Save me time. How about a woman who actually listens? That'd be great.
Do you listen back, Kurt? When you're talking to women, do you listen to them, or do you listen for the opportunity to tell them more about what they need to hear from you? Because those are different things. I think maybe there's some culpability on your end if they're not listening to you. Now, not entirely, but maybe sometimes.
It's like, if I ask you what's wrong and you say nothing, I'm going to get very upset very fast. Bow. 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 Bow.
Bow.
Is it okay
Bow.
with Snapchat screenshots if we talk about things other than law? Is it okay if when I'm prepping and preparing for cases that I interact with the chat and talk about things that are non-law related? Is that okay with you, Snapchat? Or if not, if it's not okay with Snapchat, we can just do nothing else other than law and just not answer any questions related to anything else. And
Yeah,
just...
there you go. Okay, I legitimately have no idea. Someone was saying, "Hey, I thought I'm pretty sure that's not AI." He's responding to some of those questions. So I don't know though if like some of them were responses to the chat and then someone put up a funny thing. I mean, obviously there's the 80s, like the line scan effect going on. There's stuff happening. It's not it's an edited video. If anybody's unclear, that video was obviously edited. I don't know the level of editing. I do think it's funny though. Because I think there's a part of Kurt that prevents him from having the ability to not say something that is compromising. There's something in there where it's like, no, I have to just wrecking ball through the bounds of decency, like talking about crossing state lines or whatever. That was a weird one. Psycho Crusher says that type of lard used to give Megan Fox shit for her dating advice, but listening to him will land you on a watch list of some kind. Megan Fox is giving specific dating advice to Camelot because of who Camelot is. Donnie J says, Nick, will you move your old trial videos to YouTube? I think all the old trial videos are on YouTube still. I don't think I never did a trial stream that got cut off and sent to Rumble. That was one of the things in my contract with them, was that if I was going to do a trial, which I don't think I even did while I was under contract, but if I was going to do a trial on, that would be in addition to my contractual requirements, and therefore I would be able to stream that to either platform. So that's that. Let's see what else we have going here. Oh, I need to. Where did my window go? I have to reshare the window so I make sure I hear when court comes back. Chrome tab. There we go. All right, so see, I've got this pulled up still, just waiting on it. Now that you're back, would you be interested in catching up with guys like EVS, Az, or Sargon? Yeah, of course. Of course. And a bunch of people have reached out to me to do, appearances and shows and stuff like that. I would love to jump on a whole bunch of them right away, but I know that that's a bad instinct that I have. One of the things in coming back that I've mentioned and will continue to mention is that appropriate work-life balance is a big part of what I was lacking before. And when you run askew on work-life balance, you make overcorrections all over the place as part of what I was doing. And you end up neglecting the things that you need to be taking care of. For me, most of that actually became work. Shockingly, I was, by the end of my struggles, I was canceling streams all the time. Some for legitimate purposes, like I was legitimately sick for quite a while, and then others for the purposes of hanging out and partying. And that's how things were. But that started with the seeds of not properly managing my time on and off stream. So I would love to meet back up with some people and do some shows, but again, trying to just be intentional in my approach to it. I used to just say yes to almost every interview, and that's a lot. That's a lot to put on with the wife and the kids, because they might need me to drive or go do something. Yesterday, for example, I thought I was going to stream, but then my kids had a thing at there was a thing, sorry, at the local private school where they do some activities. And It wasn't like their thing, but it was a family event, and so we went to that instead. And that wasn't planned. I didn't know about that, and I could have just said no, whatever. But I guess going there was the right move. Maybe, I don't know. We'll figure that out. Ava sent 5 gift memberships. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. Let's see. Oh, we've got a bunch. We've got more of these super tips. Let's check them out. You guys have been sending in a whole lot.
The evidence will show that the hit indie TCG card game Illustrials is incredibly fun and worth looking into. It will show that it is mechanically similar to Yu-Gi-Oh!
It's a set 4 style rather than set 5 style game. Feels like
I
old
don't know what
school
that means.
Yu-Gi-Oh! With the fun Pokemon TCG should have had. It's releasing. Its 5th set this month.
Illustrals is something that I really enjoy and want to grow the game. So check it out on YouTube, Discord, X, etc. Get your LGS to carry the game. There's also webcam tournaments.
I don't know about those webcam tournaments. I guess you could do ads for the other shows. All those people definitely endorsed that. The real people did. Those are not AI voices. I have them consensually-ish chained to radiators with microphones. Lavalier mics are really tough to attach to people who aren't wearing any clothes, so they're just in their skin. What do we got here?
Kurt is upstairs raiding your kitchen, looking for any sign of pizza casserole. Get your scrawny ass out the vault and grab a fire extinguisher to repel the micro penis fat ass before your kids starve.
Stay back! Stay back! There's something funny about spraying people with a fire extinguisher, right? Like, I don't think there's anything particularly dangerous or damaging about it. I'm not saying you should do it. There's a propellant involved and a bunch of chemicals that you probably don't want in your mouth or butt. But I'm just saying, like, it's funny when you see it happen to someone on like a YouTube video. And they just get annihilated by it. On Breton says, don't get me wrong, the Kurt stuff is equally entertaining. I just don't know what he was thinking.
Kurt, you have been found guilty of fat shittery and smothering women with fat slobbiness. Your sentence is a lifetime of loneliness.
Not a lifetime.
With your tiny wee-wee, and you must whine online forever. Bitch.
No, give him a chance of parole or early release. Like, good God. So I want to point out, so I can see who's sending all the chats, and I thought all the micropenis chats were coming from the same person, but they're not, which makes it somehow worse. Why isn't that one playing? We might have to refresh this. 1 second. Tim Robinson says, I'm out. Can't find a channel to talk about the trial. Well, we just did. We're on lunch. There's not a ton to do until they come back, but what would you like to talk about? We've got all kinds of... Melton, you fatso, get this damn super tip panel working again, because something's not working with it right now. There's a bunch of super tips waiting. Very, very unhappy about that. We need this panel to come back. People paid good money for those. All right, guys, just for whatever reason, super tips is super tips is down, which is not good. Not good right now. Holy crap. How dare you? It's being worked on, so we'll get those back up and get everything going. Thought I was still in jail. No, I never had to. How's the GF doing? My girlfriend? I only have a wife, so that's nice. But no, I didn't have to go to jail. Very fortunate for that. Thank you to my lawyers and the judge and everybody for taking the reasonable approach and saying, hey, dummy, what you did was stupid, but going to jail probably doesn't solve anything for you. And that's the thing with incarceration. I mentioned this a little while back, but just if we take a moment, judges and other people involved in the criminal justice system get into this habit of deleting liberty or deleting, chunks of life from people for extended periods of time. And it becomes numbers to them. It becomes work, job, a spreadsheet, whatever it is. And when you start thinking about what it means to tell someone that for a year, 2 years or whatever, and then my judge didn't do this because I wasn't sentenced to jail or prison or anything like that. But sometimes what a judge will do then is just tell off like, oh, this is just a small amount of time. This is a small punishment. And it's like 3 years or 5 years of someone's life. And you go, well, that's not like a small time to be removed from your home. You're removed from your ability to work, to interact meaningfully with, your family, to travel, to enjoy pretty much anything from life. Now, some people deserve to go to jail. Don't get me wrong. They're a danger to themselves. They're a danger to society. They have victims. They harm people, etc. And I'm not talking about the validity of any particular sentence for any particular crime. Just talking about how used they get to deleting that from someone. It's just like, oh, it's just a couple years.
Late.
Just a couple years.
Just as I was walking out here, was told that the Commonwealth needs to see me. Oh, hold on, Ms. Reed's not here.
Looks like we have the super tips are back up, so we'll be able to get back to those. But there's a discussion to be had about what I love it. Now that court's back in session, all the new people left. They missed it. But that's okay. We still love them. I should probably tweet out that court is back in session. But there is just this, what happens with law enforcement in general, but judges as well. I mean, they get so used to sentencing people and setting away this time that there's no way, and they will likely never have any exposure to this themselves, right? There's no way they can put themselves in the place of not being able to.
All right. So counsel wanted to see me
anything for a year, 2 years, 3 years.
I have no preference.
Being locked
If
in
it's
a
something to be done in
place.
open court.
What happens to your house?
So we had mentioned earlier at the end of Ms. McCabe's testimony, I
They
have
foreclose
clips that I
on
would
it,
like to
right?
play. There is a
What happens
dispute
to your
regarding
job?
2 of them.
John?
And I've given previous notice to the defense. They've would like different content in than I would. And I would hope to have a court's ruling before I played them.
All right. So I received an envelope, court copy, clip 17 was the only one I was given that was in.
That's
Yeah, I
the
should have
one
played
that
an
was
ad while all
turned
those
over
people
to
were in
the
here.
court.
Okay.
The ones we have a dispute on are clip 13 and clip 15.
Okay. So I viewed the other clips. There's an objection to 13 and 15. There's an objection to them. All right. Let's play them. They're quick, right?
Yes, they are.
Play them very quickly.
It's not really objective argument, it's that they're incomplete. So she didn't finish her answer. So we're just asking that the extended section actually complete. So we produced alternative clips. So there's 2 clips, 13 and clip 15.
All right. So the Commonwealth gets to play what they want, and then you can play yours at some point too.
Well,
I haven't seen-
then if we don't have time, I can wait to have a hearing on this. I don't think the defense can play in self-serving statements because they think it's not
Okay.
going to come to a
I haven't.
That's what
seen
you
it.
did,
All right.
though.
I saw clip 17. I have no problem with clip 17 coming in.
I don't think they have an objection to 17. The ones that are objectionable, I know we're pressed on a Friday. I can hold them till next week until the dispute becomes more clear for the court.
Okay.
It sounds like this is going to take more time than I thought.
All right. So I need what you have, Ms. Little. I need that to review this weekend. All right. Anything else?
The second issue is should approach the side.
Okay.
So here we go. Still fighting over these clips. All these fucking clips. Clips are annoying. Speaking of clips, real quick, we do have
Objection, Your Honor. My client has changed her plea to guilty as her sentence will be shorter than this cross-examination.
there you go. There we are. This cross-exam is going on a long time, but I was laying out at the beginning of the break before we had to watch Kurt. But part of the strategy that Jackson is employing, at least in my opinion, is that methodical, relentless breakdown, because even though it is boring and tedious and feels repetitive at times, it's critical they associate in their not a detail of untruthfulness, but a character of untruthfulness. And you have to do that very carefully. You can't just come out and attack it. But showing them over and over to be untruthful and untrustworthy, that's the way to do it.
Nick, how can Trump stop these rogue judges?
That's a really good question. And one of the ways is by ignoring most of their orders. But the interplay between the judicial branch and the executive branch, in particular the president, not just the executive branch, but the president himself, but the judicial branch and the courts established by the legislature. A lot of people don't think about the district court system. You automatically think it's part of the judicial branch, but it's like a hybridization of the judicial branch's power and Congress, because Congress is the one who creates the courts lower than the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is the only court constitutionally created by Article 3, and the powers vested in Congress to dictate the bounds of any other courts that are created, and what their jurisdiction is, what the limits on their appellate review authority are, all of that stuff. One moment. I've got a sandwich delivery. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Lady Raggets brought me Lunch, which is necessary thing. Apparently you have to eat. Serious question. If this is a second hung jury, how many times is it fair to retry this case? As many times as the state deems necessary. Yeah, Woodsman, I don't mind people hate watching or not. Like, enjoy the show, get information. You don't have to like me. I'm a big boy. Show sandwich. I would never deceive you with a casserole. I'll show sandwich. I'll dox the sandwich just seconds from Herbert's and Gerbert's. Herbert and Gerbert? Is it singular or plural? Are there apostrophe? It's Herbert and Gerbert's. Okay. So there's one apostrophe and Herbert is singular. Very confusing. I got a Narmer. They have the dumbest sandwich names. Turkey and mayo and avocado and pickles and jalapenos and tomato. It's a provolone cheese. But I'll try not to shove that down my fat gullet while I am on camera and by the microphone. I'll try and keep that away from y'all. Ava says, Moody, sort the super tip system ASAP. I agree. And it got sorted. I don't know what was wrong. It's not me who has kept the court muted. I'm waiting for the court's volume. D. What sent 5 gift memberships. Thank you so much for that. Heather Whitaker, did YouTube freeze your subscriber count? I noticed your numbers are not growing since you've been streaming trials again. Actually shrinking. Oh, my numbers have been shrinking ever since I started acting like an absolute cockbag. Kind of my fault on that one. I mean, I blame you guys for some of it, but mostly me. Give us dating tips while eating a sandwich. Listen, if you're my wife, and you want some of this big sandwich,
Bring Ms. McCabe in, please. Jurors, I know I said
just come back out of the basement.
Apologize. No one intended to waste your time like this, particularly when
I did. I intended to waste their time. Judge is pissed at whoever caused this delay.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mrs. McCabe.
Good afternoon.
Muttering
want you
Jay,
to
I think
briefly
they
tell
know.
us your memory of the weather when you first arrived at Fairview, when you left at Fairview, and
I
when you
expect to
returned
drop
the next
below
morning,
400,000
a little
before
after
it
6 a.m.
stops.
Okay. When I arrived at Fairview on the early hours of the 29th, the snow was falling, just starting to fall, starting to stick to the street and onto the windshields. When I left Fairview, it had, accumulated more where my husband had to wipe the windows. And then the following morning, when we were driving there, it was dark and the snow was like coming at the car. Like it was very hard to see.
When you returned the next morning, we've seen video from the dash cam. The elements, the visibility, is that fairly depicted in that dash cam?
Yes. Obviously it was lit more because of the lighting and the spotlights, etc.
From the moment that you first saw John until you went into your sister's home, Is it fair to say a number of different first responders arrived?
Yes,
When the first responders arrived, did you see a number of different vehicles arrive?
I did. Yes.
Did any of them have their sirens on?
Not that I recall.
Ambulance, fire truck, police cars? Do you remember ever any siren on at all?
Not that I recall, no.
And your sister and brother-in-law, you described how you went in the house and woke them up. They never came out before you woke them up?
No, they didn't.
There was a house right next to where you found John before 34. Do you know what address that is?
I would assume it's 32.
Did you ever see anybody come out of 32 Fairview and come over to John in the scene to help out?
No.
Across the street, there's a house that's in between 32 and 34 if you cross the street.
Yes.
Did you ever see anybody come out of that house and offer assistance to help?
No.
There's a house right across the street from 34 Fairview, isn't there?
Yes.
And did anybody ever come out of that house and come over to assist?
No.
When you were trying to help John that moment, have you ever been trained in emergency aid?
Probably 25, 30 years ago.
Your state of mind. Best describe how you were feeling at that moment as far as your focus and what was going through your mind.
I was shocked, confused, nervous, scared, anxious. My friend was lying there on the ground. I had no idea what happened. All I wanted to do was to get help for John, and as fast as I could.
You saw on the dash cam, you spoke to a number of different people in law enforcement.
Yes.
In fact, during that day, a number of different people from law enforcement, did they call you?
Objection. I'll allow that. Move along to Mr. Ryan.
Did a number of people call you from law enforcement that day?
On the day of the 29th,
Yes.
Michael Proctor called me.
Okay. Did you speak to law enforcement after that day?
Yes.
Were you asked to engage in interviews?
Yes.
Were you asked to testify in front of grand juries?
Yes.
Were you asked to come to court and testify?
Yes.
Did you ever once refuse to speak to the police?
No.
Did you ever once refuse to testify?
No.
When you were speaking to the police on that dash cam, it's depicted on the dash cam, why were you speaking to the police?
Well, each officer that arrived had a set of questions of who it was, what happened, etc. So I was answering all the questions because my main focus was John.
Did you ever try to be evasive with the police?
No, I told them everything I knew.
Did you ever try to avoid speaking to them?
The form.
Did you ever hold anything back from the police when you spoke to them?
I'll allow that, and then let's move on, Mr. Ryan.
No, I didn't.
When you interviewed with many different law enforcement and people involved in this case, were you ever given an opportunity to review somebody else's report after it was written and provide edits or your input?
Objection. I'll allow it.
No.
When you testified, are you testifying from what somebody wrote? They interpreted what you said months or years ago, or are you testifying from your own memory?
Objection. I'll allow it.
I'm testifying from my own memory.
You called 911?
Yes.
And that morning when you called 911, well, let me ask you.
Yeah, the
do you
reports are
wear
better.
An Apple Watch?
I do have one, yes.
When you were speaking to 911 that morning and during that event, how did you feel?
Extremely nervous, anxious, scared, uncertain,
Do you think
panicked.
Do you think your heartbeat was up?
Yes.
At 2:27 the night before or around that time when you were looking up Hockomock before you went to bed, were you of the same state of mind of fear and panic, or were you in a very different state of mind?
Objection. Strike the fear and panic part. You can answer that, though. Were you of the same mind or different?
Different.
What was your state of mind at that time?
I was relaxed, just playing on my phone, looking up things before I went to bed.
Do you think your heartbeat was as elevated that evening as it was the next morning?
Sustained.
When you made a search for how long to die in the cold or how long to die in cold, is that something that you thought of for yourself?
I'll allow it.
No.
Why did you do it?
Miss Reed asked me to Google it.
And when was that?
That was in the morning after we found him.
And had you ever attempted either of those searches before Miss Reed asked you to do that?
No, I didn't.
I don't believe her. I
You
just
asked
don't.
questions about
I don't
the
know,
next
man.
day when you visited the O'Keefe home and you read some records. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Do you remember going to the O'Keefe home?
I do, yes.
You went with who?
With Carrie and our 2 daughters.
You remember how many hours you spent with the O'Keefe family?
I don't remember how many hours, say a few.
Was it over 3 or 4?
Could have been, I'm not sure.
What is the reason that you spend so much time at the O'Keefe home the next day?
We went over to offer support, love, comfort, to be with them.
You weren't avoiding them, were you?
No.
You're good people, right?
After you left the O'Keefe home and reading the records, I don't know if this is your memory, it was suggested it was 5:12. Do you remember going
Brennan
to
promised
Fairview?
this would be 20 minutes.
I remember driving by Fairview on the way to Mike Lank's.
When you went to Fairview, you asked questions about when you stopped by, whether that meant you went in or were outside. Do you remember whether you went in or were outside?
We never went in.
Have you seen your phone records that there are no calls to your sister when you went by Fairview at that time?
I haven't, no.
You will?
And when you went by, you were asked about that. In fact, you
This
had
is all
been asked
leading.
about that before, hadn't you? Whether
Yeah.
you stopped
This
by.
is all leading.
And Attorney Jackson showed you part of that statement.
Yes,
Did you, when you were saying
Didn't
that's
you?
part of the statement,
Didn't
did
you?
read the whole statement to yourself?
I did.
And to put that in completeness, had you, under oath, talked about the fact that you went by that day?
I'm confused by your question.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
You were shown page 181 and then 182?
Yes.
And so when you were asked about that before, had you in fact offered under oath that you did go by Fairview?
Yes.
She shouldn't be allowed to read it while answering the questions.
When you stopped by Fairview, according to the questions
Literally
you were
against
asked,
the rules.
or the records you were asked to
Judge
read,
called it out earlier.
It was 4 minutes you stopped by Fairview. Does that sound like your memory?
No, I know we drove by, slowed down, and we were looking outside.
Why did you want to go back to the very scene that you had seen that morning?
I think Carrie and I I'm not really sure. I think we just drove down and we,
All right, so your answer is not really sure.
okay.
Next question.
And then according to the records that were read to you, you went to Detective Lang's house
Yes.
and you were at that address for about 40 minutes, 50 minutes?
Yes.
You were read or shown certain text messages between you and some of your family.
Yes.
Was that a complete listing of the text messages in order that were on your phone?
I had a lot of text messages with them on my phone. Yes.
Were some missing from what you were shown?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You were asked about your state of mind. I'm going to ask you about some of those text messages in a minute.
Mhm.
You were asked about calls and text messages to John O'Keefe.
Yes.
Have you ever inadvertently called anybody before on your iPhone?
I'll allow it.
Yes, many times.
And you were asked whether or not you remembered or knew that those calls were made to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Did you purposely make those calls?
No, I do not believe so.
If you inadvertently called on purpose, it wouldn't be inadvertent, would it?
True.
did John ever answer any of your calls after that 12:18 call?
No, he didn't.
And when you were reaching out to him, did you reach out to him the next morning after you heard from the defendant?
I did, yes.
Why?
Next question, Mr. Board.
Why were you reaching out to him?
Because I was trying to get in touch with him because Miss Reed said he didn't come home.
You were asked about your state of mind over the next couple days.
Yes.
And I'd like to ask you about some of the text messages reflecting your full state of mind over the next couple days.
Oh, this has to be really brief.
Oh, damn it. I forgot I was muted. Stupid me. I'll replay it. It's my own fault.
I'm starting to think that calling out Chrome Dome Cowboy isn't effective. Nothing we say can be any worse than what nature did to him already. His lawyers, Hagen and Daz, are working overtime.
What I said also before that, I muted it because I was eating this sandwich. I'm sorry. What I had said before that was that they've got about an hour and 20 minutes left. Bev said that the jury would be out by 3:45 Eastern today, I believe. It was either 3:30 or 3:45. So it's 1:25 Central, which means 2:25 Eastern. I also said a brilliant legal argument, but, lost to time.
At 1,000 likes, Nick will do us all the pleasure of producing and pounding a shot of brother butter. What a time to be alive.
Look, I have practiced this before on stream. That's a joke. I actually didn't. I wish I had, though. I could tell you what, you get accused of rubbing one out on stream enough, and you're like, well, damn it. If I would have known that all that was going to happen was this, I would have done it more.
This bitch just pulled her bottom lip over top her head and swallowed like her mom should have done with the load that created her. Christ. Your Honor, we moved to quarantine this heifer for mad cow disease.
So I asked GPT for a thumbnail at the beginning of the day. And it's being just a bitch about it. Hurry up! Stupid ass ChatGPT. What else have we got?
Just now, Jen said he was hit by a car and there were pieces of broken taillight next to him. And then the judge called for lunch. I thought those details were not confirmed. Any implications there?
I mean, she's the one who's the witness. So she can say what she believes, like that's, she was there. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. The witness testifies to something that they saw or have personal knowledge of. And that's how it goes. That's the shit that gets into the record. What do we got?
Did Jackson ask her why the butt dialed calls were not in her phone's history? Seems like pointing out she may have deleted them would look really bad for her.
Yeah, he asked about it. She was evasive on the answer, which means she didn't give an answer as to why, but she didn't have a good reason, in my opinion, for not having the answer, which means it's up to the jury. Like the jury then has to make their determinations about what that says. Let's see, what else do we have? We've got, oh, yeah.
Objection! Your Honor, the only difference between Jen McCabe and John O'Keefe is that she was brought back from the dead by a necromancer. We cannot trust this animated corpse.
I did not see the necromancer twist coming. Holy shit. Whew.
Old cowboy is going to be needing a reverse exorcism. The demon going to be yelling at him to his piece of ass, roll out that kid.
Send the fridge.
The fridge, I assume that this stream will end prior to the post office closing, and I'll be running the fridge over there right after that. So that's the plan. They fooled me with having the court audio come back, but the court audio went away again.
Glad Nick is back and creating Havoc.
Havoc. Havoc. You got to play around with it a little bit to get it to say things the way you want them said. But
All right, jurors, you're about to hear some evidence. And remember, I told you this morning that before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or created or sent, transmitted this communication was in fact the person alleged to have done so. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that the person alleged to have transmitted, created these messages, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding this case. And remember, what you're about to hear, you're not to use for the truth of the statement. It goes simply to the state of mind of Ms. McCabe at the time of the message.
Ms. McCabe, how many times did
Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
May I approach with the caution for the
and
witness?
8 babies?
Thank you.
When law enforcement asks for your phone, was there any requirement you give that to them?
Objection. Sustained.
Did you voluntarily consent to give your entire phone to law enforcement?
I'll allow that.
Yes, I did.
I handed you a document that reflects your text messages from that morning and the next day. You were asked about some of them on the screen. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked how that affected your
does
state
it?
of mind and the decisions that you were making. Correct?
Yes.
Did she authenticate
I want to read
that?
along, and I'll indicate if you look at the number on the left, and then I'll read it, and you can let me know if I read it accurately.
Okay.
Starting at number 17, there's a phone call saying, please answer. Who are you calling?
I'm sorry, where does it
May I
say?
approach?
Yes.
Oh, that's the number right
This
there.
would be the number. This would be the calling. This would
Okay.
be-
Okay, so it's John O'Keefe. Okay. Thanks. Sorry.
All right, number 17, phone call, please answer. Who are you calling?
John O'Keefe.
Do you know at that point where he is?
No.
459-49, number 18. Karen is worried. We need to find you.
John O'Keefe.
504-40, number 19. Please answer so I know you're okay. Who are you calling?
John O'Keefe.
Number 26, 5/15/41, 129. Okay, I'm trying to call people. I will be in touch soon. Do you know who you're calling?
Don't recognize the number.
What are you thinking at this point?
I'm trying to find people. I'm trying to call people so that I can try to find John.
Number 31, 5/22/57, 129. Okay, I tried to BD. Okay, I just talked to her. What are you referring to?
Tried to BD.
I don't know whose number this is.
Okay.
Um,
At this point in the morning, you're making these phone calls. Do you know where John is?
no, I have no idea where he is.
Is that because you don't know if he's in heaven or hell?
Turn to number 48, 129/22 at 8:44. You're texting any update. What is your state of mind?
Which number is this?
Number 48.
48. I believe that may be to Kerry Roberts, and I'm trying to get an update from the hospital.
You were asked about your relationship with Kerry Roberts. At that time, before that night, how many times had you met her?
Once.
And you said in the moment, did that relationship change?
Yes, instantly.
Was it for collusion?
No.
Let me ask you, number 160. This is 129 at 2 in that afternoon. Do you have 160?
Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, I'm here.
160. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I can't stop seeing him in the snow. Jen, this is awful.
Or the rain.
Who's that from?
Kerry.
Is your state of mind collusion?
No.
Allow it. Don't ask it again, please, Mr. Chairman.
168.
Is your state of mind collusion?
129/22 at 2:04:32. You're calling Miss Roberts. Every time I close my eyes, it's all I see. I feel like I'm going to vomit. I just can't even. I know how close you two were. Can't imagine how hard the situation is for you. Does this reflect your state of mind that day?
Yeah.
I'll allow it. Objections noted. Next question.
You need to approach on this particular text.
Come to sidebar. Oh, sidebar.
Yay, another sidebar. Oh my gosh. Wonder if anyone out there is doing like a sidebar to non-sidebar ratio. LOS, welcome to Paralegal Status. Also, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. That's 42 new members today, guys. Thank you for that. Really appreciate it. Here we go. Here we go.
Your Honor, I didn't do nothing. Also, I was seriously distracted by that white speckly stuff all over Kurt's shirts. I need you to tell him to use some damn Head and Shoulders or I'm finna crash out.
I'm finna crash out.
Your Honor, can we revoke Nick's probation for making us watch this nightmare and buy us all bleach for our brains?
No, a term of my probation is not don't make people watch a nightmare of a trial. Sorry, you're stuck. That's the law. That's the law. I've been advocating against it the whole time. You guys think 5 years of this?
This number's, I won't read it. This number on top. Whose number is that?
That is 9.
And the bottom number is who it's going to?
Yes.
So this text message, is this what you wrote?
Brennan just got her phone number. He's very proud.
To Kerry.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Your Honor, can I go back and explain to her how to read a friggin' shot? Like how to read what the numbers are? Like, she should know her own fucking number, right? You should imagine she'd know. It says the names right on there. She says she doesn't know how to read it.
I won't read that last text message again. However,
Welcome,
correct
Amy.
that
Welcome
text
to lawyer
message
status.
was from you to Ms. Roberts, number 168.
Yes, it was.
And the response in this text message, number 169, from Ms. Roberts to you. You were also, this is awful, Jen. I'm in shock.
Yes.
Number 170. And this one is from Ms. Roberts to you. 129.22 at 2:05:45. I literally am having wine. I don't know what to do. Calm down.
Yes.
171 at 2:06:35 on 129.22 from you to Ms. Roberts. I know I am definitely in shock and it keeps hitting me. I just feel so sick. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I'm going to read one more. 172. And this is from Ms. Roberts to you at 2:13:41 on 129.22. I don't know what to even do. I'm so sorry for both of us. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Number 175. Again to Ms. Roberts, 2:14:15, 129.22.
All they're trying to do-
Talk to Peggy. I am devastated for them.
Yes.
They're just trying to bolster this witness. Oh no,
Follow up
she loved him so
seconds
much as
later
a
at
friend.
2:14:56 on 129.22. I am so sick to my stomach.
Yes.
That day, did you have to speak to your children about what happened?
I did. Yes.
Was that part of your state of mind that day?
Yes.
I'll allow that.
What is speaking to your own
Number
children?
208.
How is that part of your state of mind? That's something you do. I don't have a state of mind of speaking
207.
to my own children. That's weird.
You receive a text from this number. I don't want to say it out loud, but if you could read it, 207. Do you know who that's from?
I don't.
Okay, we'll move to the next one then. 208, 129.22, 342.06. I've
Serial
never
killer.
felt so sick.
Then why do you keep trying to
accurate?
pay me for it
Yes.
through email?
Number 210, 433.40, 129.22. You text messaging somebody?
Yes.
You know who that is?
I don't, just off of the number.
Okay. And this text message, is this from you to somebody?
Yes.
My mind is racing. I have that awful feeling in my gut, like I am about.
I'll allow it. Sent by this witness, allegedly.
My mind is racing. I have that awful feeling in my gut, like I am about to puke. Besides seeing the awful image, trying to wrap my head around what happened to him. Is that accurate?
Yes.
$213. This is on 129.22 at 438.20. Do you know who was texting you?
Yes.
Who?
My friend.
Once things settle, you need to talk to someone and process the trauma. And then 214, you respond. 129.22, 440.38. I have been shaking since this AM. I feel so sick. Everything started to be a blur and all run into each other.
Yes.
And this is at 440.38 at 129.22.
Yes.
And during that day, you've spoken to law enforcement
Yes.
and the days that follow.
Yes.
Just Jewel asks, why is this being allowed to be read into the record? I mean, because she's the one who made the
We're going
text.
to move to 12922, 752. If you look at number 289, please.
Although the judge gave an instruction that if you don't believe that the person who's sending the text sent the text, and you're supposed to disregard them, which is a weird instruction unless there's going to be an implication that that person didn't send the text.
At 289, is this a text from your sister, Nicole?
Yes.
Any update? Is that accurate?
Yes.
This is redirect, and it is also leading on many of these questions. I
And
wonder
you were
if
shown this text at 292.
at sidebar, maybe they got a stipulation to allow the
And you
leading to get through the
texted
text.
Your sister, Kerry, talked to cops, kept it simple.
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
I mean, the cops had gone to her house, but she had had a long day and been drinking some wine. So she said she just made it quick.
And you were sharing that with your sister?
Yes.
And
I
your
could
your sister
not
part of
imagine her having a
many of
long
these
day and
texts as
drinking
part of
wine.
Your support group?
Yes.
Did anybody tell you that you shouldn't rely on your family and have a conversation about what you went through?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No, no one did.
Had a long day and drinking wine is a blood type for middle-aged women
And
these
during
days.
that text time, the one I just read to you was at 7:54:38. She turned to 296, 129:22 at 7:56:50. Did your sister text you, okay, try get some sleep, talk tomorrow?
Yes.
And did you text back
Box
at
of wine.
7:57? Yes, but don't feel pressure.
Yes.
And the next one, 298 at 7:57:07. Was your sister asking you for any updates?
Yes.
And at 7:57:13, did she text you, I love you, don't beat yourself up, you did the best you could?
Yes.
Can you give police interviews while drunk? I mean, I think I could have.
And
I didn't,
just a
though.
few minutes later, one
I was extra
number
sober.
308, please, 129:22 at 8:01 p.m.
Mhm.
Did your sister again write to you, okay, text me in the AM if you hear anything later?
Yes.
And you continued texting with her?
Yes.
You were asked about timeline?
Yes.
If you turn to number 761, please.
Have some memberships out there.
$761.
761, please.
What page is that on?
Have they shown the pictures of his
248?
arm in this trial yet?
I'm
No, not
missing
yet.
Page 248.
You don't have a 2-page 48?
No, it stops at 212 and picks up at 253.
Yes, stand with the witness, Your Honor. Could you remind us who asked you to put together a timeline?
Peggy.
Peggy
Mhm.
O'Keefe.
Yes.
2 days later, January 31st, 2022. And this is at 10:26:29 a.m. Are you texting Ms. Roberts?
I am.
I have spent the AM trying to process that he is really gone and try to piece together all the events. Is that part of the process of the timeline?
Yes.
At some point on the 31st, was something happening around Fairview Road that you learned?
I believe there was police presence.
Was there any presence from the media, the press?
Oh, yes, there was.
Was that causing any concern?
I believe I talked to Peggy and she was,
And so on January 31st, 2022, we're at number 864.
Mhm.
You're receiving information. Do you know who this number is? It's calling you?
That's my sister,
Which one?
Nicole.
And she's texting you, news people came by and knocked on the door again. They're all leaving now, Peggy and them left about 15 minutes ago.
Yes,
And then at 1:18 seconds on 1:32:22, you text back, did you answer the door?
correct.
Was this part of your state of mind on the 31st, what was going on around the house?
Yes.
Just a few more. And trying to recount for people who asked you that morning and over the next couple days, some of what's reflected in those text messages, was that part of your state of mind?
Yes.
Was it in any way affecting the way you were remembering and thinking about what had happened?
I'll allow it.
Yes.
Your Honor, subject to redactions, I would seek to introduce all of Ms. McCabe's text messages.
So we'll deal with that later. Is there an objection?
There is.
We'll deal with that later.
Thank you. I have no further, thank you.
Yeah, that might need its own hearing. Going through each text message that they object to, making an argument on each one.
Ms. McCabe, a couple of follow-up questions. You indicated
All right,
on
recrossed.
redirect examination that there were no sirens that you heard that morning with the approach of the first responders. Is that right?
I don't believe there was.
But they did have their lights on.
I saw a spotlight, yes, and I do believe they had lights on, yes.
Flashing red and blue lights or red lights, some combination thereof, correct?
Correct.
That was cruisers, police cruisers, correct?
Yes.
There were
I mean, we saw it on video, so yes.
there were fire
Easy.
SUVs, in other words, a captain of a fire department.
Possibly.
There were fire trucks and fire engines. You know the difference?
No.
Oh, drive-by. Welcome to lawyer status.
Yes.
49 new
There was an
members.
ambulance, correct?
One
Yes.
short.
And all of them
One
had their
short.
emergency lights on.
Most likely, yes.
All of them had their motors running.
I'm not sure if they were all running. They could have been, yes.
Certainly, you would agree that there was a cacophony of diesel engines and gasoline engines and internal combustion engines that were running right outside of 34 Fairview, although no sirens, correct?
I wouldn't exactly say right outside of 34 Fairview. I'd say there were some right outside of 34 Fairview, but the first vehicle pulled up kind of right just on the right end, and most of the vehicles with the lights on were to the left. So they were actually more in front of 32 Fairview. But there were vehicles. There was Miss Roberts' vehicle, and then I believe another vehicle pulled up. I think I remember from seeing the dash cam.
And Sarah's cruiser, correct?
Yes.
And Mulaney's cruiser, just on the other side of Terry Roberts' vehicle, correct?
Yes, I don't believe lights were on. His lights were on.
And there was an ambulance just to the left and behind Sarah's vehicle, correct?
Yes, which would have been in front of 32 Fairview.
Lights on that as well?
Yes,
All facing in the direction of 34 Fairview, correct?
facing, but out front of 32.
So is there a reason that you're so resistant to admit that there was a cacophony of sound and noise outside of 34 Fairview?
No.
Okay, so there was, correct?
Outside
you,
on
guys.
the front lawn, yes, side lawn.
And there was also
Talking trash and
people yelling
truth.
and
Here comes the
screaming
drama and
at a
Nate's
high
back.
pitch.
Thank you.
Right?
Yes,
Both Miss Reed, who was yelling and screaming, correct?
correct.
And Miss Roberts, who at least at some point told her to shut the fuck up, correct?
Correct.
That's not a commotion. That's just normal.
You were asked about the stop at 34 Fairview on the way to Sergeant Lang's house on redirect examination by Mr. Brennan just now, correct?
I was, yes.
He showed you a couple of pages of your transcript from that question and answer, correct?
I believe he showed me a page, yes.
And you noted that this was a question and answer from a hearing last year in this courtroom?
Yes.
And you admitted that you stopped, but actually, let me rephrase that. You were confronted with the fact that you stopped at 34 Fairview on the way to Officer Lang's house, Sergeant Lang's house, by me on cross-examination, correct?
Yes, you asked me.
I did it.
You also indicated that you have never refused to speak to the police, any law enforcement officer in this case, correct?
I've spoken when but asked to, yes.
But in point of fact, when you were approached by the two law enforcement agents who were not connected to Massachusetts State Police or to Canton PD, you suspended that interview and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I welcomed them in my house, sat with them, and then I stopped, and then I met with them a few times after, and I answered all their questions that they asked. I helped clear up some misconceptions that they had been told, and as you know, I know they're no longer investigating.
Molding the
So I
narrative.
think I helped them well.
And you're obviously well aware that in that first interview, you stopped the interview cold and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I said, I'm going to stop and I'm going to seek some counsel. Yes.
And it was cold outside. Wait, why'd you feel like you needed a lawyer?
The text messages.
It's good that he didn't do that follow-up
Just read
question.
a series of text messages that Mr. Brennan actually read for you.
Just letting it hang there is
and you
way
agreed,
worse.
Correct?
Correct.
Or any of the text messages that you just read in the group chat that I showed you in cross-examination?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
And that group chat included you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And that was a private chat among the four of you. Is that right?
That's just a chat with them. Yes.
You read some text messages to and from Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You had just met Carrie Roberts. Isn't that right?
Yes.
She's not a McCabe. Is that right?
Correct.
She's not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
You even read some text messages with your minor children, correct?
Yeah.
Just now?
Yeah.
I don't believe any with my children.
Mr. Brennan asked you about a couple of text messages, or at least one text message with your children. Didn't he?
No, he didn't.
Objection.
I mean, he did.
She can answer that question. Is that what happened?
Did I misunderstand?
No, I honestly
question.
didn't read anything from my children. I think one, I said a friend, another time I didn't know who it was, but I do know my children's phone numbers, and no, it was
Okay.
none of my kids.
Obviously, the kids are not on that group chat, that private group chat that we went over, correct?
Oh, yes, correct. They're not.
Well, let's talk about those unidentified numbers. You said this is a number I
Lagging.
don't
Thank you for
recognize.
the gifted membership.
And Mr. Brennan read to you a text to that person, correct?
Yes,
Whoever that is, that person's not a McCabe, correct?
they're not correct.
And that person's not an Albert.
They could be. Again, it could have been Christelle, but Julie, I don't.
Could have been. Could have been
One
anybody.
of the numbers I didn't recognize because I have everybody in my phone with the name, so I don't recognize every number.
And that person certainly was not in that group chat with you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
And then there was a friend. You said
Correct.
this is a friend, and I don't need you to identify the friend. But whoever this unidentified friend is, that friend is not a McCabe and is not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
And that friend was also not in that group chat that we went over in cross-examination. Is that right?
Correct.
These are all people outside of that group, among whom you engaged in the chat that we saw, correct?
Correct.
And that includes Carrie Roberts. She was not included in that group chat where you talked about the case and talked about what she was and wasn't doing with law enforcement, right?
Correct. It was just my sister, my brother-in-law, and husband.
Now, just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you guys. 57 new members now today, which is awesome.
No, that's all I have.
All right. Ms. McCabe, you are all set. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
I'd like to play a couple of clips, Your
I
Honor.
like to
asked you
play
just wait 10
children's
seconds.
games.
I'm sorry.
All right, you can play them now.
May I proceed?
Yes.
I'd like to play clip 12, please.
There was a woman who was a mother to kids that were close to John's kids, who lived very close to the Alberts. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the Alberts when I was driving, she said it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John were hooked up prior to John and I dating. There was a woman.
Hold on. Hold on before you play it
We've
again.
already played that one. We don't need to play it again.
Okay.
12A, please.
Two things. Either he's hurt himself and is incapacitated. He could be passed out on someone's couch, which is just weird. We're not on a campus. Everyone lives in their own home with children, or he's sleeping with someone. And there were multiple women in the neighborhood of Fairview that John had been with. And one of them very
Oh my goodness.
recently, before I started dating John.
What a dog.
Clip 16, please.
John, you didn't keep it in your pants. Now you're dead.
We'll backtrack later.
What do you think about that?
I'm with Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts, and Carrie Roberts is Ford Explorer. And I'm in the back, leaning over the front two seats. Carrie's driving and Jen's in the passenger seat. And I described this to everyone, so you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements.
Did he look
And I
like
was looking to find him
all
on
the
side of
bull
the
you
road.
could handle?
I was expecting I'd find him, and the fear of what I was going to see is the worst feeling I've ever experienced. The anticipation of what is awaiting me was as extreme a feeling. I wouldn't say it was as extreme a feeling as the grief of realizing what happened to him.
And finally, clip 17, please.
Tide will roll. I know I said she looked like AOC, but I don't know if you're talking about a chatter. She has AOC's eyes.
All right, hold that, please.
So I know people make a kind of make a stink about the whole. Well, I mean, they want her to make a stink about the what's she gonna find, et cetera, et cetera. Oh my gosh, she knows she killed him. It's like, well, no, it's just at this point they've been looking for him. She's been looking for him for hours, I think, at this point. Doesn't know where he is. He didn't come home. Been driving all over the fucking place. At some point, you got to be scared of what's happened to them, right? Like you go, okay, well, What am I going to find? Are they going to be dead in a heap somewhere? Turns out he was. So, like, I guess that was a reasonable fear.
Dear God, can someone just ask this hoe to answer a question, then show her the different grand jury testimony? What's the point of asking these questions for her to stick to a script?
Sucks. I can't catch it live. Stuck in work meetings. Glad you're back, Nick. Been watching since the Depp trial and love your humor and the way you made the law understandable. Keep up the great work.
Beta. Can't someone just ask this hoe? Turns out John was the hoe the whole time. Hoes do long to die in the cold, apparently. She just told us. John was out there. John was out there tearing up gardens. John's a hoe. Man, they're only going to have this witness for 45 minutes, according to the court. So, Tack, how's she getting away with it? The judge. Oh, God, it's a globe with a binder. Is she a social worker?
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Certainly. My name is Hannah Knowles. My last name is spelled Knowles.
Like Beyonce or whatever.
And what is your occupation?
But
I'm a
different.
forensic scientist at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And prior to working at the lab, where did you go to school?
I have a Bachelor of Science from Simmons University in Boston and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from the George Washington University.
And how long have you worked at the State Police Lab?
Since October of 2006.
And in what capacity do you work there now?
I'm currently a Forensic Scientist 4 in the Toxicology Unit.
Now, when you joined the State Police Lab, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
Was initially hired as a Chemist 1 in the Drug Identification or Narcotics Unit. After about a year in that position, I was promoted to a Chemist 2 position. After about a year, there was a position available in the Toxicology Unit, so I applied for that available position, transferred to the Tox Unit in about August of 2007. And have been in the Toxicology Unit ever since.
And Ms. Knowles, briefly, if you could describe sort of what is the difference between a Chemist 1 and a Chemist 2?
At the time, the job series for folks that worked at the crime lab was the Chemist series. A Chemist 1 was an entry-level or trainee type position where the individual was responsible for progressing through the training program, assisting with casework as they are authorized on different modules. Chemist 2 was a bench level analyst, someone who had completed training or had a significant amount of authorizations and could work on casework and worked independently from that point forward.
And similarly, what is sort of the difference between a Chemist 2 and a Chemist 3?
The Chemist 3 series that was in place prior to 2014 was a first level supervisory role. It was somebody who oversaw the day-to-day operations and the work of forensic scientists 1 and 2, or chemists 1 and 2.
And what are your current duties and responsibilities?
What's their last name? Lally something?
In 2014, those chemist classifications that I was describing got changed to forensic scientists. Forensic scientists 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 is the series. Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 4. And so my role is overseeing training and validation
Lally's
for the
the ADA.
toxicology unit.
What's the
Is
Chemist
there a
4?
continuing educational component to your work at the lab?
Yes, there is.
And can you describe that for the jury, please?
As part of our accreditation, analysts are required to participate in continuing education at least
yeah, her
once
last
per
name was
year
Knowles.
as
Beyonce
they
joke.
continue to work in their role. Continuing education can consist of participating in workshops or webinars, attending conferences or meetings, or documenting ongoing literature review of new journal articles as they're published.
What is proficiency testing?
Proficiency testing is something that we utilize in the laboratory to assess processes and competencies of an individual, as well as the
Dad
processes
jokes inbound on
that are
Twitter.
in place for a particular
Somebody
unit or
stop me
department or scope of testing.
if you can.
Proficiency testing is also an accreditation requirement. Individuals are required by our internal processes to participate in proficiency testing at least once per year as sort of an ongoing assessment. And what a proficiency test is materials that are purchased by the laboratory from a third-party vendor. Those materials are analyzed as if they were casework, but there are expected results or known results for those samples. Once the laboratory processes those samples, just like their casework, we submit the results to the external vendor that we purchased the materials from. The results are compared to the expected results, and we have to have our results meet those expected results in order for the proficiency test to be considered successful.
Now, over the course of your years at the lab, have you undergone proficiency testing?
Yes, I have.
Whoa, that's
Have
a
you
list.
Passed each of those respective proficiency tests that you've taken?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Wait, to the
Now,
best
is
of
the
your
state
knowledge,
police
you
lab
passed the
accredited?
tests? How would
Yes,
you
it
would
is.
know? I
And
would
by
think
whom?
if you didn't.
The Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab is currently accredited by the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
And what does that accreditation process consist of?
The accreditation process consists of on-site assessments as well as remote or virtual assessments to evaluate our policies and procedures, our personnel, our management, as well as our facilities to ensure that we are meeting established accreditation standards. The standards that we're currently accredited to is an international standard 17025 with additional requirements for forensic testing laboratories. And so there are folks that come from that organization, ANAB, that come to evaluate all of those different aspects of our processes to ensure that we are meeting the standards set out in their requirements.
And the state police lab, in particular, the toxicology unit within that lab, is that accreditation up to date at this point?
Yes, we're currently accredited to that standard.
Now, just in general terms, Ms. Knowles, if you could explain to the jury, what is forensic science?
Forensic science generally is the application of science to questions of law.
And just again, in sort of general terms, if you could explain to the jury, what is toxicology?
Toxicology generally is the study of chemicals and other substances and how they impact a living organism or a person.
Now, asking a little more specifically, what is forensic toxicology?
Forensic toxicology is generally looking at drugs and alcohol in the human body and how it affects the individual and applying chemistry and other disciplines to measure the concentration or determine the presence or absence of relevant substances.
Are there different types of alcohol?
Yes, there are.
Okay. And what are those types?
The fun types and the not fun
Generally,
types.
alcohols are a family or a group of drugs or chemicals that have a specific functional group or a specific structure. The types of alcohols that are analyzed
Very
in the
suspicious
laboratory
of her
that I work
expertise.
include methanol, ethanol, and isopropanol.
And what are the differences between those different types?
They all have similar but slightly different structures. Methanol is a solvent. Sometimes it's called wood grain alcohol. Isopropanol is rubbing alcohol or 2-propanol, and that is typically used as a disinfectant. And ethanol is the type of alcohol that we typically are referring to when we talk about alcoholic beverages. It's what's present in those types of liquids.
I can't hear
Now, Ms. Knowles,
propanol
through your
without
training
thinking
and
2
experience,
Corinthians.
are you familiar with a term known as a central nervous system depressant?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain that term to the jury?
Sure. A central nervous system depressant is a drug or a substance that works to slow down the reactions of nerves in your body. It makes nerve cells slower or less likely to respond to stimulus.
Now, is alcohol a central nervous system depressant?
Yes, it is.
And how would that central nervous system depressant affect the human body?
The effects depend on the concentration or the amount that's present.
This nerd's never been drunk.
Effects range depending on that concentration.
Not the chick, I mean the attorney.
From slowing reaction time, reducing heart rate or respiration rate in an individual.
It keeps excited
slower
drivers from
respiration rate
overreacting.
Can also result in drowsiness or unconsciousness. Slower reaction time and more limited muscle control can also result in outward appearances like a staggering gait or slurred speech. It can impair balance and motor coordination. Because nerves are responding more slowly, alcohol can also, or ethanol specifically, can impact your brain's ability to form new memories. It can impact your body's ability to perceive and apply critical thinking. Again, all of those
No, it's your brain's ability. Your body's
effects
awesome.
that I just described, they can be present depending on the concentration and the individual and how they're responding to that particular concentration of ethanol at any particular time.
Now, how was work assigned within the state police lab, specifically within the toxicology unit?
Generally, supervisors will come up with a monthly schedule or rotation where the different types of work in the unit are divided amongst authorized analysts. And then casework is assigned according to that rotation. If an individual has previously been assigned work for that case or has previously issued a report for that case, then sometimes we go off rotation and assign a case according to that previous involvement or previous report that was issued for the case.
Now, at some point, were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number 22-06576 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes, I was.
Last video,
What
you
is
didn't even
it that you
remember
were asked to
a text message.
I was asked to prepare a serum conversion report and a retrograde extrapolation report relative to this case.
Now, how many serum conversions have you conducted during your years at the lab?
I've prepared over 100 serum conversion reports since I was authorized in 2008.
And how many retrograde analyses have you conducted during your years at the lab?
I would say approximately 15.
Now, starting with a serum conversion, can you please explain to the jury what a serum conversion is and how it is that it's conducted?
Certainly. A serum conversion is a service that the laboratory offers when a serum ethanol concentration has been determined, and it would be helpful or relevant for us to approximate what a corresponding whole blood alcohol concentration would be. When we're talking about blood alcohol concentrations or blood ethanol concentrations and serum ethanol concentrations are always higher than a blood alcohol concentration. If you had a blood and a serum sample that were collected from the same person at the same time, you would always expect the serum alcohol to be between 13 and 19% higher than the whole blood. So for that reason, that difference between the two, this service that we offer can assist to approximate what a corresponding whole blood ethanol concentration would be based on testing on a serum ethanol concentration.
And did you have occasion to perform a serum conversion with respect to this defendant?
Yes, I did.
And what materials or documents did you receive in order to perform that analysis?
For the serum conversion, I referred to medical records that were provided with a request.
May I approach and retrieve what's been previously marked as Exhibit 37?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
No. No, you can't. You got to stay back.
Document.
Smell.
Recognize that document. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes, sure.
That's Reed Larson in 5 years.
Turn your attention to a previously tabbed portion of those records. The 52nd page of those records. Do you recognize that?
Yes, the flagged page is consistent with the portion of the medical records that I had reviewed in preparation for doing the serum conversion calculations for this report.
And those medical records pertain to a Miss Karen Reed from the Good Samaritan Medical Center. Is that correct?
Yes, they do.
And in those records on that 52nd page, what was reported as the defendant's ethanol level?
The results are recorded as an alcohol result with a value of 93 milligrams per deciliter.
And pursuant to those records, at what time was that sample taken from the defendant at the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
The collection time listed on the medical records is January 29th, 2022 at 9:08 a.m.
Now, that recording and a measurement of milligrams per deciliter, is that typical for how you see ethanol measured by hospital labs?
Yes.
And did you conduct the serum conversion for this defendant's reading consistently with how you do in every case that's assigned to you?
Yes.
Now, please explain to the jury how you're able to convert that serum level reading to a blood alcohol concentration.
So the way that the calculation is performed is kind of in two steps. So the results are listed in milligrams per deciliter, which is common in clinical testing. And to convert it to the type of units that are typically used for blood alcohol concentrations, we just divide by 1,000 to get that into the right units. So 93 milligrams per deciliter converts to 0.093 grams per cent. And then to perform the serum conversion, or to get this serum ethanol concentration into what we would estimate to be a blood alcohol concentration, we apply two conversion factors, a low and a high conversion factor to account for the range that we see in the typical population. I'd mentioned earlier that serum is usually between 13 to 19% higher. So we divide that 0.093 by 1.13 and by 1.19 to get a low and a high blood alcohol concentration for that range.
And those conversion factors that you just mentioned, where do those come from?
The conversion factors come from literature where they've performed experiments similar to how I described. They have individuals that have ingested ethanol. They collect samples from them and test their whole blood and test their serum alcohol concentrations, and then compare them and see what the ratio is between them. The current ratios that are used by the laboratory, the 13 and 19%, those are also consistent with consensus body documents or sort of industry standards that we utilize and base our protocols upon.
Now that 13 and 19%, how long have those conversion factors been in place?
There was a consensus body document published in 2024. And so we adjusted the serum conversion factors that had previously been in use to those new published or those new recommendations in September of 2024.
Now, does the change in conversion factors recently adopted by your lab, does that benefit the patient or the person for whom you're converting the ethanol to blood alcohol concentration?
Objection. I'll allow it. Does it?
Yeah, the previous factors we used between 12 and 18%. And so when you perform that conversion, it typically ends up with a equivalent or lower blood alcohol concentration. And so it could be interpreted as being favorable to a defendant.
Now, why are they presented in a range?
We don't use just one conversion factor because in the studies that we base our procedures on, it demonstrates that the general population does not have one consistent conversion factor or ratio between their whole blood and their serum alcohol concentrations. And so to ensure that the conversion that we're utilizing applies to most of the general population, we use sort of the extremes of what we see in that literature, like a high and a low, to make sure that our approximation falls, that the true value would fall somewhere in between that low and that high value.
And what did you calculate as a low and a high range for this defendant's blood alcohol concentration from that alcohol reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
So the 93 milligrams per deciliter serum ethanol concentration would convert to between 0.078 and 0.092% or grams percent.
And again, Ms. Knowles, that's at the time that the blood is drawn at approximately 9:08 a.m. on January 29th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to retrograde extrapolation, can you explain to the jury what a retrograde extrapolation is?
Sure. A retrograde extrapolation is another service that the laboratory offers.
Thanks, laboratory.
Where it's a calculation that we can perform when we have a alcohol concentration that was measured at a particular time, and it would be helpful or relevant to know what that person's blood alcohol concentration was at some point prior to that sample having been collected. What we're doing with this calculation is taking what we know about how quickly the human body is capable of breaking down alcohol and applying that rate of elimination to the time interval between when the sample was collected and tested and when there might be a particular time of interest, a car accident or some interaction where that person's blood alcohol concentration might be relevant.
And how is that done?
Similar to the range of conversion factors that we were looking at with the serum conversion, we know that the rate of elimination in alcohol in humans varies from person to person. And so based on studies where they're looking at rates of elimination in large groups of people, we know that alcohol can break down at a rate of between 0.010 and 0.025% per hour.
I hate when experts talk about how they get the results. Like,
we take
it's important. Don't get me wrong.
Looking at a serum conversion,
but man, it's
and then
boring.
being combined with a retrograde. We take the smaller of the serum conversion range, and we add that to the slowest elimination rate multiplied by a time interval. And then we also take the larger of the serum conversion values, and then we add that to the fastest elimination rate multiplied by the time interval. We use a smaller time interval for that sort of minimum calculation to account for the fact that we don't want to overshoot that estimate of blood alcohol concentration. If there was some unabsorbed alcohol, we don't necessarily always know when we perform these calculations, the drinking history or like when the person had stopped drinking that day. And so we usually subtract 2 hours from the time interval when we're doing that minimum calculation to have a more conservative estimate. So we're applying the time interval, the rates of elimination, and looking at what we have for blood alcohol concentrations, all to be considered when we're performing the calculation.
Now, what categories of information do you need in order to perform a retrograde analysis?
We need to know what the blood alcohol concentration was at the time that the sample was collected. We need to know the time the sample was collected, and we need to know the incident time or the time of interest that we're sort of calculating back to. There's a couple of requirements to be able to perform this calculation that we have to ensure. We have to make sure that there's at least been 2 hours in that time interval between the time of collection and the time of interest that we're looking at. We can't calculate backwards with that very narrow window because we can't be sure that the person is entirely in the elimination phase, that their body has reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration and they're just breaking down alcohol at that point. And we also know that this simple rate of elimination calculation can't be accurately modeled once we get down below between 0.02 and 0.03. So we have to make sure that the starting blood alcohol concentration is at least an 0.03 or higher in order to be able to apply that math.
Now, how is it that alcohol is metabolized within the body?
Generally, after someone stops drinking alcohol, their body reaches a maximum blood alcohol concentration. And then after that maximum is reached, for most folks, that's between 30 and 90 minutes after they stop drinking. And then the body breaks the alcohol down over time
Only
in
if
a
you're
very
bad at it.
predictable, linear fashion, down until it gets down into about 0.02 and 0.03. The mechanism that the body uses to metabolize, some alcohol is excreted in urine, some alcohol is evaporated and removed from the body through your breath, but the vast majority is broken down with enzymes in your body that convert the ethanol structure into water and carbon dioxide.
What are the phases of metabolism for alcohol in the body?
So alcohol, once it's ingested, moves through the body in a couple of different phases. One, initially, the body is absorbing alcohol. Then the alcohol is distributed throughout the body where it can have its effects. There's the metabolism phase and then elimination. Most drugs and alcohol all kind of follow that same pattern in these different phases. And so I'd mentioned elimination phase earlier. That's after you've reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration and your body is no longer absorbing. It's fully distributed in your body, and then you're just breaking it down and removing, your body's removing the alcohol
Start drinking,
or the
just
ethanol from your
explain
system.
how your body
Now,
processes
in
it.
a retrograde analysis, are you calculating
Good
for a single
God.
number or something else?
So fucking boring.
So because we don't know an individual's particular rate of elimination, we use a maximum and a minimum, a fast and a slow elimination rate. And so our results for this calculation are always expressed in a range to ensure that that individual's actual blood alcohol concentration lies somewhere between the range that we provide.
And can you please explain sort of that range and the size of it for the jury?
The range that's provided as part of these calculations, the size of the range depends on the facts of the case and the amount of time that's passed between the time of the incident and the time of the sample collection. The more time that's elapsed, there's a greater difference between the faster and the slower rates of elimination, the 0.01 per hour and the 0.025 per hour.
And what do those minimum and maximum blood alcohol concentration numbers signify?
How much fun you are. I'm just kidding.
They signify
Don't think.
the smallest and the largest concentration that could be reasonably expected based on the blood alcohol concentration and the rates of elimination that are being applied in the calculation.
Now, were you able to perform a retrograde analysis from this defendant's alcohol blood testing from the Good Samaritan?
Yes, I was.
And Similarly, did you perform that in conformity with how you performed prior retrograde extrapolation analyses in other cases?
Yes, I did.
And what time was utilized in your analysis as the time of vehicle operation or of incident?
12:45 a.m., January 29th, 2022.
And do you know where that time came from?
I believe it was the time specified in the request from the district attorney's office.
And why is time of operation or time of incident important?
Because the time interval that we use in the calculation depends on the starting and the ending point of that calculation. So the time of incident is important because that's what we're basing the math on.
And what was the resulting minimum and maximum numbers that you calculated for the defendant's blood alcohol concentration from her blood testing reading
All those
from the
people
Good
had
Samaritan Medical Center?
driven within 2 hours.
That based on the
And we're all
93
hammered.
milligrams per deciliter value that was obtained at Good Samaritan, that the blood alcohol concentration for that individual at 12:45 a.m. Could be between 0.14 and 0.28 grams per cent.
And so you calculated the defendant's blood alcohol concentration to be between 0.14 and 0.28 at 12:45 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach just to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
It's like the simple thing is these are a bunch of cops. They're a bunch of cops, drunk driving, drunk fighting. There might be a reason that they all waited to report anything.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
All right. Mr. Yannetti?
Sober up, everyone.
At this point, I'm only going to give you about 5 minutes.
I was going to ask the court to cut me off so that
Okay.
nobody's late.
Thank you.
Only 5 minutes for this guy.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
The Mass State Police Crime Lab you mentioned is an accredited forensic lab, correct?
That's correct.
That means that your lab has met specific internationally recognized standards for both quality and competence, correct?
There are aspects of quality
Why
and
wouldn't
analyst
you say
competence that are
yes?
addressed in the accreditation standards. Yes.
It also means that your lab has demonstrated a commitment to best practices
Complimenting
and
your
to
lab.
ensuring the reliability and accuracy of its forensic work, correct?
Oh, this is why.
And there are several requirements in order to become accredited, right?
Yes.
One of the most important requirements is an independent external review of your lab's quality management system, correct?
Yes, that's definitely one important component of the accreditation process.
That independent external review also evaluates your lab's technical systems, correct?
Yes.
And its procedures.
Yes.
And an external review means that experts from outside your
Now
lab come
find
into
out they're
your
not a
lab
very
to
good lab.
review your work, right?
Yes.
Or there's
review
questions about their
include the
quality.
procedures and the operating protocols. And there is some element of case file and specific work review.
Within your lab.
Correct.
And they make sure that you're following established
Two
and
ultra rude
proper
dudes. I
protocols,
do.
correct?
Hope we
Yes.
get back there. It's a lot of fun.
Now, as a forensic scientist 4, is one of your responsibilities to ensure compliance with the lab's administrative policies, quality assurance, and control requirements to make sure that you're complying with accreditation standards?
Yes.
And you take pride in your lab's accreditation status, correct?
Yes, it's an achievement that's obtained by the hard work of a lot of folks at the lab working together.
You make sure, or you do your best to make sure that the lab is in compliance because you don't want to lose that accreditation status, correct?
Correct. It's important to ensure confidence in our results, to maintain the quality and maintain the accreditation.
Okay. In contrast to the accreditation standards for a forensic lab like yours, the standards for a hospital lab may be different, correct?
Correct. Typically, accrediting bodies for clinical chemistry or hospital systems
We don't accredit
are
bodies,
different accrediting
collect
bodies or
bodies.
different standards than forensic standards.
Okay. And a forensic lab exists for a different purpose than a hospital lab.
Wait,
Is
did
that
they get
right?
decertified? That's funny.
Correct. They have different customers and sort of different scope or intention for the use of their results.
Sure. A hospital lab tests and analyzes blood for its use in diagnosing medical illnesses and for medical purposes, correct?
That's consistent with my understanding, yes.
Sure. And it's not for meeting court admissibility standards like your lab, right?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Your lab follows strict procedures that an expert from your lab can have confidence in the lab results when they come to testify in court like you're doing today, correct?
Yes.
As you testify here today, you have no information that the lab at Good Samaritan Hospital is an accredited lab, correct?
Correct.
And in addition, Good Samaritan Hospital is an external party in terms of its relationship to your lab, right?
Yes, and for that reason, the type of calculations that we performed based on medical records from Good Samaritan are outside of the scope of accreditation in the crime laboratory system.
Right. It has no relationship to your crime lab, the Good Samaritan lab, right?
Correct. The same policies and procedures are applied when our laboratory analyzes serum, or if we needed to do a retrograde extrapolation on testing that was performed internally that's covered by the scope of accreditation. But as you're mentioning, the testing was not performed in my laboratory. I don't have any direct knowledge or understanding of their QC procedures, of their accreditation requirements, or their testing procedures at all.
You anticipated my next question. So basically, you cannot personally vouch for the ethanol testing that was performed at Good Samaritan, correct?
That's accurate. The reliability of the results that my calculations were based on, my calculations are only as good as the numbers that I was provided. And like I said, the same math that I did here, I would do to my own internal standard or my own internal testing, anything that I performed testing on in the lab myself. But the results that I started from, I don't have any direct knowledge on their accuracy or reliability.
Right, Ms. Giannetti, we can bring Ms. Knowles back on Monday if you want. I don't want to cut you short. That was the time frame.
And I'm perfectly fine with that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, there we go.
Ms.
That's going to
Llewellyn,
be an
you're
end
done?
of the testimony for the day.
Okay. Ms. Knowles, thank you very much. You're all set. You can step down, Ms. Giannetti. I think everybody appreciates it. So. All right, jurors, that's it for us for this week. I'll have to give you those cautions in a minute. I can tell you that it looks like next week we're full days every day. We don't expect as long as.
Jay Lee, you sure it's not him? Kind of looks like a retarded David Archuleta.
The cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research.
He's like a kid
investigation
picture of him, so it's fucking impossible.
If you happen to see, hear, read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be very careful with your social media use, and we'll see you on Monday. Have a good week.
Follow Ricada law. You won't learn anything about the case here, jurors.
And I will see counsel at sidebar.
Geronimo Kennels, why did she stop the witness? She told the jury right at the beginning that she was only going to go till 3:45 Eastern today at the longest. So that's why they don't, why she stopped them. And it was a fine spot to stop them, really. Yannetti knew he only had a couple minutes to get started. She wasn't, I mean, she doesn't sell me as a critical witness to this case. And he's previewed the jurors. If you only have 5 minutes to do this, I think his opening questions are good. Like, your lab's great, right? Like, your lab's super good. The jury's got to be wondering what the hell he's asking about and why he's asking these questions about the lab's qualifications and all that stuff. And that's a good mystery to have hanging out there. So, at least in my opinion. All right, we've got a bunch of these super tips waiting in the wings to do. I do have the court up still. If they come back, you'll know right away. K to the Swiss, by the way, thank you for the Thank you for the super chat. Miscellaneous says it was nice of Brennan to let Lally out of the cuck chair for this. That guy was boring. Boring attorney plus boring witness makes it really difficult to follow. And maybe that's what the state wants, though. Mulgera85 says, did you ever read Lysander Spooner's book critiquing the Constitution? No Treason? No. If so, what are your thoughts? I don't have any. I didn't read it. Sorry. Maybe it's interesting. Maybe not. Who knows? Let's hit some of these guys here.
Today at 4 p.m. Eastern time, there is going to be a whole round table discussion about me, Coach Toe. Want to see some homos seething about me stacking W's? Tune into Who Are These Podcasts channel.
No rape vibes given. KURT will be there. So be there or be SQUARE.
Apparently that'll be going on at 4 p.m. for your viewing pleasure.
Jesus Christ on toast, you fat fuck. You about as hot and young as I am a fat black woman. Your Piggly Wiggly is dead ninja. You ain't seen it in years. Damn redwood forest of pubes down in fat rolls.
Piggly Wiggly. Come on. People keep asking me if I'm going on the show. I haven't been invited. So what's my new tattoo? I mean, my newest tattoo on my arm is it's a update to the snake. I just basically had them add a stylized, like ripped up flag behind it. It's a stylized representation of the Gadsden flag. It says "Don't tread on me." That's just kind of who I am. But the flag art of the original kind of sucks. So I wanted a cooler snake, don't we all?
The last time this lard tard has been touched sexually, his uncle told him not to tell anyone.
Hey,
that
come
he was
on
in that
now.
room. The fuck is this twat waffle thinking?
That's maybe not true. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true at all. So it says it's a rolled up $1 bill. Come on, give me some credit. I'd at least use a 20.
Women do have it easier because men will put it in anything. Look at Mommy McCabe. Men will fuck dead shit. Why won't women be a little more like men? This is Kurt's message. It's just not fair.
Mommy McCabe. Fucking hell.
Why was Kurt untruthful about his ideal evening? We all know it's a ham and cheese Lunchable, chocolate snack pack, and scanning the jailbait gallery.
Oh my God. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. He invited them to his house. He didn't say he was looking at pictures of them. Wrong. The Lunchable, I'm with it. Ham and cheese Lunchable's good. Don't even try and don't even bring that nonsense around here. If you try and diss on Lunchables, I'll throw you out the club.
The prosecution can retry the case as many times as it takes to run Karen Reed out of money.
Yeah,
so
they did that
she
already.
has to accept a public offender that can throw the case for the prosecution. Your tax dollars at work.
You know, who knows? Who knows how many times they want to do this? It's not double jeopardy until a final disposition attaches. You don't get a final disposition unless you have a unanimous guilty or not guilty verdict. And so, yeah, the state can go after someone over and over, but eventually it does become like a political circus, a bigger embarrassment for the politicians involved. And maybe someday, they go, I just don't think we can win. But who knows how many times they decide to put someone through that. That's up to them. Because I think we're going to be done with the trial there. So kind of keep an eye on it still, just in case.
There's a dead cracker on the front lawn and not one goddamn cop knocks on the door to ask how this honky get here. I call bullshit.
It's a good point, right? You have a dead cop right there and they don't ask the homeowner. That's the thing that bothered me the most. It's like the homeowner's going to be quite like, hey, did anything happen? Like, where were you guys? You got a dead ass dude.
I believe Kurt to be the love child of an orangutan and a milk roach. It is a damn miracle that he was able to amass the required serum concentration of testosterone to inspire him to woo underage P.
Oh my God. Cannot believe he has a clip out there. Very bad. Crisis mode. See, whoever said, why does the thumbnail have Bob Odenkirk on it? Well, because I don't want people to realize it's me on here yet. It's a surprise. When they show up, they're like, oh, holy shit, that is Bob Odenkirk. Let's see, we got.
A couple of years ago on a stream with Az and Carl, you recommended Ilium by Dan Simmons.
Oh, yeah.
Best recommendation ever. Now making my way through the Hyperion series. Hockenberry's dick isn't that big.
True. It's not. Hockenberry's dick isn't that big. But Zeus's is, apparently. Ilium by Dan Simmons is a great book, along with the follow-up Olympus. If you like sci-fi, if you like literature in general, and if you like a wild fucking story, it's amazing.
This hoe is lying. We can all see she drank from the wrong grail in the last crusade. John Merrick's skeleton looking ass.
I wasn't ready for that. Holy shit.
Are we still shitting on that fat fuck Kurt? No, fuck, I'm giving him ideas. Yo, girls in Texas, Nevada, all of fucking America running. He's giving off serial killer vibes. Kurt's going to make his own perfect woman out of the girls he collects.
I love this
Silence
movie.
of the Lamb style.
No way,
His
Pieces.
new casserole will be a piece of her to the wall.
Pieces was the movie. Pieces. Not, I mean, Silence of the Lambs was, the guy was wearing dresses made of people, but in Pieces, he was reconstructing a super hoe. Oh, shit. No. Sorry. Oh, God. Holy shit. Sorry. I'd muted it for you guys. Thank Christ. But it auto played the next video, which is a binging with Babish video. And I had the volume amplifier on it still. So suddenly good audio hit my earballs and I fucking want to die. Oh, ouch. Holy shit. I apologize. See, for you guys, like, you'd no idea that that was happening to me. It was very traumatic, though. Turtle Boy in the house. Really? Aiden, what you doing, man? If you're here, welcome. It's been a long time. We should chat again sometime. Oh, let's see. We got a couple more of these super tips, and then we're gonna wrap up the show. I have a fridge to mail.
Why is this stupid biatch allowed to ramble on to yes or no questions?
And why can't he say FBI?
She's allowed to ramble on because one, Karen Reed's team was not objecting to allowing her just talking and talking and talking at some point. Which tells me that they probably had a discussion at sidebar. Lay off the LSD. I haven't done LSD in a long time. It's I mean, I obviously can't now, but LSD lasts way too long. Kind of, it's awesome for a very short time, and then you feel fucking tired of it.
I wonder if this cop scientist loves black people.
I doubt it. I doubt it.
Inquisitorial lords. Rob Butte Gilliman isn't saying his daddy ain't God. He's just saying turning a girl into a psychic nuke might be the work of Zinch or big-titted Xenos he needs to seek out.
True. Rabute did, like, that was where he was going with that.
Oh, thank you, baby. Jesus, that pug face bitch is off the stand. She is so damn dumb. Even Bob Ross would call her a mistake. Bet she's glad this judge saved her ass repeatedly.
Why was he singing at the start? Oh, thank you, baby. Fucking kidding me.
AOC, more like Bray OC. That bitch looked like a horse with Down syndrome. Or like Sid the Sloth with AIDS. This bitch is a certified retard like Kurt and Sean, who, by the way, have micro penises.
The micro penis thing is trending. Still not sure where that came from. It's nothing I ever said, so I don't trust it.
Objection. This witness has exceeded her use of move to strike her testimony.
Yeah. Too many ums.
I object, Your Honor. My client missed one while taking out the trash. Watching Kurt's dating videos are vomit-inducing and makes me want to rage shoot.
Shit. Whoa. You guys are going hard on some of these.
What's more embarrassing? This wannabe better call Saul, dirty lawyer, or the Stay Puft man that can't seem to get his head out of the Grand Canyon he calls an ass crack. We can all agree the law is fucked. And my client did nothing wrong. Fuck Kurt and cunt of a mother that should have rode a coat hanger down the stairs.
Rode a coat hanger down the stairs. But wait, dude, my client jumped in just right. The thing's amazing. Rode a coat hanger down the stairs. God. The Japanese Yakuza says, hey, Nick, was disappointed and sad when I heard what happened a year ago. Love you, and I hope for a better future. Hey, thanks. Me too. Me too. That Nick Rekieta guy, I like him a little bit, so I hope he turns out okay.
Ms. McCabe, looking at your relatives'
Things are
lawn
looking
here,
up.
where do you see a sign that reads dead honky storage? A simple yes or no will suffice. Do you see a sign that reads dead honky storage?
It's all Ronnie. It's just all Ronnie.
The problem Karen has are twofold. She has the name Karen and a serious resting bitch face.
She does.
The system might fuck her because of it, but I don't think she did that shit, so fuck.
Yeah, she has a tough line to walk, right? She has to not be visibly angry at the system. She has to appropriately mourn her dead boyfriend, who, let's be real and let's be honest here. At the time that he died, she probably gave it much bigger shit than she does now. But they were fighting. There's indications in their text messages that they were growing distant, that the relationship was really not where she wanted it to be. Now she's stuck to this dead ass motherfucker for 3 years. 3 years. Like, you don't want to, maybe you do want to date her just in case, like, gambling on if you get to continue. I don't know. But she's attached to him for better or worse. And she's got to be kind of tired of it. 3 years of having a boyfriend that you don't get to see or talk to because he's dead. But you can't moving on. Moving on could be the juice that puts you in prison. Because she has to carefully curate that public perception. It's a weapon in her case right now. Here we go.
Kurt's dating video makes me wonder if he's put a miner's head on a turtle like the cartel.
What? On a turtle? Like, where on the turtle? Good God. That sounds horrid. You should not do that. Strong recommend on the legal advice that you don't put a miner's head on a turtle. You know, adults have had their time. Fuck them. They can go. But minors, they should be protected. Very, very unsafe. Let's see. What do we got? I think that's everything as far as super tips and super chats go. I mean, of course, there's still till the end of the show. If you send anything in, we'll get to it. Obviously, I wouldn't skip it intentionally. That said, thanks for joining. Thanks for watching with me. I hope always that you have a good time, that we are getting enough of the trial and enough commentary to keep things a little bit fresh, but also not overstep what's going on. And I'm, working to provide as much insight and thoughts about what's happening in the courtroom to you guys, just from my perspective. And I hope that enriches your experience somehow. I'm far from an expert on really anything other than speed running into a disaster. But that said, if I can challenge a little bit of something or add some context or thoughts, or on the rare occasion some legal knowledge that helps you guys out, then that's good. That's what we're here for. I love watching in the chat y'all's insights as well, seeing them come back. I see things I haven't thought of. I see things that I don't know from the first trial too, and I try and read as much as I can while also running the show and listening to what's happening at trials. So if you like it, click the like button. Come back on Monday. I'm not sure if I'm going to get a stream in tonight or over the weekend. I just don't know. And I'm trying to not just automatically say I'm going to do something and then not be able to do it. I have some personal stuff going on over the weekend, as I do pretty much every weekend with the family. It's just a matter of, do I have time around those things to stream? I would love to. Streaming brings me quite a bit of joy, and it's nice to be back doing it. So hopefully there'll be something, but I don't want to say there will be at present. But there will be a return to the Karen Reed trial on Monday morning. Next week, Thursday and Friday, will be Hackamania. I will try and find a nice place for you to land. I have a couple suggestions that I'm that are brewing in my head on some great streamers that you guys may not be familiar with, or you may know, but are friends of mine and have been really awesome and have been crushing it on the trial streaming themselves. So we'll do that. We'll see what's going on. Otherwise, I hope you guys have a good night. Got to get rid of this little throat tickle. Hope you guys have a good night, good day, whatever it is for you, and we'll see you very soon. Follow me on Locals, recadalaw.locals.com. Turn on your notifications on there, and every time the stream starts anywhere, I send a Locals email out. I try not to flood your email with other bullshit. I don't post a lot of other things, but anytime I'm doing a stream anywhere, if it's on Locals or if it's on Rumble and YouTube, you just get an email notification. And I think you could set it up for the push notifications too, but an email goes out with everyone. And so it's a nice way to know if you're wondering, oh, is Nick streaming? You can find it right there. So, all right, guys, catch us next time. Let's play this little outro. We'll see you soon. Peace. Peace.
He drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes madder, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig, the spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dante to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the T-post on Twitter as we hear Lost Painting tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out